Hello everybody, hello and welcome to Hyper Game Dev. My name is Lees. I'm working on this game in Godot. It is a game about an alien invading Earth, many aliens invading Earth, and you play one of them. I am prototyping it. That is to say, I don't expect it to be the best thing, but what I want to strive for is it to be fun and it to kind of make sense and stuff. I've been working on it for 6-7 months maybe. Right now we're just frozen in space. That's a development feature. That's not a game feature. The player is actually going to be moving forward endlessly, because it's an endless runner, kind of, sort of. And there's levels, and it's a roguelike. It's a game. It's cool. I have an idea. But for now, I'm just trying to get it together. Now, it's pretty empty in here, but I've made a lot of assets in Blender, and I've been working on a bunch of code in Godot, and I'm still working on it. I'm still working on it. And backseating is welcome, by the way. I come here, I just share my process. It helps motivate me to keep working, to do the live streams. I usually work between 6 and 10 hours on Wednesdays and Thursdays. And yeah, again, backseating is welcome. I may not always take your backseating suggestions, but I want to hear them. I also want to hear about like the projects you're working on and how those are going and stuff. So anyway, so the game is about abducting meat objects, whether it be humans or animals, and there are certain consequences to what you abduct and don't. You can also destroy the environment. It's got some kaiju vibes. You know, a lot of it is rough around the edges, right? Like with the textures, I'm just keeping things as flat as possible. I'm just trying to make it quickly, right? I mean quickly, but I'm also trying to have fun, right? So I'm taking my time, but I'm not getting super bogged down by it looking mega hyper realistic and all this kind of stuff. So anyway, I'm having fun. I'm working on it. Thanks for joining me and hanging out with me. Who do we got hanging out here in this house right now? We got Kai. Welcome, Kai. Good to see you. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. I be singing songs to members. I do. Kai, hi to Kai. I say hi to Kai. Oh yeah. Hi to Kai. Hi to Kai. Hi, 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 hi to Kai. Hi to Kai. Hi to Kai. Hi, 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 hi to Kai. There you go. It's your song, Kai. I'm so sorry for that song, but you're also welcome. I'm also sorry. Yeah, that is the thing that we do here. It's going really well. Thank you for asking. It's going quite well. Yes, using those member emotes. We got Dungeon Marsh in the house as well. Hello, good to see you. Frank Franz, moderator extraordinaire. Thanks for stopping in. And Jay Jorn. Oh, Jay. Hey, Jay Jorn. Hey, Jay Jorn. Hey, Jay Jorn. You're in here. Hey, Jay Jorn. You're in here. Hey, 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 Jay Jorn. You're in here. Hey, 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 Jay Jorn. You're in here. Hey, hey, Jay Jorn. You're in here. Oh yeah, Jay Jorn is in here. Welcome, Jay Jorn. Good to see you. Jay Jorn got a gift membership. Do you guys know about gift memberships? By the way, if you hit that join button that's on the YouTube page, you'll see it'll open up a window and there'll be 3 little dots in the top right. Click on that, click on gift settings, and make sure you have gift memberships checked on. That way you can actually receive gift memberships and get a little song and some other things like a whole entire live stream. Yeah, of course, Kai, thank you. Jay Jordan says, you saw a bug. If you abduct a thing and wait for the orb to disappear, you can grab something and it won't have a reset. I don't understand. I don't think that's a bug. That's not a bug. So, when we grab things, the orb descends, and then that thing we grabbed, thank you for keeping an eye out. When that thing descends, the orb descends, we can drop it in there. Oh, I just dropped it. You have to not drop it. We put it in there, right? And then you can grab it back, right? But the thing stays in there, right? So I put one thing in there, right? I can drop this, grab it back, right? It didn't get abducted yet, right? But it's going to still go up there and the score will go up. So it's more just like waiting for you. It's more waiting for you to finish abducting what you're gonna abduct. But whatever happens, whenever it fully retracts, it's gonna calculate it. So it's not a bug, it's by design. Yeah. Thanks for keeping an eye out though. I appreciate it. It seems to not work everywhere. For example, as far as I know, I don't have that option. Yes, so as far as the gift membership thing goes, if you have a brand account on YouTube, you won't get that option. It sucks. It's stupid, and it doesn't make sense why they would do that. I don't know why they would do that. So, yeah, and a brand account is basically any extra channel that you make, I'm pretty sure, in addition to your personal account. It's very confusing, and it's not a good situation. But yeah, that's why that would happen. So what am I doing today? What am I doing today here in this engine? Today, it could be, yeah. Oh, so this is your personal account? I don't know. And then maybe you're also like, you also are a paid member. So I don't know, maybe it like doesn't show up if you're a paid member? I'm not sure. There's so many quirks with YouTube, but check if it's there. All of y'all, check if it's there and make sure you have it marked on if it is there. So what I want to do today is at least texture stuff, and then I want to get into more level design. So I've been working on level 1, which, you know, it's gonna change. It's not gonna be like the final level 1, but you know, and so the way this game starts out is you start out like in a cattle farm, cornfield type country area, and you're gonna abduct a bunch of cows there. And so I'm just trying to like build out what I think level 1 should be like, and that has been leading me to a bunch of other tasks along the way. I'm gonna play some music too soon, so that way I can get me in the work mode. And so one of the things that I wanted to do for this was have some dirt texture on the tile. You can see there's some black, it looks like asphalt or something underneath here. I don't want it to be black. I actually want it to be brown. But I'm not exactly sure how to make it be brown the way I want to, so I'll have to figure that out. But like, you know, normally, it wouldn't look like that. It would look like this, right, without that on there. And I had added like a decal on here. I don't know if it's still, I might have deleted, I didn't delete it. Okay, so I did have like a decal on here, and this decal, if I can select it and move it around, this is actually just a noise texture that's being projected onto the mesh. And what I don't like about it is I lose control, so it's not as easy to make the shapes that I want to make. And this is ultimately what I want, is I want some dirt patches on this green block here. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint in an external program some shapes on a, and I've already done a little bit of that, paint some shapes on a like PNG file, and then add that in here as a texture. And one little issue that is bringing up is I'm not exactly sure how to make it be a certain color. Because what I want is to use, so like on this, so this dirt color here that the decal uses, this dirt color is actually, well, it's a part of a gradient, so it's not even quite what I want, truth be told. Yeah, that's not ideal, if I'm being honest. Let's talk about a different color then. So like this here, right? Actually, you know what? Let's talk about the fence or the house. The house works. I'd rather do the fence. So if I pull up a fence here, something I started setting up, and I like it a lot, and I think it's a good system for this game for now. So we can change the color of this fence. Now, if I'm right now, all I have selected, let's just say all I have selected is the bars, right? So that's this node, the bars, right? I'm making it, I'm hiding it, we're showing it, stuff like that. If I were to move like the transform layer on here, or on the transform property, I mean, if I were to move that, right, you'd see the bars move. But also, if I come to the material and we change the color, look at that. It's connected to the like up and down panels. The vertical panels and the horizontal bar material are the same, right? And this is very convenient because it means I can easily change the color. Not only that, not only can I do that, but there's particle effects that come along with this. So here, not here, here is the whole row of that same fence, right? There's that fence, and that's a whole row. Again, if I just change the color of one of these, it's going to change the color of all of them. So I'll just come to one. Literally, I've just selected the bars on one of these. Which one? The middle one, it looks like. So you can see the bars disappearing on the middle one. If I change the material of those bars, everything changes. which is super convenient and nice. And then there's particle effects on here too, right? And this is when we destroy it as the alien, if we break it into pieces, right? Those colors are also going to update. So I could even just change the colors on those particle effects that are exploding, and that is also going to change the color of the fence and the particle effects simultaneously. So this is what I want ideally to set up with the texture on the ground over here. Right? I want to be able to change the universal dirt color, and it changes the dirt on here and all the other places where the dirt exists, which is other places, certainly. And so in order to do that, what I ideally would like is to be and I don't know how well this is going to work out with what I desire. But ideally, I could say put a image texture on here, and specifically, I would want to put a, let's see, this is going to be in terrain, specifically terrain textures, and then level 1 textures. Okay, here's level 1 texture, right? So this is what's giving me that like black section right there. But what I love is to be able to just modify that color only. And I'm not really sure how to do that. So then, you know, in theory, I could set a universal color, and that would just be that dirt color. So that's something I want to kind of puzzle out, figure out how to do that today. It's going to lead me to a lot of other things too, because I just want to do general level 1 design. It's very empty on level 1. There's only 2 blocks that are currently set up on level 1. I want it to be much, many more. So you can, like, you know, see stuff. And that has led me to a lot of things. Yesterday, I moved the camera so we could see these cornfields being trampled on and getting destroyed as we run through them. That affecting the camera meant I had to change a bunch of other stuff, like making sure that when we drop things, they land on the ground. Because otherwise, before they were falling off the back of the camera, which was fine with me. But now that we moved the camera back, you could see them and they would clip through the ground. So I had to make them land in the ground. So, you know, I'm going to be led to a bunch of different tasks today. And that's just going to be all right. And that's what we're up to. Further, I wanted to just do a quick little run through of decals again, because I think they're interesting, and I want to share that information and teach it. It's very simple. It's barely teaching, but I'm gonna do it anyway. So, okay, let's see if I can do that. So do you guys know about decals in Godot? Decal is a node, and it can project textures onto meshes. So this is one that I have in my game that's like this little blob, and this is set up with a noise texture. So if we pop open the textures, we can see the albedo is a noise texture, and then there's just like a gradient here that defines sort of how that is set up. But you don't have to use a noise texture. You can do this in other ways. So let's create a fresh decal here. I'm going to add a decal node. And right now it just looks like a little box, nothing to see here. So I'm going to go to textures, and let's add a little alien head here from the game that I'm making. There's an alien head. Super nice. Love to see that projection. And so if I move that cube, I can change the size of it or move it. You can see that projection affects what is in that boundary. And then it'll go on other things too. So I could literally create a new mesh instance in here, and let's make it be a box. Look at that. It'll just project on there. And you can set what things it projects onto and what things it doesn't project onto. So for example, if yeah, it's cool, right? Isn't it great? It's super useful. So if I say that the decal has this, we have a cull mask here, right? So if I take off these cull masks, right, you can see, actually, let me do it over here. So I can actually change what this affects. I can actually change what this affects. So here we've got this cull mask, and if I turn off cull mask 1, you can see it is no longer projecting onto the block. If I turn off cull mask 2, it's no longer projecting onto the terrain. And the reason why that works is because the visual instance of the terrain is set to layer 2, whereas the block that I made is set to layer 1. So that way you can control what it projects onto or not. Super cool feature, just a nice way to add texture onto things quickly and easily. All right, there was that. I don't know if you noticed, but I was recording a YouTube short. That's why I was doing that and repeating things. Okay, so we got that. What's next? Yeah, I think they're super useful and really nice. So in terms of my texturing problem, where I want that color to be underneath here, that I still don't know. I think I'm gonna have to like watch some tutorials and like do some research or something because I just genuinely not sure. So then the other option, right, is I could just paint in my paint program the color that I want to be on there. I could just paint the color on there and then load that in as the texture. That's another alternative. I guess I would prefer not to do that if I don't have to. You know, I would rather not. What happens if I clear this entirely? This is something that I'm wondering. What if I clear that entirely, which kind of sucks in some ways. And what if I pull up the texture for level 1? Where is the level 1 texture? I know it's in here somewhere. I know it is. A level 1 texture is right there. And then I'm gonna drag that on here. And what if that's just the entire surface material override? Horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. Cannot say I understand why it is what it is. Yellow? Why is it yellow? Why is this green? Why is it what it is? I don't understand. But I see that it is that. Poison Swamp Farm! Oh my gosh, it does. It has been badly affected by corporate spillage. You know, corporate spillage. If I change this albedo color, that does something. But like, what? I mean, I made this. So this image itself, I'll pull up the image itself, so that's a little more clear. Texture Force sRGB. I don't know. I'm still experimenting a little bit, and then I promise I'll tutorialize a little bit. Okay. Texture MSDF. That's something. Scarlet Rot. Scarlet Rot! I like the sound of Scarlet Rot. Elden Ring DLC spoilers? That does sound like... I mean, maybe that really is like some kind of thing in Elden Ring, but it literally sounds like it would be. Scarlet Rot. I like the sound of that. Or like Bloodborne or something with Scarlet, you know? Okay. Like, I don't think any of this stuff is gonna help me. I also wonder if like a normal map somehow wouldn't help me. I mean, that's kind of more for like depth, right? And things like that. So probably not going to really be the most useful thing. But at least I can like divide stuff. But what I can't do, what I really want to do is just say the white stuff, make transparent. The black stuff, make brown. Like, that's all I want. That's all I want to say. I feel like that shouldn't be complicated. Okay, so let's pull up the texture. That's in terrain. Terrain level 1 textures. And then here's our image file right here. All right. So this is it. It's white. Why does it turn out yellow? I don't know. I don't know. Doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, if I'm being honest. I mean, here it's all white because of what the albedo is set to. Which is just, it just all kind of confuses me. It genuinely all confuses me. Next pass. Is that something I care about? I don't think so. I don't think it is. I don't think that helps me either. So I think I need to just, and I don't even know what tutorial to like look for, you know? You got a big spike in new players for your mod yesterday. You decided to go looking for where they were coming from. Still no idea. That's cool. Yeah, so Dungeon Martian, you made a Slay the Spire mod. And specifically that made it like Pokemon-ified. Godot texture, and you made it a while back, but it's still getting some attention. That's deserved. Godot texture map, as you can see, I've been searching. Yeah, just like teach me about texture maps, somebody. Now the problem, well, I should say 3D. The problem too is a lot of it comes with like 2D tutorials, and that's just not really what I need. Now, I don't care about pixel art, but maybe this is helpful. I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to do is like, I don't know, render 3D model to texture with normals. Is that what I want? You found so many Chinese videos on Bilibili, so I'm just watching them now. No idea what they're saying, but I get the vibes. Oh, you're saying that maybe like some Chinese players are currently discovering your mod and having fun with it. That's so cool. I love how game dev can just like span outside of like making a standalone game. That's pretty dope. Right, should I just look for... Right, okay, so this is what I'm thinking, is maybe today I just learn how to write a shader for this. Maybe that's what I should do. Yeah. Maybe that's what I should do. And then we can... So GodotShaders.com is delightful. I actually did log in here. Thanks. And I mean, look, I luckily last week, Thought T, someone in the chat, gave me some suggestions on how, or not even suggestions, just taught me how to make a simple, basic shader code. And it was super interesting and valuable. And, you know, I have a bit more familiarity than I would otherwise with how to set up shader code. And I'm hoping that will guide me here in getting this set up. Okay, so apparently I have to make a new... So let me make this account. It's not really making an account. I'm logging in, and I'm hoping I remember my account details. I did! Let's go. This is GodotShaders.com. You can log in and make a profile for uploading shaders and cool things like that. It's probably not that bad, but it's in C# and formatted differently, and it made me very angry when I tried to learn briefly. Yeah, I was luckily guided through it, and it was a little frustrating. Did I save that somewhere? I must have saved that somewhere. I wouldn't have just thrown that in the garbage. That seems like something I wouldn't do. But where did I put it would be the question. I don't know. I don't know where it ended up. So I guess that's the end of that. I guess that's the end of that. Maybe I would have put it on here. Maybe I would have put it on here. And then I would have saved it. I would have saved it somewhere. I'll see if I can find it. But anyway, I'm not going to worry about it right now. But so the good thing about GodotShaders.com is that it will come with, it's like shader code, right? So that C# that Dungeon Martian is talking about is just all right here. And so you just get the code, bam, and then you can use it. Now there's people have different licenses depending on like their code or whatever, but it's pretty nice. So I'm gonna just look up texture map 3D, see if I can, this is gonna, and then you know what I can do is I can go through line by line to try to understand it. Yeah, GodotShaders.com is awesome. GodotShaders.com is just like a delight to go through. Because there's just so much here. Fire shader, HP bar, uniplanar mapping with dithered blending. What? Spatial. Parallax occlusion mapping. Simple gradient mapping. Contact refinement parallax. See, these are things I do not know what they mean. Deep map effect. Billboard hit flash. Hexagonal tile map.
extrude 2D texture, 3D pixelation. Tile map blur, cool 3D text, pixel dissolve, texture rect. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of stuff, not the stuff I'm looking for. I'm also looking for something so simple, you know? Post-processing, dithering plus color palettes. Yeah, so this is something too, like color palette stuff I've been curious about. Tile map, wind simulator, cell UV, billboard sprite, double texture, blend 2D. No. And look, like some of these that aren't exactly what I'm looking for could still like help me, you know? It could still like maybe help me figure out how to code this and we can sort it out. Texture blend. This is interesting. It doesn't look like exactly what I want, but I see they have 3 different things and then it's coming together. Maybe that's what I want to do. Let me see this. What we got here? Blend 2 colors and or textures together based on a grayscale mask. Oh, that sounds like exactly what I want. All right. So then you can bookmark things and favorite them and stuff, and that's what's kind of nice about making an account here. This is Creative Commons 0, my favorite. You know? Yes, right. I want to make a grayscale mask, and I want to have one side be one color. This is exactly what I want. Right? Like, this is what I want. I mean, this is what I want. This is what I want. Okay, cool. Wow. All right. And look how simple this code is. Look how simple it is. I don't have to download anything, right? I just copy this code. Let's freaking go. Yeah. All right, I'm hyped. Okay. Sorry. Hyper game dev for a reason. Okay, so then I'm gonna come to this. I'll just do it on this particular one. Let's get this decal out of my face. And then I'm gonna want to make so for the surface material override, I'm not gonna use the universal one. This is the universal one. So if I make this an orange color, that means, oh, it doesn't. It's not the universal one. It's unique. Gotcha. Well, I still am just gonna get rid of it. We don't want it. Throw it in the trash. And then I'm gonna add a shader material. Right? This will let us code our own situation. So, okay, I gotta get out of the way. Here we've got new shader, quick load or load. Maybe if I do quick load. Oh, this is the one, I think, that Thought T was teaching me the other day. No, it's not. This is something else. I guess I didn't save it. That's so sad. Okay, so we're gonna make a new shader. Path, right. Block level 1, cattle ranch 1. Yeah, that's kind of what it is. I mean, that is what it is. I don't know, but like, wouldn't I use the same code everywhere? And so what's cool is you can have like export variables, right? So uniform is basically like a export variable if you're used to GDScript, which means we can change it in the inspector. Now, in terms of setting an actual texture a hint albedo, right? So, oh, okay. So then we just, this is where we set the textures, right? So the mask texture would be the grayscale one. Let me dark mode this. This would be the grayscale thing, the thing that I've drawn here. That would be the mask. And then texture A would be the green, and texture B would be the dirt. And then I can literally load those. This is perfect. This is, oh my God. I am so excited. Hey, what's up? I'm Bo. Welcome, good to see you. I am getting my texture, my mesh texture stuff sorted out. Yesterday, I painted this thing. I painted this thing that I want to use as a mask for setting, you know, one color on the outside and another color on the inside for being, you know, on this. And I think I have got a way to do it. Just tuned in. I'm actually excited for you in shaders. Me too. Thank you. This is exactly what you needed. I know. I'm like, wait, this is it? This is it? I'm all like clicking around the inspector, just like, can it just serve it up to me? And it's like, it's Godot's like, you know, you could just do it custom and make it work. and now I'm seeing the light of that. Now, can the grayscale mask be a bitmap texture you create or import versus being procedural? Yes, that is exactly what I'm doing. So this is a PNG, but I think that's what you mean. Yeah, exactly. I'm making, you know, I painted this in a separate program, and that's what I want. I want to be able to, you know, pull out, you know, a program and paint some stuff, and then I can just export it into Godot, and then I've got, you know, my thing, so I can come in here and paint on it and make it look different, and then it will end up in Godot the way I want. That's cool. Sorry I didn't complete the last stream because I had to study. That's okay, Avo. These streams are so long. These streams are so long. You know, and look, I don't expect anyone to come. I don't expect anyone to be here. I'm ready for you to be here, and I'm ready to interact and chill and hang out and all that good stuff. But I never expect you to be here. You just drop in and drop out whenever you feel. That's good. That's good with me. What's up, Dragonblade? Dragonblade, drag themselves on in. Dragonblade, drag themselves on in. It's not a drag to hang out with Dragonblade. It's not a drag to hang out with Dragonblade. Dragonblade, drag themselves on in. Dragonblade, drag themselves on in. It's not a drag to hang out with Dragonblade. It's not a drag to hang out with Dragonblade. Welcome, Dragonblade. Good to see you. Don't have time to be in a stream for 8+ hours, 3 days a week? I know, exactly. Exactly. Would never expect that. Would never expect that. Not to say that, you know, if you do that, there's something wrong with you. Of course not. Hang out with me. Or not. All is well. All is well. You know, at the end of the day, I'm here to work. Here's the thing. Like I'm doing these live streams for a long period of time, and part of what's good about that is I can catch multiple people in different time zones. I can, or you can catch me depending on what time zone you're on across a wide spectrum. So like just seeing a little slice is exactly the right amount. It's the right amount. And I'm working on YouTube videos too that take stuff from the live stream so you don't have to watch it all and you can still keep up. But that's a work in progress because at the end of the day, I want to make this game. I want to make this game. So me showing up here for 8 hours is about making this game. Today's your birthday? Hey! Happy birthday, Abo! All right, you're not a member, but you get a song. You get a song for your birthday. Happy birthday, Abo. Oh, Abo. Happy birthday to Abo. Oh, happy birthday to Abo. Happy birthday to Abo. Hope you're having a happy birthday, Abo. Oh, okay, there's a birthday song. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. Also, happy birthday. Can that shader code you found use that PNG? Yes. Or does it have to be procedural? Yeah, it can use it. So what's good about it is, and we'll find out. I'll show you in just a second. But this hint albedo, what this is going to do right here, you're so welcome, is it's going to give us in the inspector a way for us to load in a texture like a PNG file. And so yeah, so that's what this is going to do, is it's going to basically control the inspector. Yeah, because I need it. I have to. It's the only option left for what I want to do. And it turns out it's like the best option possible. So yeah. So again, I'm doing what I was doing yesterday. I hope I can demonstrate it. You know, I'm not. I think what I'll do instead is I'll just pull up the video. You know what? I'll just pull up the video here, the thumbnail from yesterday. Okay, so I mean, here we're just gonna look at the video. So what I wanted was, and what I started doing was, where in here did that all happen? Where in here did that happen? Because otherwise I'm just gonna like make my project messier than it has to be. which isn't fun. I'm basically trying to add dirt to this flat texture. So, like, I mean, I made this little fenced-in area. Let me go to the end. I feel like I mostly did this at the end. Okay, here. So here I have this, like, image, right? And you can see it's, like, black under this fenced-in area. And then it's green everywhere else. I don't want that to be black. I want that to be dirt. I want that to be dirt. And I made this image in an image program that would map onto this texture right there, right? That's the idea. And I'm not really finding satisfactory ways to do that without doing a shader. And I found a shader code that is basically exactly what I need to achieve that. So now I'm just setting that up, and I'm excited to do it. I have to. It's the best way. It's the right way to move forward here. So we're gonna create a new shader material, and I guess what I'm kind of debating. So no, you're not gonna debate. This is a new shader, and I'm gonna put this in terrain textures, and this is going to be block level, or really it's just terrain level shader, because it's going to be able to be used in any of them, right? All right, let's paste this on in here. Pasted. Done been pasted. Expected a hint. Okay. Expected valid type hint after the colon. Okay. Okay. I'm not sure I understand. We already got an error. We already got an error. Okay. I'm gonna have to see what we're doing wrong, which is something. So it's not gonna appear. So what should happen is that we see stuff in the inspector. Whoops. Okay, I'm still a little new to it. Okay, I have done it before, but I forgot, so I need to figure it out. Oh, up here. Oh, first of all, I put it in the wrong place. Reinventing a terrain system. I don't understand what that means. Reinventing a terrain system? Is it, if it's already invented, I would like it. Give it to me. Give it to me. I need it. But no, I'm not using a plugin. No, I don't need a plugin. That's a waste of time. Plugins are... No, I just don't like... I don't like plugins. Because, to me, they aren't scalable. They're not reliable. They bring in unknown things that the engine wasn't necessarily designed for. And I'd rather learn how to use what's built in. Just my preference. Okay, so what do we mean by expected valid type hint after the colon? So sampler 2D. Okay, so I don't understand. Nope, don't understand. Let's look up if somebody else had this problem, because there's comments. Nope, just thank you so much. Okay, cool. Let's see if ChatGPT understands the problem. We're gonna go to Copilot. And the person who showed me this did, like originally, did give me like a rundown on things, but this doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. Why is uniform, why is material texture, why is Powerball winning numbers, why is material, not material, mask texture, I keep saying material, why is mask texture reporting this error? In Godot's shader C# code, why is reporting the error? Expected valid type hint after colon. Why is Powerball numbers? Why, though? Expected valid type hint after colon. Expected. That's not C# code? Okay. It's like based on it. Okay, fine. In Godot shader code, why is it masked texture whatever it's supposed to be? That's what Dungeon Martian said, and I took it, and I should have been more discerning. Why is masked texture reporting the error expected valid type hint after colon? After colon. Okay. Whatever. Whatever it is. Whatever it is. It ain't GDScript. When you add the above line to a shader, you encounter another error, expected valid type hint. This error occurs because the syntax for specifying hints has specific requirements. Cool. The correct syntax is to use colon followed by the hint type. In your case, you should specify max. This is the same thing. This is the same thing. You just told me to do the same thing, right? It's the same line. There's nothing different. It's the same. ChatGPT, it's the same problem. All right, so ChatGPT doesn't understand, and neither do I. Maybe there's some. Oh, is it because it's two? It needs to be 3D. No, that doesn't make sense. Well, dang it. All right, let's look it up. Let's search it. Expected valid type hint after colon. Expected valid type hint. We're in trouble. So much for the excitement is so deflated right now. Godot shader uniform. So much deflation. That's okay. This is it. This is the work. The work is this. Dun 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 dun. This doesn't seem like what I want. This doesn't seem like what I want. This doesn't seem like what I want. What the hell happened to hint color? Maybe it's like, maybe the syntax is different. Hint. So it doesn't even, okay, so I think that there is a different way to type this now. Godot shader hint albedo disappears. It's an outdated thing. Source color hint default white, hint default black. Oh. Hint albedo was the texture. It does not specify the sampler as an albedo texture. It hints that the value should be treated similar to an albedo. Its name is misleading, hence why it was changed in Godot 4. The same result as 3 is use source color. Oh ho ho! We got it. We got it. Source color. That's what we need. Source color. Okay. Oh, so we have an issue here too. So this is dated code. That's the problem. Hey, Gecko, welcome, moderator extraordinaire. Thanks for stopping in. Good to see you. I'm doing some shader coding right now. And I do have some outdated shader code that I'm working with. So that's exciting. That makes me nervous. But, oh well. So this isn't supposed to... I guess I could just do the same thing. What is OR vector 1? That makes me nervous. This makes me a little nervous. I guess this is supposed to be the grayscale thing. Hint color. Okay, so someone linked a shading language page. Let's see if we can figure this out. Source color hint range. You hit tab in the middle of the word. Okay, that's okay. I'm sure I could sort that out. It looks like that's not an issue. Thank you. You can go back and read what was just under where you stopped on that webpage. Something about a mask not being considered albedo. Something about a mask not being considered albedo. Oh, was that relevant to what I need? An albedo does not, right, that's different. A mask would generally not be considered an albedo since its values ought to be linear. In that case, the hint default options might be more suitable. Interesting. Yeah, so we might want to look at that. It's not relevant to what you need. It is. It. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it is either. Hint normal source color, used as color. But yes, a mask is not albedo. Okay. I wish there was like a straight up, like it used to be this, and now it's that. That would be really helpful. I see that there's two different source colors. If I come back over here, we're doing Vec4 versus same. I think it's the same thing. I know. Okay, guy, you are helpful. It's totally no. You're doing great. You're doing great. You're doing great. I think it's the same thing. See, it says Vec4 source color. So it looks like it's going to be different. Even though I use the same hint, it's going to yield a different result. Look at us. This is great. I'm actually really glad. I am really glad that this code has these issues because now I get to like learn a little more about how to do this. Deprecated functions and APIs are a blight for us casual programmers. Yeah, it can really suck. It really can. But like, you know, I think part of the lesson here is to learn how to sort that out in the event that it does occur. All right, so now we have this shader. Now that we've resolved the errors, there's a shader parameters section that has appeared. Let me adjust my zoom here so we can see what we are seeing. Okay, so right there, shader parameters, right? And now, so that uniform, like at export, it allows for us to have stuff in the inspector that we can now control. So there's albedo A, and again, this is all based on our names, right? So if I say albedo Lees, right, and I save that, oh, it's gonna lead to an error because this isn't albedo Lees. So I have to make sure I fix that. Now it appears, and this is albedo Lees. So, you know, we have control over how this works here. We're not going to call it albedo Lees. Watching software version numbers and forum reply dates for the win. Yeah, you know, and the thing is, you know, I found like a 7-year-old Reddit post that taught me something, a function that's still there and is really useful. You know, and then and did work and it wasn't gone. Whereas just now, this shader that we got this from, this is not that old. It's certainly, let me fix that zoom. It's not as old as 7 years ago, right? And it already has an issue. So yeah, it definitely helps checking dates, but you know, sometimes that isn't enough. You know, it's like I wouldn't discount something because it's old. And just because it's more recent doesn't mean it's not already outdated. I think it's just part of navigating, you know, being a programmer is sometimes you got things that are wrong and you got to deal with it. But yeah, those clues can help for sure. 100%. So we have albedo A, albedo B, mask texture, texture A, and texture B. So my guess is that we would want one of these to be black, one of them to be white, and if I load in my mask texture, I'm going to get that which I created in my paint program. So let's grab that. I'm optimistic. Okay, drag that in as our mask texture. Ooh, okay, all right. I see two colors, blue and white. Very interesting. What if I make this, will those colors invert if I make this black and this white? No. Oh, look, we're right back to the swamp, the toxic swamp. It's interesting. All right, so then we want texture A, which I might want this to be something different, but I'll try. So if I say terrain, texture colors, If I want one to be dirt, yeah, it doesn't match the right type. So I actually want this to be a material, not a texture, actually, is a material. So how do I do that? So we've got sampler 2D texture A. So let's see if that's in that documentation, perhaps. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. Let me just search for material. I can't? No! But that's what I want. But that's what I want. You already know? Are you sure? You can't reference a material in a shader. Wow, really? Really? That's not good. I don't like that. Why not? Is there like a good reason for that? When a shader is later assigned to a material, so a shader is a material? I guess that's why you can't assign a reference a material in a shader, because a shader is a material. Whoa. Okay, all right, I can work around this. A shader defines how a material behaves. Okay. I mean, Dragon Blade, you seem like you would be correct about this. Material set shader parameter, right. Set uniforms in the edit. So this is different. This is GDScript. Yeah. So could I mean, if I can put an entire texture in here, or an albedo in here. Wow. So wait, there is no way around it. There is no way around it? Wow. I mean, if I were to do like a noise texture here, right? And we were to add new fast noise light. No, there is no material. Wow. No, you're so right. You're so right. There's no way to add a material in here. Dang. Well, I guess I don't get what I want. But you know what this does help me do is it helps me at least think about what I want. So Godot reference or assign materials to a mask 3D mesh. Using 3D meshes as masks, give a mesh a base color and add a texture to one face. But so this plugin that you were saying I'm reinventing, would it, I mean, if it could do that, apply mask texture to spatial material, swap materials on imported meshes, you can convert the material you already have to shader code and modify that to have a mask. Convert the material that I already have to shader code. Oh, whoa. Whoa. So I can reference, I'm sure you have seen the terrain editor from Unity Unreal where you can paint the textures. Yeah, right. This is Godot. This is Godot, to be fair. I think so. Probably. Yeah. I have used Unreal's terrain editor and painted textures. Indeed. So how would I do that referencing the material? Okay, so let's say, where do I even do that? Where do I even do that? Convert it? So like if I were to load, I mean, I'm going to save this code a little bit. I mean, I guess it is already saved. But let's just double save it. And if I were to load in here, this, So that doesn't work. I can't actually load that. How would I convert it to a shader? I guess I have to save it as a shader? Like wherever it originally lives? I'm very intrigued by that solution. It should work just like that. Select your dirt material. Okay. And in the inspector, right-click the sphere and convert. Okay, so this should be my dirt. I'm just going to make sure this is my dirt. That's better. And then if I right-click it, convert to shader material. Nice. Nice. Okay, so then we do terrain, texture, colors. I'll say dirt, shader. Now I've got a dirt shader. Hooray, dirt shader. And then perhaps I can add this in here. Is that what you're saying? That this will just be able to be added in like everybody's happy? So if I come to this texture A, nah, I'm not just gonna be able to load that in there. Texture colors, dirt shader, right. Okay, so that's not what you meant. That's definitely not what you meant. But in code, I can reference it. I can, like, instantiate it somehow. Or you need to edit the shader now to add your mask. Edit the shader to add my mask. So we need, like, a special bit of code then of a such. Let me go to the documentation, see what we got. So if I wanted to add a shader in here, hint range, synth score, hint normal, open the shader you just made by converting. Oh. Oh. Okay, I can do that. I can do that. Okay, so here's the one I just made. Now this came, you know, this, oh my god. This came with all this extra info that, you know, this is what the default material, all this is literally I came and I made the albedo brown, right? I didn't change metallic, roughness, any of that stuff. All that stuff is just the default that's already there. And so when I converted it to a shader, it just took all that data and it just slapped it in here, even if there's not much that's been changed. You need to add your new properties for mask, a second texture, and a second color. Add your new properties for mask, a second texture, and a second color. So are you saying... Oh, wow. So it's also adding all of the settings, which is interesting. You need to add your new properties for a mask. So you're saying come back to the other shader code and grab this stuff and drop it in? Is that what you're saying? Just like add this code in there? I'm gonna pull up the music finally. Yeah, okay. Now, obviously, I'm going to have to organize it a little bit here. And I might do it wrong. So shader type, we don't want to say that. Fragment, we have to call it something else. You will have to tinker with the fragment function, right? So I can name this whatever I want, right? Or is that not true? Unknown identifier and expression UV. Oh, this is, I did the wrong one. A fragment, this one. Wait, I'm lost. Wait. Oh no, that isn't the wrong one. Wait. This is the right one. This is the mask one. And so UV, was that being defined elsewhere differently? Keep the one that was generated. But add the mask logic. Oh, so you're saying keep that fragment and add this into the generated fragment, is what you're saying. So come in here, drop that in. This became serious work. Serious work. Whew! All right. Thank goodness. All right, there we go. No more errors. Beautiful. All right, I'm gonna play this music. I'm gonna play this music because there's thinking time. It's coding time. It's deep coding time. So therefore, the music must be played to keep the energy going. It is essential. It is required. Now that I did this, you need to edit the code from the generated one to use your final albedo instead of the one that it had. Wow. Cool. Wow. Okay. So the final albedo in the code that we got from Godot shaders is, I don't know what it I don't know what that is. That sounds interesting. Was that in here? Albedo equals color. Oh. Albedo equals RGB. Oh. So maybe just replace this? Yeah. That defines the final color. Got it. Understood. So I would just grab this, cut that out, and what? Replace this? Or really, I guess I could have just left that and got rid of this line. Ooh. It changed. It changed. So if I were to add, I don't know if I'm actually at this point, but assuming I am, if I were to drag in, actually let's go down here. If I were to drag in the texture, yeah, let's test it. Drag in the texture for the mask. And I guess oh right, we want to make it black. One of them black, one of them white. I think there's some work to be done here. But see, then it's like, what do I even set for texture A and B? I don't even know. I don't even know. Because it's going to be looking for two different things. I guess I could just add something in here. But even then... Well, what I was hoping is what I wanted until my bubble was correctly burst. What I was hoping was to put materials in A and a material in B. And then the shader is supposed to take the thing that's in A and the thing that's in B and apply them to, you know, black and white or whatever a grayscale would be. So I guess I would need to rewrite the code to, instead of doing that between texture A and texture B, instead do it between this albedo And then another one, or this material. And what texture did those materials use? What texture did those materials use? So one of those materials would be this blank dirt one that we converted. They didn't, do they use a texture? Just this color, just this albedo, really? Do I know how to answer that question? So I guess, so is what you're saying that I would need to set the albedo manually in there? Yeah, it's just albedo. That's all it is. It's not even a texture. It's just albedo. That's all I want. That's all I want. You know, ideally it'd be linked to a material, but I could let that go. And I could just make sure I update the shader, and then that's where it comes from. It sounds like, to me, it sounds like I didn't need to do this conversion thing. And what I would want to do is just modify the shader code that we got from the website to, instead of looking for textures, have it just be blending two albedos together and mapping those onto the grayscale of the mask, right? Yeah, right. Although, you know, the nice thing about converting it... Okay, I think I'm starting to understand what we need to do. I'm gonna undo literally everything that we did. And... Whoa. Well, that's interesting. It's interesting that this already had this on here, but I guess it makes sense. Oh, I might have also, it doesn't matter. So, for what makes the albedo, it's albedo RGB times texture RGB. Albedo RGB is defined as something, wherever that is. Where is that defined? Oh, probably here. Right, in the inspector. I see. It's over here. Question for anyone. In Godot terminology, does texture always mean a bitmap image like PNG, and albedo mean a procedural code generate image? No. That's a good question, and I don't know how to technically answer it. And I feel like albedo is something that is true in many, many, many game engines. I am not as qualified as someone like Dragonblade. Not that I'm saying Dragonblade needs to answer it, but I'm not as qualified to answer it. My best guess for that would be an albedo defines a color. And that's as simple as I can be with it without, you know, giving you the best answer. And then a texture can be a lot of different possible things. It could be a bitmap. It could be something else. A texture can have an albedo, but an albedo can't have a texture. Am I saying that well? Probably not. Okay. So I wish I could answer that better. I feel like ChatGPT would do a great job explaining that. A texture is a bitmap image. Albedo is just a shader/physics terminology that means the color of the surface without reflections or shadows. Wow! Now that sounds like a good answer. Texture is a bitmap image. Albedo is just a shader/physics terminology. Color of the surface without reflections or shadows. That's really interesting. Albedo is one of the attributes of a material then, the flat color. Yes. 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 Absolutely. And it's the only thing I need. So, like, as far as the only reason I wanted it to be a material is so that I can have it be instanced across everything, just like I was showing with the fence example. So if I change just like one part of the fence, I left it as pink. If I change one part of the fence, then all the fence colors change. You know, I want that ease of adjusting the colors. But if I do it this way, the nice thing is that I can at least make sure I put the same color data into this dirt as other dirts, which I can live with. It can be a texture albedo, which would define the albedo color based on the UV of the mesh. That sounded like something that could make sense to me. It did. A lot of those words I understand. Most, I mean, all of them, you know, but... Okay, so instead of texture A and texture B being a source color, let me come back to here and come back to the shader parameters right here. So instead of, I actually would want more albedo, so I wouldn't want it to be a sampler 2D, right? That's not what I want. I want to say vector 4 and vector 4. Now it's going to give us an error because it's piecing it together as if it is something else. So then I have to sort that out. Yeah, we already have 2 colors, but that's for the mask. I know, but that's for the mask, right? Isn't that what that's for? I'm pretty sure that that's what that's for. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what this is. But what I was understanding, it's not what that is. Oh. So then what's albedo A and albedo B? What is that? I understand. Let me, you tell me if I understand how a mask works. You tell me. So. So to me, a mask is something that has, let's say, 2 different colors, right? One side of it, oh gosh, I don't know how to use Excalibur. This is a paint. This is a paint situation right here. This situation is for paint. So a mask, as far as I understand here, let's say we've got black on one side and white on the other side, right? And also, when you've asked me before if I know how something works, you often explain it in a way I hadn't thought about. So let's pretend this is a mask, right? And let's say I've got an image of an alien character from something that could be a game that I'm working on. Who knows? Who cares? And if I've got bam, 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 right? And I say, take this image and apply it to the mask, or use the mask to apply it. Right? Let's make sure that's nice and transparent. Nice, it's not. Well, we're just gonna do this. This is what we're gonna do it manually. So in theory, right, just 1/2 of it would render, right? Because the mask is cutting off one side of it and only doing the other side. That's what I understand a mask to be. Yes, so yes, I do understand what a mask is. And so, what I'm assuming, and I was wrong, but what I was assuming was albedo A was for choosing what are the mask colors, right? So let's say I could have a mask, and how would you expect those two colors to affect the mask? What two colors? Oh, yeah. So the way that I was thinking, right, was let's say I have a mask that's red and blue instead of black and white. So then I would say, oh, I want the red and the blue to be the ones that are behaving as the mask. That's what I thought this was doing on this shader. That's all. And the reason why I thought that, yeah, like a green screen, yes. And the reason why I thought that is because there were already two textures here. So I guess my question becomes, what were these two for? So this says blend two colors and or textures together based on a grayscale mask. I see. So this already comes with a grayscale mask, and it's saying either two colors and or textures. I see. Oh, interesting. Well, with that in mind, why is it not already working? All right, so I see that it's green. I mean, this mask, by the way, looks like this. Black, white, gray. That's what this mask is. Those two are, yeah, I see that now. I see that now. I used to dabble with Cinema 4D. Its material / texturing use similar but different terminology. This was years ago too. Terms change sometimes, yeah. So if you had a grayscale texture, albedo A, you can use albedo color A to make the texture green. Yeah, I never used the term albedo. That's okay. So then I would just say it's like not working then. And this is why I was partly confused too, because it's not really doing what I would expect it to do. Right? I mean, it's almost kind of working. So we've got yellow and blue, right? And so it's got green in the middle, which makes sense. But, like, why is that black? Albedo is very similar to diffuse. Somebody probably. I mean, I know that word, but it doesn't mean I, like, exactly understand how it works here. So anyway, why is this not working? Is it because the shader code is like not exactly as promised? Because to me, this should be blue, but instead it's not blue. Why is it not blue? And I'm confused too, like if there's something, because I have no textures. Okay, so what would I put in the texture? Yeah. Same. Okay, guy, same. Default value of textures in Godot, it's probably black. So you're saying I just need to put a black image in here? Multiplying the color with the texture. Black is 0, so automatically the color is 0, 0, 0, so black. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh. Well, what am I supposed to multiply it against? A white one. Okay, so if I do a gradient texture 1D and I get rid of this, that's white now. Not sure that worked. It's so close. And if I were to like make this a green, not the green I want, but it's a green. I mean, I guess this is working. Why is my texture red? It's not. I was wondering that myself. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. So, I mean, if I open up the PNG file, it's white. That's how Godot is importing it for no reason that I particularly understand. Don't know why it looks that way. Not sure. You know, if I come in here and I add a little something and we export it, there are some like settings here, but I don't think that, I mean, it might matter. Perhaps it matters. So it's gonna re-import it, and you can see now we've got that extra thing that I painted in there. Pinks don't save layers. Oh yeah, there is a layer. That's true. There is red over here, but it's not even doing the whole thing. I mean, I could delete it. I could delete all these layers and try it. But technically, that's not actually covering. Which is why it makes me think that it's not that. Because it's not underneath this anyway. Still red. I mean, I could try making a new one. I could say... Let's get a new layer here. So I can get the size down. Nah. Yeah, right? Why should I mean, I don't see why I should have to, but... Diffuse color of something is its raw inherent color before light reflections and shadows affect the result you see. Oh, nice. Oh, wow. There you go. That sounds like albedo. It's probably Godot being weird. Nice. Thanks, Godot. I mean, this is actually not bad. Did that ping get saved with an alpha channel, meaning no transparency? I mean... There is no transparency. I don't understand. There is no transparency. It's no transparency. It's all solid. I'm not sure I understand. I kind of know what you mean, though. Like, you know, there'll be like some settings here, but you know, we could turn off save background, save color profile, just like save nothing, save nothing, export it as such. See if Godot sees that differently. It doesn't. The difference between diffuse and albedo is that albedo has no details information. So for example, ridges on a stone, that would not be on an albedo, but it would be in a diffuse texture. I think maybe we kind of have what I need here. So I'm gonna come to the grass. I actually think this is pretty good. So I'm gonna copy the grass texture that I need, paste it on here. I'm gonna get the dirt texture that I need. Apparently the shader was exactly what I needed all along, and we didn't have to get too complicated. I was just confused as to why there were 4 different options and how to deal with the extra textures. But possibly Dragon Blade informing me that I just make these white is exactly what I needed to hear. Let's see if it looks good. Honestly, this may be the solution. This may be the solution. Oh, okay, so it's okay. But it's not, there's some problems that I have. Namely, that the color isn't matching the other tiles. So I have to wait until it actually circles back around. Would be nice, if it wouldn't mind. Come on, circle back around. Come on now. Man, I need to add some more tiles. Basically, there's 20 blocks or tiles in this folder, and it randomly picks one to load in. And there's 2 of them that are filled out. One of them has a cornfield, and the other has the cattle ranch with the texture that I'm trying to test right now. And, wow. It doesn't want to anymore. It really doesn't. I guess there's randomness for you. A 1, it has, I wouldn't say a 1 out of 20 chance, but pretty much. A 1 in 10 chance? 1 in 20? Whatever the heck it is. That's what it has. No, it's called a block. But we can call it a tile. No, it's not going to be called a cube. No. I have roundly rejected that. Dude, it is super... I am, like, actually appalled. This actually brings me to another thing that I want to implement. This is devastating. Are we not moving? Did I pause the terrain? Guys, I paused the terrain. And this just... You know what I just realized? There's a feature that I need to add in here. So I have a pause and play button for the terrain that advances towards the player. Yeah, I had it paused. I had it paused, but you couldn't tell because there was all blank blocks. So I couldn't actually tell. Okay, well, I was gonna say that I would love to add in a feature that allows... You know, we were just running in place. So I think, okay, setting aside the thing I was just talking about, I think it'd be nice if when it's paused, there's just like a little text that appears, like paused, to let me know. It's just an infinite Mobius strip. Ooh, that's kind of trippy. But I'd love to be able to control a little better what spawns in when. So like if the player hasn't seen, or if the array hasn't chosen a certain type of block in a certain amount of time, then make sure you spawn that type of block. That's something that at some point I do and implement. Okay, anyway, so what's the problem? The problem is, look at the color difference. That ain't the color. That's not green. Even though I copy and pasted that same green from, you know, the tile or the block here, right? This is in theory copy and pasted the same. I suppose it's that multiplying the albedo against the texture that's causing this color to show up like that. So I guess that's my next problem to solve, is how to deal with that. I mean, it even looks weird in here. Is your texture pure white? I think so. Let me check. Maybe not. Yeah, it looks pretty pure to me. For the mask, I don't know. I hope so. I think, but actually, I don't know. Technically, I don't know. Oh, it's not! Good catch. Gosh, that's a good catch, Dragonblade. Look at that. Look at that. That ain't no pure white. Dang, look at that. Oh, let's go. Okay, cool. Dope. Okay, export. Come in here. Let's see that color improve. Might have to reload it. I hope that... I don't know. I don't know that that updated correctly. We're gonna find out. Ooh, ooh. Wait, but I feel like that should have worked. I'm sorry. Dragon Blade called something. And it makes sense. But I'm still not sure that it's the answer. Let me make sure I did truly get it all the way white. It looks pretty white to me. Looks about as white as it gets. At least it's as white as this program's gonna make it. You know, maybe I didn't. Let me just try a new. Let's try a new layer instead. I don't know why that would matter. But it didn't really look like it changed when I updated it in Godot. Okay, so I've painted what should really be totally white. I'm exporting it, coming into Godot. Godot is reloading it. It looks the same. Didn't look that different there. I guess, I mean, why should I have to? And then look at this, and look how weird Godot is. It makes it yellow here, and then it's red there. Godot being super weird. Gosh, we're just so close. We're so close, but just not there yet. Why? Why red and yet, like, both. Literally both. Oh yeah, and even in the inspector, or the, you know, in here, it's loading it as red. I bet if I were to open it, like, in the file Explorer, it would be the right color. Show me the preview pane. Yep, it's white in there. Check the import settings. Oh, that's a good idea. Okay, let me get out the way here and adjust the zoom. VRAM compressed, lossless, lossy. High quality, HDR compression, normal map. Channel pack. Mipmaps, roughness, process stuff, fix alpha border, detect 3D. Not really sure which of these would help. I was thinking that, but like, wasn't sure. Where was that? Normal map. Where is that? Where? Oh, here. Re-import it. Not really fixing the color issue, but or at least not. Well, this is white. At least this isn't yellow now. This is still red, but at least it's not yellow. Let me refresh it. I can't actually tell if that fixed that. Maybe two different versions of PNG make a difference, like PNG 24-bit. Yeah, resave the PNG out of a different program. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's still two-toning. Perhaps. Oops, meant to get rid of that. Actually, let me come over here. Are you sure it's the same color? What's this? Oh, am I sure it is? Am I sure? Oh, yeah. Oh, maybe. I mean, I am, but I could certainly enjoy being more sure. I'm happy to find out. So let's be sure. Let's be sure. So if it is the same color, if I change this, we should see this reflect all around us. Yes. So this is the color of everything on the ground. Psychedelic amazingness, beauty, I love it. But no, please don't do that. All right, so that's the color. I am going to copy it. Right click right here, copy the value. I could also take the hex code, right? Whatever, different ways I could copy that. And then I'm going to hop back to this particular tile, namely where we're setting the color here in albedo B on the shader parameters. Let's make it nothing. I'm gonna put that same hex code in here. Okay. Now I can't, oh yeah, no, it changes right there before our eyes. Yeah. And if I paste that in here, bam. Which, again, it just kind of starts defeating the purpose for me, which is to make sure that I'm matching these colors. And this is why it's so important to me to set it up this way, because I want to make sure everything matches. I don't want to have to, you know, say, well, if I just make it a little lighter, then it'll kind of match, but that's not great. Hey, Katie, hey, Katie, Katie codes, hey, Katie, hey, Katie, Katie codes, hey, K-A, D-D-D, A-A, K-A, D-D-D, hey, Katie codes. Oh man, you're welcome. I'm so sorry. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev, Katie. It means the world. I appreciate it. I'm so sorry. You're so generous. They will use the same material, no? So there won't be a difference in color. That's an interesting theory. Yeah. I mean, I guess where that concerns me is in a situation where it's not going to be via a mask on a shader. Like, for example, I don't know, let's say I have a hill or something. Maybe it's better to explain it with like the dirt, which is probably also getting the wrong color, I would guess. But if I have some object that's separate from a masked terrain block, then the color isn't going to match, and I'm going to need to somehow find the color that is supposed to match. Which feels, you know, just not good. Just a test, make the brown color pure white and see if it matches. Oh, that's a good idea. Looks that way. Looks like they're the same. It's kind of hard to tell. That's not what you... Oh, you meant... What did you mean? Wait. Yeah, it doesn't. Wait, it does? Wait. Wait, but what do you mean? What's your... What's... What do you mean? Same green color set on both materials. But the dirt color pure white. And so what would happen? What is it that you were looking for to have happen? Oh, I love it when Dragonblade says that. Dragonblade said, oh, I know the problem. Let's go. The shader doesn't care about light. Interesting. Yes, it's very exciting when Dragonblade knows the problem. I don't know if you guys know this, but Dragonblade is the most decorated collaborator on this project. And by collaborator, I mean comes and hangs out in the live chat and answers questions. Look at that. Way ahead. And obviously, there's at least one that I need to give right now for all this awesome help. Literal champion. Literal champion. Also design lighting environment, art direction. I guess I really haven't done any of this like texturing stuff. I guess that's a whole new thing. I guess shaders would probably be it. Texturing. Well, but you know, I did give it to Thoughty, actually, because Thoughty was helping me with this. What did I get? Did I just say level design? Terrain recycling, terrain spawning, lighting and environment, meat spawns, optimization, debug tools. I don't even know. I guess I probably did it on level design. Well, Thoughty definitely deserves one of these credits. Let me just adjust this. Nice. Dun, 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 dun. The dragon blade is glowing bright. Yes, I have to agree. The Godot shader is physics based. So the color changes based on the light. The shader does not change based on the light. If you change your global light to red, the terrain will change color, but the shader doesn't. Let's try it right now. I think I'm changing the right thing, probably, maybe. Whoa. That can't be what you mean, because that wasn't true. Surely this is... There's a mistake here. There just must be. You must be... It's... Maybe this isn't the global... Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. Well, I'm taking your credit back then. You don't get this credit. No, absolutely not. You get another one because you're trying your best even when you're wrong. Just kidding. You only get one. Okay, so we're back to square, you know, 2 or 3. Are shaders automatically physics-based? That kind of sucks. Okay. It may suck. It may suck. It could also, maybe it could be like the sky. No, probably not. Sun. No, probably not. It may suck, but it is the situation we find ourselves in. Okay, so if it's not that, it still is a bit of a mystery. Go in the import settings. What's up, Brennio? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Go into import settings again. Press presets. Click on texture 2D just to test. I would be honored to try that. All right, we're going back to the import settings. Make sure I got it selected. I do. And we're setting presets. Wherever that is. You meant just 2D? Oh, okay. Going to presets. Where's presets? Oh, preset. Oh, it's it's right there. Wow. Okay, I set it to 2D just to test, I don't know what that did. Did that make things look quite different? Oh, so all the settings change. Right, I guess it is a 2D thing that I'm doing here anyway. So we certainly get some different settings here, Brenio. Seems relevant, considering it is 2D. Worth testing. Can you show the fragment code of the shader? With pleasure. Thanks, guys, for your help. Okay. Shader editor. Fragment. Let's make that a little bigger. Oh yeah, so this is all it is. Yeah, it's really just this. Actually. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. Not too complex. It's taking the mask, whatever texture calls. I don't really know these. Did it somehow work? It didn't. All that it did was it changed, like, you know, the settings in here. But nothing, I didn't notice anything different fundamentally. But, oh, I thought it was gonna keep the shader editor. Okay, there we go. But it doesn't seem to have made a difference. But, I mean, it makes sense, right? Because all it is 2D. It's not a 3D thing anyway. So I might as well, I guess, make it 2D. Maybe there was some settings in there that could be relevant. Maybe. Come on, give me that terrain block I'm looking for. I know it's in there. Whoa. I don't know what that was. I don't like it. It doesn't look worse. It doesn't look worse. That should be the right way. At least we're doing it the right way. We might as well make it 2D. Why do 3D if it isn't 3D? So it seems like the right thing to do. I wonder, you know, if I choose like a different mask texture. I mean, there was Kai Guy's idea. We could try. I could just... The problem now should be the shader itself. Right. Right, maybe I just need to find like a different shader. I don't know. And like I mean, we can go through line by line and try to understand what it's doing. You know? I mean, it's taking the albedo, multiplying it by the texture. The texture should be pure white that we've set here. The image, the mask should also be pure white. Remove all the texture stuff. But then won't it be black? Won't it default to black? I'll do it. I'll do it. I don't care. I'll frickin' do it. Reset the mask texture. I can try that. I can try that. Sure, I'll try that. Oh wait, look, it's white. It is white now. Hey, look at that. That was, I think, because of Brenio telling us to make it 2D. At least that's not red or yellow. So that's something. I'm not saying that that's gonna fix our problem. I mean, it's still red. It's still showing up as red in the file manager. But at least here it isn't. Look at the info of the image in there now. What do you mean the info of the image? It's how it was supposed to be. Yeah, like in here, you mean? Yeah, it looks much more correct in here. Whether that'll translate to being more correct out here, I'm not so sure. Wow, something there with like jumping up is causing it to lag. Well, that's a good bug to find. Yeah, still not. But at least it looks correct. That's a good find. Okay, so we're removing all the texture stuff. That's a good thing to try. Let's try that. Well, let's try that. So out here in the shader editor, I'm gonna want to remove this, and then remove this, and this. Run a preview and oh, yeah. Oh, just kidding. My mistake. We don't want to remove all of that. I just want to remove this. Albedo equals mask. What? Replace A and B with albedo A and B. Right. So do I not even need this other argument here? Because there's not a UV. Wait. In the mix. Oh, so just literally say mix it with itself. I wouldn't want to say texture anymore though, right? Oh, right. I see. I get it. Chill. I got it. I got it. Chill. I got it. Chill. Yeah. I see that now. Okay, and then in the mix, there we go. But then in line 11, replace A and B with albedo A and B. Oh, so I could just, I don't even have to like define that. So I mean, this is the same thing. We did the same thing. Yeah, this looks good. But then you were also saying switch albedo to mask. Certainly an interesting suggestion. Seems like that would result in something very different. So we're not multiplying by a texture anymore. We're leaving it as is. Shall we be saved? Time will tell. I believe we're not paused. I'm gonna make sure I unpause it. I don't know what those little glitches are. Ooh. Dang. I mean, at least that being the issue is out of the equation. Whoa, what the frick have I just done? Oh, was that back on the lighting stuff? Yes, it was. Please put that back. No, stop. Okay. Yeah. That would be just to test the pure white from the mask and the pure white from another pure white thing. The struggle is real. Yeah, but I mean, look, and you know, this is what it is. This is what it is. It be like this, you know? Problem solving. It be like this. I love the struggle. I live for the struggle. Obviously, it's exciting when it seems like something isn't gonna work, and then it doesn't work, and that's deflating. But it doesn't mean that overall it's a loss. There's still lots of learning and experience gaining Does the mesh itself have... Oh. This is... So we're doing surface material override. And this is a shader material. So the only material the mesh has is the shader. At least that's all it should have. The geometry doesn't have anything on it. So I think we're good in that regard. It makes a final success all the sweeter. Yes, it does. And well earned. Oh, and then there's a material here. But that's not even doing anything. It's a good thought, though. Wow. Wow. I would say, instead of the struggle is real, the mystery is real. The mystery is real. What is this, by the way? What is this Vector 4 1.0F? What does that mean? What is that doing? Default colors? Oh, I see. Just set albedo to albedo B. I see what you're saying. Gotcha. So this literally won't even matter. It's not gonna make a single difference. It's literally just... Like, the only way this would be different is when I reset these back to normal. Then it applies that. I get it. Then that goes to those. I gotcha. I get you. Now I have to reset these, though. That's okay. So I'm gonna come to the dirt. Get that color again. I did not mean to close that. It should just be the exact color. If not, then it's the difference between shaders. Okay. I gotta add the colors back in. I got rid of them on accident. There's the brown. And then the green is over here. Copy the green. Paste that in. Back to our same little issue. And so just set this to B. It doesn't seem to have done anything. It doesn't seem to have done anything. Apparently I have to say B. A better way of testing this out, instead of rerunning the game, is to just instantiate a temporary block blank grass. I was thinking that, but that's so much less fun. Then I don't get to play the game every so often. But you're not wrong. Yes, go eat and do other things. Thank you for the well wishes and the company, Kai Guy, and the questions. We learned things. You helped us learn things. Thank you for that. Goodbye for now. Enjoy your meal. The difference between shaders. The Godot shader is doing something which you are not. And by Godot shader, you mean like on these. I wonder if it is like lighting stuff. Like you were saying that albedo is, you know, a flat color without lighting or shading. So then there's something in, like you're saying, the Godot shader that is adding lighting and stuff. Maybe I don't even realize that that's happening. Like, if I were to come in here and just check, I mean, well, so this is the Godot one. This isn't converted to a shader, it's just like the default. The only thing that's set is the albedo here. Nothing else is, everything's at default. Oh wait, resource has one change. I don't think that matters in any way. Tricolor instead of albedo. If that even is a thing. I don't remember this shader language very well. Brenio, I'm impressed if that's the case. You've certainly remembered a lot. Constants cannot be modified. Worth a shot, though. Hey, Albeska. Albeska is the best, yeah. Albeska is the best, yeah. Oh, Albeska is the best, yeah. Oh, Albeska is the best, yeah, 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 yeah. There you go. I'm sorry for that song, but you're also welcome. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. I appreciate it so much. It's going well. It's going well. Trying to solve a shader problem. I'm trying to put a custom shader together so I can have two albedo colors applied to a, I guess, a texture via a mask. So I have a mask, an image that I have made, and it's just this white strip with these little gray/black things on it. That's why we see this dirt right here. That's this black section. And then the shader is supposed to be taking two albedos, the brown and the green, and applying it to the black and white respectively. However, you may notice the greens are not matching between the other blocks and this one, despite, as far as the albedo is concerned, being the exact same color. And so I'm currently, along with others who have continued to be willing to help me, trying to puzzle out why exactly these aren't matching. And overall, I'm doing well. I'm a little tired, but I'm doing quite well, and I'm excited to be problem solving, despite it being such a mysterious one. Reset your entire thing? What does that mean? What is an entire thing? You mean like write the code from scratch or something? Oh, I see what you're saying. You mean all the settings? What about putting the block blank aside this one just to see if the problem is inside the game? That's a good idea. It's actually a great idea. I will do this. I will do this. Okay. Ooh. Wait, no. I think that answers an interesting question. Hold on, let me make sure this is actually done correctly before I get excited about it. Hold on. Wait, let me make sure I move this. Hold on. Wait. I'm not sure yet, because first of all, where'd the brown go? Right? Where the heck did the brown go? Why is it gone? Why is there no brown? That makes me dubious. That makes me very mistrustful of this. Why? Oh, I see. Oh, because albedo goes B. Right, you're right. Thank you. Thank you. I forgot we did that. Yes. Correct. And we are changing it to color. Okay, the brown is back. Good. Okay, yep. It's the same. That's a great test. So lighting would seem to have something to do with it here. That's very interesting. Resetting the path on a resource. If you save that, it resets all the settings on the resource because you remove the path where it's saved. Oh, so just... Okay. Turn off the lighting of the entire game and run it to see if it goes the same. Okay. So there's a lighting thing. I mean, it's very hard to tell because it's so dark. I'm not really sure. Yeah. I mean, it does look similar. It looks similar. It's just hard to see. You know, does that speak to what at another light? Oh, so we see if it's that light or just any light. Yeah, okay. But it makes me think about what Dragonblade was saying, where the light being received by the shaders, or the shaders are receiving the light differently. Okay, wait, now I'm confused which one was the original. Okay, there we go. So this is the fresh new light. And then this is the old light. Still different with the fresh new light. To me, it's like... It might be that the way it's receiving the light is different. Just like Dragonblade was saying, that Godot's default shader is set up to receive light in a certain way that this isn't. Even though the test of just changing the color didn't necessarily yield a result that we were looking for, I think that like logically makes the most sense. Is there a normal map or something? Maybe the plane is interpreted wrongly as tilted. Perhaps. That's a good question. Well, so also this, it's all a custom shader. So I don't even know if we could set a normal map without setting it ourselves. So I think there isn't a normal map on here. Why does the shader in the engine work, but not in the game? Right, right. Because they're receiving the light differently. I think, potentially. Because the light isn't here in here. So I guess then I could copy this light and I could try pasting it into here. That didn't help. Thought maybe we'd see it different. I suppose it could also be like some of the rendering settings, maybe. Like maybe there's a project setting. Environment. Just removed the environment. I'll straight up delete it. Still different. I can't remember the last thing Dragonblade asked me to do. I know it was something with resetting, like just the path. Or like the whole thing. So I mean, if I come to, let me close some of this stuff. If I come to the blank grass one. Oh, I already reset the resource on there. That stayed reset. I mean, it makes me think I should do the conversion of this to a shader. And sort of like we were doing earlier, and mold it in here and paste it in here. So we have all the same settings, for sure. Or, I actually, what if I do this? What if I take this level shader and I apply it to here? That seems like a good idea. So I'm going to actually clear this from the default one, right? So once I save it, I'm not exactly sure. Oh, it is. Yeah, there we go. So there we can see, maybe, sometimes, this is now white. Also, that may have meant that like our test earlier was not going great in the editor, but that's okay. Okay, and so now I'm gonna load in the shader that we've been working on. Which is somewhere that I don't remember. Is that in colors? Dirt shader. What are we calling this? It is dirt shader. Okay, cool. So bring in the dirt shader. Oh, but I didn't want to put it here. I want to put it over here. Doesn't really need to be called a dirt shader, but that's okay. Obviously, I wouldn't want this mask on there, but for now, fine. Also interesting that we have an albedo set here by default. That's concerning, potentially. Where are the shader parameters? Oh, that's not concerning. Wait. Why is this not have two options? Why is there only one albedo? Am confused. This one has two. Albedo A, albedo B, mask texture. Oh, this is terrain level. It's not. Okay, I loaded the wrong one. My mistake. Where is this saved? Terrain level shader. It's in terrain textures. Okay, I just missed it. Sorry. Sorry. Load this. Terrain textures. There it is. I don't know how I missed it the first time. Okay, albedo A. I mean, I just like want them both to be that green color. If I'm being honest. And then mask texture, technically I'd want it to just be like a blank white. So why don't I just save one like that? I'll just make this with a blank white layer. Export it. I don't need another mask. It already works. That's true, but wouldn't it be a better like test like scientifically if it had all the same conditions? But that makes sense to me. I'm gonna say block blank mask. It's kind of pointless other than just like being able to test. Yeah, that's my plan. That was my plan. Okay. Take your time. Alright, so we're adding a mask just for the sake of having a one-to-one test. Alright, now let's see. It's a little confusing because we still have the old one in here. So let me get rid of that. Really? The problem persists? Oh, so okay, so if I change the dirt albedo A to green, what? I'm gonna be honest, I find this very confusing. It's not the result I expected. If I get rid of the mask, same result. I mean, I guess, you know, we could even go a step further and get rid of the mask on here. Right? Yeah. I see. So wait, what? What? Let me reload this in here. Terrain textures. No, not that. And then load. Sometimes it doesn't appear. It's just me, or is the ground a little bit darker than usual? When? Where? Why is it not appearing? Even without the materials. Oh, I see, because it's somewhere else. The white one. Oh, yeah, maybe. So then the assumption, or the implication is that there's something on here that's different? That's interesting. Yeah, I guess that would almost be the implication at this point. Why do I lose the shader files here? This is so frustrating. Here, we're just gonna drag it in like that. I mean, now it's brighter. So yeah, it was a little darker. I just put the shader that we've been working on in here. Paste that green, paste that green. Look at it in game. Okay, it's matching now, but we don't have a mask. This is good. Do I understand what just happened? Not really. Other than just doing a bit of a reset here. Let's put in the texture, or the mask, rather. And then change this to whatever. Probably the shader didn't really reload when you did some change. Yeah, I guess so. I guess I hadn't tried just clearing it and adding it back on. Well, now this looks freaking fine. Okay, good. So maybe make sure things definitely get reloaded and stuff. Or whatever. It works! No, I'm happy. I'm just like, it's like I need to like let it sink in. Like, really? Wait, really? Right, probably? Like we're probably fine. It's probably fine, right? Let me get this dirt color. Put that in here. No, I think we're good. I think this is correct. I think this is correct. Brenio, I gotta get you some credits on here. I must. You have been so helpful here. Please continue working. And now you can continue. At long last, I can continue. I mean, this is it. This is the work. The work has been done. Being done. Textures and shading, I gotta give you a little more of a boost than that too. Godot consultant. Oh, it doesn't go this far back? Why? Oh, right. These later ones. It's got the old code on it. I have to update the code on some of these. Dun dun dun, make sure it sums it up. Yeah, just sum it up. Just sum it up. There we go. There we go. Alright, credits given. Thank you. Thank you, Dragonblade and Brenio, for your help. Just like fussing. We just have to fuss and like try this, try that, get rid of this, get rid of that. Until eventually it goes. And then I love that we got the red and green sorted out on here. Very nice. It's just all a little more under control. So now I can keep adding dirt and I can enjoy making this texture. So let's do it. Let's make this texture. I'm gonna go into an above view. Amazing. I am excited. It's like I got into this mode of like, we're problem solving, I'm chatting, we're figuring this out. And so, you know, I had to like kind of enter this like lower energy state. And like now it's like, oh, okay, all right, we're back. Great, okay. You know, I'm fine. I'm here. I'm just gonna drink some tea. Okay, all right. No worries. Good to go. I'm fine. All right, let's do some art. Art, quote unquote. Add some dirt. We're doing some dirt, really. Wow, that's awesome. And still, that Godot shader made such a huge difference. It is so great when it's working. It's like, oh, okay, this is all I wanted. This is it. I can continue. It's amazing. It's like, because I got so used to having to solve the problem that I didn't even get to like think about why I wanted that problem to be solved. But now I can get back to that and actually, you know, work on the project. Okay, so we're gonna export this so we get rid of this little random dirt I made over here. So overwrite that, click on Godot, there it goes, and now we can paint to my heart's content. So now that we're back onto an artistic portion, I do kind of want to reevaluate this, like, what do you call it? This paint texture. That's why you love coding? Nice. Just like, yeah, right. Solving the problem and then getting to appreciate that the problem is solved. Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly, I'm not trying to speak for what you mean, but I can relate because, like, as opposed to, so I used to do screenwriting and playwriting. That's what I studied. Yeah, that's what I studied, like, in university, and what I did for, like, a long time in my life was writing plays, screenplays, television, TV show stuff, whatever. And I hated it. I loved it, and then I came to hate it. Mostly because of the industry, but also because when I typed a script, there was no result. It was just like, well, I have to imagine in my mind how this dialogue, how this scene would play out. With code, when I type it out, I can literally fire it up and see it doing a thing. And just for like my own like ADHD and like needing like a reward system, it was so much more fulfilling. And that's, you know, that's what I love to just sit in and bask in and experience. It actually does something. Yeah, exactly. It's so easy to be motivated when I know that there's going to be a result. Even when it's not working, at least I know that I should be getting feedback. And that's such a satisfying thing to experience. I mean, this texture's okay. I'd kind of like it to be like softer, like a little more of like a, almost like a, I don't know, just like a tackier, like honestly a little bit of a tackier blend. I wonder if it'll just update in the run time. Like if I, because I'm using like this like acrylic brush texture, and I just don't really like it. I kind of just want like a soft, boring thing is kind of what I actually want, if I'm being honest. Let me get some black. I mean, this is awesome. I can just come on here and paint this black. Export it. Click there. Let's see if it updates in here. No, it doesn't. But it does update over here. It makes sense. I didn't expect it to actually update in here. But it was fun to imagine. Yeah, just like I want more of like a soft fade rather than like a smeary looking thing. Oh, even if I have it open, maybe if I save it. Yeah, let me try that. It would be kind of nice to see it at runtime. It's a good idea. Let's try it. Alright, so I'm just gonna add some blah 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 in there. Export it. Click on this. And then save it. That's okay. It didn't load in here right away. I just Control S'd. Worth a shot though. Okay, obviously I don't want it to look like that. And I want it to be much softer. Zoom in a bit. It would be. I know, I do think there are some folks at least working on a way to do that from something like Blender. Don't know about like other programs, but I'm sure there's ways to hack that into Godot with enough gumption. Honestly, I'd like it to just be more smooth, like overall. Or not smooth, but like blend out more. I'm getting a nice big ol' eraser. Oh, but then that's gonna have, let's just see. I'm just kind of experimenting what has like the effect I kind of want. Yeah, it's not bad. That's alright. You know, I'm not needing it to be super gorgeous. I really want it, like the style of the game, to just be pretty simple. Yeah, this is fine. But like, I don't know, all this like kind of lumpiness, I don't really like it. Okay. So I'm gonna be deep in the the art flow. Often I'm yammering my little head off, but I think I have to be quieter here. I'm just gonna kind of redo some of this overall. I'll just go a little outside, like too far, and then just blend it in. Or erase it from the outside. Something I always forget when I'm doing art stuff like this is to lift up my brush. Because if I don't lift it up, I like lose out on my undos. And then like one undo just like obliterates everything. So I have to remind myself to pick up the brush sometimes. But I kind of like a nice simpler style here, instead of the more artistic acrylic brush. Okay, let me see where we're at. So it should be a little too wide. Still, that corner doesn't like map on there just right. We need to branch that out. Can't believe we just had to, that whole time, we just had to like reset the mess. Like, just reset it. Just try loading it out and loading it back in. But I think the good thing is a lot was learned in that process. Like, that was the solution. You know, it's just like, okay, it's because this is affected by that differently. And this has that, and you know, it's like all these big theories, and it's just like, just restart your PC. Just restart your PC. Like, something really, like, simple. Not gonna complain. It's a little tough here because I don't want it to go off the edge. If it goes off the edge, it's not gonna blend with the other blocks correctly. But then I also want it to like fill in that corner still. But if I go like out here, even like right now, there's probably a little darkness there. But then that corner, you know, I should probably move, but if I move it, it's just tricky to be so close to the edge. It's like they say, don't modify a code that already works. Whoa. Unless you're not sure that it works. I guess that's the point. I mean, certainly. It's tough because it's like, that's an interesting saying. I think refactoring can be nice. Then again, easily everything can break. The edge kind of hurts me a little bit. It's almost like I need to be more careful on the corners. Something I need to do too is just zoom in more and do more like careful stuff. Like, I don't want to obsess over it too much. But it'd be kind of nice if it at least looked cohesive and intentional. Oh, it's way too close. And then I'll erase here. Let me do a super hard edge on this. So I just ticked on hard edge. And then I'll just try to make sure, you know, it won't be blended very well. But at least I know now that we're not adding any brown onto that part. And I'll turn off hard edge and then sort of soften it a little bit. I actually already lost projects because of refactoring. Because the code would just stop working entirely and I couldn't undo the changes. You're using GitHub? You gotta use GitHub. That sucks though. That sucks. I was just doing some refactoring yesterday and definitely had fears. I definitely had fears. I guess if I'm going to change the code, I'm gonna make sure I understand what it does, although often I discover it was doing things I didn't realize. And then it seems like the more complex my project gets, the more consequential making those changes are. That is sad. That really is sad. Like something was working and you were just trying to improve overall the code and then just everything was broken. I'm so sorry. Speaking of GitHub commits, I think I should definitely do one. That seems like a good idea. Thanks for reminding me. Your plight reminded me of that necessity. I actually kind of like that there's some dirt around the edges. And I very much dislike. I think I just have to make, I think I have to make the fence smaller. I think this is ridiculous. Like coming in here and trying to like make this just right. Because the reality is I'm gonna need to do frickin' hundreds of these tiles. And I think, you know, coming in here and like that is not part of the workflow. But that's the thing, is this is the first one that I'm doing. So I'm kind of learning those lessons now. You don't really use GitHub because you're not used to it. You know, it's confusing at first, but then it's the best thing ever. And it gets easier, even though sometimes, you know, I've bumped into issues. But like right now I have a folder, right? So it's a Godot project, which means everything, with any engine, that's true. There's a folder that has all your stuff. And so I just make sure I set that as my repository. So I just create a new repository and I tell it where the path is. I have to have a GitHub account. And then you can use this, which is GitHub Desktop. You don't have to use command prompt if you don't want to, which I don't. And so then you'll just set it to this path, and then it'll just keep checking that folder. And you know, every time you make a change in that folder, it'll tell you what's different between the file that, whoops, that was there and the new change. Like, some of them are a little less obvious than others, and so we just let that go. It's really hard to see a lot of these, but like, so the scenes changed a bit. The way we set the textures for things was different. So here we were using dirt shader instead of grass, stuff like that. You know how it works. You know how to set a repository up. You have GitHub Desktop. You just don't use it. All right. Use it. Use it! Use it! But also, you know, I'm not just talking to you. When I'm talking, you know, it's everybody, you know, because it presents an opportunity for somebody else to watch this and learn and pick up on that. But also, I hear you, and you're also just saying, which is fair. And it's important that you say that, because that makes me want to tell you, just use it. You know how to use it! What are you waiting for? It will save you. I'm not saying it's easy to remember, but once you get in the habit, it gets better. I'm gonna say created a shader for level blocks. I don't really know what more to say about that. Like, that's pretty much it. Not used to it. You really need to start being used to it as well. Yeah. Yeah, that is kind of it. It's getting in the habit of doing it. You know, I mean, for me, the simplest is just at the end of my work session, do it. You know, not even like along the way, because that's sort of like the big goal for me, is along the way when I do one task, then make the commit. But, you know, the easiest thing for me was just when I'm about to like get up and stop, like, okay, we're done for the day, make a commit. And, you know, I often will type descriptions, but you don't even have to do that, you know? You could literally just say something. I don't know, like just to get started, right? And then just at the end of it, commit it, push it, move on. You know, make it as easy as possible for yourself. Because then you only lose, you know, that current session, which will still suck, but that's better than losing even further. Yesterday, I just lost nearly half my game's levels to file corruption. No! The cloud is so helpful. It's so helpful. I'm sorry to hear that, Super and Brenio, about losing your stuff. Because, man, it hurts. It hurts. And you know, whenever that happens to me, I always tell myself, you know, and this is against feeling upset. So I still feel upset, but I'm like, okay, I know that doing it again, it's gonna end up even better. It's gonna turn out better. I'm gonna learn twice as good. It just sucks because now I have to do it again. But I always try to remind myself, I know it's gonna turn out even better, and I know that I'm gonna learn even more. Doesn't always make it better though. Get up, it's just pros, there's no cons. Yeah, you have everything about your project, you know? Yeah, right, every little thing. And I love using the website too. It's very hard to lose it. Something that I enjoy tremendously, and I do all the time, is just look for something. So if I'm like looking at my code and I'm trying to figure out, let's just pick a line. You know, let's say maybe not this. Let's do on here. We could say this, like, I know, I remember what this is, but let's say I don't remember what this is. Like, player get node, what was this for? Alien armature, name split? Why is this in here? Why did I add this? What's that for? You know, so I can now come to GitHub on the website and search name.split. And I can find where I first added it. So it'll find where I'm using name.split on that script. I can pull this up. And let's where's that thing that I had the other day? Was it like history or something? Maybe if I click on this, oh, history, there it is. This is so useful. I think. Where was it? Oh, blame. Okay, this is what I meant. Blame. Okay, so we click on blame, right? And here is that split line right here. And so what I can do is I can look at the last time I actually updated this line of code right here. So there's the name split right there, covered up by that icon. And I can pull up the version where I updated it. And I can look at my notes from that version. It's a little overwhelming, but it's okay. We can go to the code before I added that line in there. So here is the version that doesn't even have that line in it. So the code that didn't know that that change was going to exist. And it has all of these updates in here. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, like, you get this, like, slice through all of your code from the past. I was gonna say from the future. From the past and the present. So you can compare the way your code is now to the way that it was. And if you type up good descriptions, you get some explanations. And this is right, Psychonic Joe gave me this code. I remember Psychonic Joe taught me this code. But now I can kind of figure out here, I reconfigured the alien mesh and damage label references, right? So using the split function especially, the references are dynamically discovered and set within the code. So, like, I've got that information here. And this is just what I love about it, is that you get this full perspective on your code line by line. Literally any line in here, we can just pick a line and find the history of that line, which I think is just amazing. Anyway, I don't know if I explained that well, but it has even more benefits than just backing up your work. You can also understand the work that you have done along the way. Like Brenio said, it's just prose. Yes, we did manage to make the shader work. Honestly, we just had to reload it. That's what fixed it. That's what fixed it. Because I was just like, I don't even remember why I was doing it. I just cleared it, put it back in there, and suddenly it was fine. It was fine. That was it. It just needed to be reloaded. That was all. And now the colors are exactly what they should be, and I'm just enjoying doing some artwork. And you know what? So I'm actually going to adjust this because this is not okay. Being this close to the edge and having to deal with like this is not acceptable. I do not want this. So I'm gonna actually make sure I design these levels such that I'm not going to be forced to make this like much less blended edge on my dirt areas. So unfortunately, I can't put this that close. I can put other things close, like the trees, right? But something that's going to need to be painted on here cannot be that close. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna take out one of these fence sections here. And then I'm just gonna push it forward. Make sure removing locally. Edward's not dead. We're glad about that. Glad about that. Edward's not dead. We're so glad about that. Glad about that. Edward's not dead. We're so glad about that. We're so glad about that. Welcome, Edward. You're not dead. It sounds sarcastic. Oh, jeez. Well, as I say, you're welcome, and I'm also sorry. Or are you? Wait, Edward's a zombie? Spirit word. Oh, that sounds like an indie game. It's like literally sounds like the name of an indie game. Zombie Edward. I like Spirit Edward. That's very cool. I didn't know you fancied yourself a spirit. Alright, so we're gonna push this up. Honestly, even that makes me nervous. There's no reason for it to be that big, and I don't want to feel nervous. So I'm gonna keep tucking it inward. Edward. Until it fits. It sounded sarcastic. It's for the cube suggestion. That's what's underlying it. Is the suggestion Edward made that I name the blocks cubes. I'll never let it go. Just kidding. Your spirit Sona. Oh, that's lovely. Okay, that has to be good enough. Oh gosh, and it's different. Yeah, it's a little uneven. It wasn't a suggestion, it was a decision. I don't owe you guys any decisions. Come on now. Oh, that's why it's different, because this one, it doesn't really matter. Godot's local gizmos are all messed up. Suggestion is decision. Whoa. You trying to blow my mind right now? Oh, and then maybe I can move this over. You'll make a pull request to name all of it Cube. Oh, that's funny. I don't even know what to say. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say to make sure I don't accidentally encourage you to do that. But at least then there'll be evidence that I rejected the will of the people. Let it be known that Lees cannot be controlled into naming things that are obviously not cubes. Cubes. By the way, what we're talking about, okay, is this right here. I ran a poll in the chat about what this should be called. A block, a tile, a section, something like that. Edward suggested the word cube, and I put it in there thinking that surely that wouldn't win. Well, it did. It was the winning choice out of like so many votes, like 30, 40 votes. It was decided that this was called cube. But I've rejected this because this is obviously not a cube. What do you mean it's a cube? It has 6 faces. It does not have 6 faces. This part doesn't count down here. Plus, even if it had 6 faces, they're not all the same size. Cube! Definitely a cube. Chunk. Oh, I like chunk. See, these are the kind of suggestions I was looking for. Take notes, guys. Brennio knows what's up. It looks just like a cube. Okay. All right, trolls. Okay. Everything I've ever known in my entire life makes it up to cube. Oh, man. Look at that. Look at how uncubular it is. And I tried. I promise I tried. I tried naming it cube. I tried referring it to being a cube, and I couldn't make it stick. I couldn't do it. And at the end of the day, I need to be able to be okay with it. Would square be better, perhaps? Dear God. Dear God. I will not even dignify that with a response. A rectangle. I would accept rectangle. I could live with rectangle, because this is a rectangle. Not a square. Had an idea for one of the cubes, a mountain cliff with a bridge down the middle of it. Whoa, that would be cool. I like that. It's not a rectangle, it's just an elongated cube. That's some big brain stuff right there. All right, I'm gonna move it closer to the center so this corner also isn't such a pain to deal with. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry for zipping around so fast. Call it an E cube for short. Now you're just making up stuff. So I'm gonna need to select all of this mess somehow. Because I would love to move it in a fell swoop. That would be convenient. No, 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 that's too much. That's too much. Do not select all of this. That is too much. Please unselect. Oh, for crying out loud. Oh, are they mixed in? That's never fun. Okay, we'll just do a do-over. There's the top. There we go. There's the furthest fence. Good, good. Maybe it could be called a strip. Yes, strip. That would have been a valid option. Calling that a cube is really stretching it. Honestly, the hilariousness of you saying stretching it, because you be like stretching it. No, I completely agree. We can't ignore the democratic vote that took place to name it cube. This is not a friggin' democracy. This is not a democracy. And another thing, I don't know that I like democracy. I don't know that I like democracy. Fight me, Helldiver. I don't care. I'm not sold on democracy. Cuboid is a cube with rectangular sides. I did not know that. It's not a democracy, it's a hypocrisy. The similarity to hypocrisy is just like chef's kiss. It's a hypocrisy. Oh my gosh. I kind of love that. I kind of love that. But no, this is not a democracy. That is the way this is. I'm not convinced that that's the best way. Because anyway, I'm not going to talk about democracy today. We're not going to get into a discussion about democracy. Okay, so I need to make sure I select all of the cows. I like strip a lot. Block was second place on that poll. And so I approved block. Because block can be any size. Strip is a good one. Tile, strip, section, all good. Should be called ground. Well, I guess my problem with ground is that there already is a ground. And so I wanted it to have a name that was unique from other things. Level chunk. Chunk is good too. Yeah, chunk is good too. Wait, the person who campaigned for cube is changing their position. They're flip-flopping to chunk. I like that. Floor. Floor is like already a thing. Also, I mean, I like how we're deciding again what to call it. I like chunk. Chunk is a really good one. I'm changing because you're not making it cube. I like chunk. Why are you doing arrows? Because we're not a democracy. Just slap the keyboard and let that be the name. A chunk cube. That's what I do, and it's not confusing at all. I bet it's not. I bet it's not. No, I mean, if you think about it, you probably get some unique names out of it. Chunk is really good. I like chunk. I could get into chunk. I'll refactor it all to be chunk. I'll do that. I could get used to it. Chunk. Chunk is fun. Chunk. 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 What's up, Stick Blood? The arrows are the stratagem for a democratic nuke. What is Dragonblade on about? You had a birthday party with your family. I like how you said, sorry, I had to go to my birthday. I hope you did. I hope you did have to go to your birthday. My goodness. I hope it was lovely. I hope it was nice. Name it EGAD Egress of Extreme Enlightenment. Or EEOEE for short. Wow. Okay. I like chunk. I'd be willing to refactor it into chunk. It is going to require some work. The definition of chunk? I think probably a piece of something of a varying size would be my guess. Something along those lines. A thick, solid piece of something. Divide something into chunks. It's a North American word, apparently. Evidently. I feel like if you make the full version of this game one day, a custom chunk maker would be cool. Yeah, that would be cool. Sounds like a lot of work. And it seems like I don't really understand why, but I can see why that would be cool. I feel like I haven't gained a lot of space here on the corners. Like, I'm still nervous about these corners. But, I mean, it's better. It's not worse. Chunks would be a division of the level. Oh, true! Excellent point. Excellent point. Oh, no. Oh, not oh, no. Just kidding. No, oh, no. Unknown. My sister bought for me a new headset, and my brother bought for me a watch, and my dad bought for me a ranch simulator. What? What kind of ranch? That sounds cool. Those are some cool prizes. I said prizes. Presents. You got a prize for being such and such old. Dude, those are some solid gifts. I'm trying to change, like, my lighting. I feel like I've got this, like, weird shadow. It's very hard to eliminate all the shadows. If not impossible. And then if I put the light in too weird a spot, it reflects on my glasses. Okay, anyway. This is not, oh, but then there's this. Ugh. Impossible. Unfixable. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Or does it? Dun 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 dun. The Game Ranch Simulator by Toxic Dog. Wow. It looks kind of fun. Looks like fun. Rogi is working on the Godot 4 shaders course. It has a bit of a slow start, but still interesting to learn the basics. Decided to take a break and get back to it tomorrow. Dude, we just made a shader. We literally just made a shader to apply these two colors to a mask. We just had our own little shader course. By the way, what Pierogi is talking about is a Godot 4 shader course. You can find this link in the description box. And these are Humble Bundles. And if you use the link in the description box, you can actually support this channel by buying something you might already like buy. So if you use the link in the description, it'll bring you to this page with software bundles from Humble Bundle. And this Godot 4 Humble Bundle actually comes in a couple different forms. So normally, all of these gamedev.tv tutorials, plus it comes with some assets. This would all be $1,150. But for $25, you can get all of this stuff, and if you adjust the donation, that's if you use the link in the description box, you can actually support this channel as much as you want, or as little as you want, but some of it can come here, and it can help make sure I keep doing these streams. And here's the one Rogi is talking about. So if you set it to just $1, if you pay only $1, you'll get one thing, and it is a shaders course. It's a whole course on how to do shaders, that thing we've been doing today in Godot. And It's very thorough, as Rogi is reporting. And yeah, it looks super awesome. So yeah, link is in the description box if you're interested in checking this out. And I appreciate Rogi for picking it up, so that way it can help support this channel. This game looks so... I don't even know what kind of ranch. It looks so interesting. Honestly, it looks so relevant to like what I'm making. Like, I'm gonna kind of like borrow some asset designs from this right now. Like, what? Like, this barn is amazing. It's even got cows and stuff. Rogi says the course is very good. I find faults in it because I have 2 degrees in education, but the faults I find are minimal. Yeah, and so, you know, that's the thing. When you're doing humble bundles, or getting humble bundles, there's going to be, you know, not necessarily a guarantee of what you're getting, because you're getting so many different things. So you have to judge for yourself if it's going to be something that helps you. They have a lot of different bundles, not just this Godot 4 one. They have Unity and Unreal ones. But yeah, I appreciate hearing that, because I actually bought it myself. I actually own this myself. And look, you know, these aren't professional academics like Rogi. These are just people sharing their knowledge. But I'd be interested at some point to hear your critiques about it. Stardew-like. Oh, it's kind of like Stardew Valley. Interesting. This game looks cool. I'd love to hear your experience with it. It honestly looks fun. I'm genuinely intrigued by it. Okay, so we'll refactor them into chunks at some point, okay? Right now, I'm going to keep working on this so we don't get too distracted. But I am fully okay with it being called chunks. Oh, I just realized there's a little dirt patch over here that I accidentally left in. I want to turn normal nighttime jobs into psychological horror games. That seems pretty... It seems like a thing. I think that's a thing. I think I've played a couple horror games like that. Especially like, I've played a lot of gas station night shift games. Seems to be a popular choice. Actually, I need it to be further out on this edge. We can fix that. Oh yeah, Five Nights at Freddy's. There you go. But I guess, Ed, you're saying even more night job psychological horror games. There's not enough. More are needed. So yeah, this is the shader that Dragonblade, Brenio, myself, and the internet helped us put together. So I can have this mask here and set it to any 2 colors that I want. Which is nifty and convenient. A nighttime zookeeper? Ooh, I like that. I mean, that is scary. That is actually very scary. Animals are dangerous, and then you've like got them in captivity. They don't want to be in captivity. What if there's like people who are in captivity? I don't know. Animals are cute. Animals are cute. They are. But then they're cute, and then they're not cute. They seem cute, but it turns out they've got some secrets. Like Freddy Fazbear. Except they're real. And it really makes sense too, the zookeeper thing, because if you think about it, Somebody has to take care of the animals at night. They don't just take care of themselves. It's not like it's like, okay, we're done for the night. We're closing up. All right, animals, you be good. You be good, guys. You know what? I kind of want to change this. Oh yeah, Progigon's name did change. It did, because Progigon's working on a YouTube channel. You gotta go. Yeah, I'm so glad you helped me. Yeah, you learn when you help others learn. I love that. Yes, thank you so much for your help. It's been a great pleasure. I didn't mean to disappear. I said, thanks for your help. Peace. Yeah, it's been a pleasure. It's nice meeting you. Thanks for coming through. And I'll see you next time, maybe. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't yet. Goodbye for now, Brennio. Yeah, it is nice how helping others learn can help you learn yourself. Maybe? Maybe is good enough for me. I'll take a maybe. Today's your first day with a no 9-to-5 job, so I spent some time structuring my channel and delving into game dev topics. Bye, Brennio. Feels good to re-enter into game dev. Yeah. Okay, I'm starting to think I want to handle this differently. Like, I don't know, I keep changing the, like, brush size. I had a really funny idea for a Lee's stream. Lee's is invisible for a while. Okay, let's see how this idea goes. Alright, guys, I am here, and I'm doing things. Lee's pre-records her chair and just keeps it on loop where her webcam should be. You know, I used to have a freeze thing, but I don't think I have it anymore. I used to have a way to just freeze the camera where it was at. No Lee's, just chair. I don't think I have it anymore. But I should add it, because it's like an awesome filter. It shouldn't be, but I'm so used to you being there. Yeah. Let me be clear. Hyperchair dev. I wish I had that filter for you. Cat stream? Yeah, I guess I can't control the cats. But, it's understandable. That's understandable. Cats are delightful. So the cat that was usually showing up on stream, he just kind of like got over his issues. Because we had recently rescued him, like literally from outside. We brought him inside. And he was just very needy because he was lonely. And he loved to cuddle like neurotically, wanting to cuddle constantly, all the time. Please don't abandon me, please don't abandon me. And he started to get a little bit better about separating himself, being on his own, not needing to cuddle 24/7. So he's not all up in my business like he used to be. I pay billions just to become a regular house cat. Not a furry, just want to be lazy. Wow. Yeah, that's fair. No, that's fair. Because pets get so much attention. They really, I mean, assuming, well, the only thing is it's kind of a gamble. Who is going to be your parent? You know, you might get a pet owner who doesn't take good care of you. Although, to be fair, a lot of animals will just accept their crappy situation. So you would also have to just be like, well, my life sucks, but I don't care because I'm an animal. Doop, 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 doop. So do you feel good about that or not? Hold on, guys. I gotta use the loo. I'll be right back. I will be right back. Enjoy the music, stretch your legs. Talk amongst yourselves. Less than 2 minutes. Edward would pay billions to just become a regular house cat. You're in the loo, we're in the loop. Loop backwards is pool without the L, is poo. And that what you do in the loo. Wow. Well done. Well said. Wise words. Wise words. Cheers! Okay. So, here's what I'm thinking. I don't want to be just, like, painting anymore. I think this is silly. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make some shapes. I don't know. I don't like doing this painting. I'm still trying to, like, find, like, a workflow I feel good about here. Since, as I've said, I'm gonna need to do hundreds of these. So, I'm going to try something different. Based on this design. So this is, I mean, this is generally the shape, right? You can't say homeowner without meow. Oh! That's pretty good. I'm actually impressed with that. I'm gonna use a, we're gonna use a path here. So I'm just gonna drag, or not drag, but I'm gonna draw some shapes on here. Can't say eat without eat. Okay. Alright. 8. You proved him wrong, Dragonblade. You got him. It sounds like a saying that is embroidered on a pillow that has far too much hair on it. It does. It does. It absolutely does sound like that. Oh, the cat has come. Hello, kitty cat. Do you wanna, I don't, but do you? Come here. Come here. Come on, it's okay. Come on, yeah, come on. I mean, I don't want to get cat hair on me, but come on up. Yeah, it's okay. Come on. Come on up. I promise. I know, but you can come up. Just do it. Just do it. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome. Welcome to the party, buddy. Come on over. Hello. Hello. I love you, buddy. I love you. I love you so much. Oh, I love you so much. Not the best view on the cat, but he's there. Do you wanna try to cuddle? Come on. Come on. I don't want the cat hair. I don't. But I love you. And you were summoned. He'll get grouchy. Because he's not gonna be happy with how much I move. Okay. There we go. Yes, cat. Yes, cat. Cat has entered the building. Stop it! He wants to play. He's gonna start nibbling. This is not gonna work out well. This is not gonna work out well. Hi, buddy. I love you. Yes, I do. Okay, so I'm gonna draw these paths on here. Ouch! He's kneading. He's kneading sharply. Alright, I'm gonna make a selection from this path. It's not gonna be perfect. So I'll have to make some adjustments. Ouchies, dude. Ugh. But I'm just getting a little tired of all of this painting. So obviously that's a bit small. That's a bit small. The interrobang emoji is my favorite emoji. Okay. Yeah, I guess it has a certain something about it. Obviously, this needs to be larger. I'm just gonna scale it. For what we're doing here, it does not need to be super high quality. I would like it to be centered. I think it could help, but maybe not. It is a small amount of effort to set up. What are you talking about? What are you even talking about, Rogi? Yeah, Rogi, I'm not gonna use Krita, alright? I'm already using a program that I like. Stop trying to convince me to use Krita. I've had it. I'm done with the Krita, okay? This program is fantastic. I know how to use it. It's what I'm gonna use. I'm not gonna switch to Krita. There's no problem that you need to solve right now, and I disagree that it would help. Alright? It would slow me down. Hey, what's up, Muhammad? Welcome. Really, it's more about discovering the right process that I need here. So I'm gonna make this a little bit larger. Maybe put that right about there. Yes, I don't know if you know this program. It's called GIMP. A new image manipulation program, and it has all of those features. It pretty much has everything Krita has. It's just a little different. And so what I'm gonna do is pretty much what you were saying, but I'm not gonna use Krita because I'm using this program. But before I do that, I'm gonna make this area fit in here. The most expensive type of eggs is caviar. All right. Wow. That is kind of a fun fact. I've never had, actually I have. I've had roe. The stuff you get at sushi restaurants. But I've never had caviar specifically. You just know a lot about eggs. If you need to know about eggs, talk to Edward. Edward's gotcha covered. Eggward. I'm just gonna straighten this out a little bit here. Great. Now the cat's gonna take a poop to assert its dominance. Put this over here, and I want this to go a little lower. Oops. Drag this path down a tiny bit. Alright, create the selection. Update that shape. Let's see if we're a little closer. A little bit. A little bit. Okay, add a little more along the edge. And I'm just kind of experimenting with different ways to get what I want. Nice. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, and so then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna apply a blur to it so we can get that uniform edge thing that you were talking about. You see? And we can get a much more effective blur this way. I have a feeling I'm gonna want this to be a little larger before I do that. I don't really want it to just fit in there. I'd like it to be more that the blur is around the edges of the fence. I'm gonna change the way this is overlaid just so I can see underneath and make sure I'm kind of keeping it generally centered. I'm also gonna break the uniformity of the scale, although it's gonna lead to a couple issues, but we'll get there. Maybe, you know what I'd rather do? Let me do a smudge. Let me do a hard edge smudge. Whoa. That wasn't exactly what I wanted. Whoa, 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 whoa. Why is it doing that? Okay, fine, I won't do a smudge. It'd be nice if I was if I had it rotated. Let me try perspective. Almost pasted a link into YouTube instead of Discord. Yeah, YouTube will not abide by that. Yeah, shearing isn't really what I want either. I guess I'll just scale it and then rotate it. What I want is to grow the top and the sides. Separately. But it'll be fine. See, now we're going too far off the edge there. Stretch out, not along X and Y. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But that's, you know. Oh, this is nifty. At least that gives me a little more control there. What would be great here is like a vector, honestly. But I think instead what I'll do... Oh, you know what I should do? Grow. That's what I'll do. So I'm gonna select the edges, or let's go from the inside. This is gonna help. Yeah. Rotate it and then stretch it or something. Yeah, it's okay. I kind of just want to sort it out, you know? I'm always much more hesitant to take advice when it comes to, like, art stuff. Especially when it's not Blender. You know, unless you, like, know this program. But even then... This is good, so let me export that. Really, I just want a perimeter. Yes. Nice. This is perfect. Okay, so now I'm gonna bring up the blur. Because I enjoy the touch and feel of it. More so than straight up problem solving. So this is gonna blur it a little further than I want. Because I don't want it to hit these corners, these edges. But I think there is like a setting. Oh, abyss policy? Maybe not, but sometimes there's a way you can make sure it doesn't go beyond the edges. I don't need to blur it that much anyway. We can always clean it up if it's a problem. Okay. Let's see what that's like. Nice. Yeah, it seems like it's a little brown there. And the reason why I don't want that, because it's going to be a hard edge. Let's play it and let's see. But it's going to be a hard edge. It's a little further around the edges than I want anyway. So I'll bring it in some and then blur it again. I like how we just saw it for a second. Just a quick second. The hard edge isn't that noticeable. It's like barely noticeable. A little bit though. When you get close, you can really see it. Right there. It's a little more blended than I actually want it to be though. So I'm gonna come back from the grow, and we're gonna not grow it that much. Yeah, let's try that. So then if I export it this way, you'll see it's a little around the sides. And this is kind of why I wanted to do the X and Y separately. You know, some sides are like bigger than others, but it's not that bad. This is pretty good. I feel good about this. And then I'll come back to the blur. Oh, I forgot the thing was underneath it. Definitely don't want that. Let's try like this. See where that gets us. Nice. Should be enough space to keep it from having a hard edge there. End of that music page? I believe so. $50 songs down, 50 more to go. And only 4.5 hours of work left. Minimum. Minimum. So we're just getting started, y'all. Remember to hit that thumbs up button if you haven't yet. It helps a lot. Thank you. It's okay. It still feels a little longer here. I don't want to nitpick, but I do want to like establish a norm of what I do for sections like this. Yeah, it's definitely longer on one side, but we can fix that. And I'd like to see it blur a little harder. So what I'm gonna do well, because the grow kind of like rounds the edges a bit. But I'm just gonna kind of guesstimate what I want to snip off here. Create a selection, invert it, delete that. Select this, grow it. Fill that in. Blur it. I'd like a slightly more aggressive blur. Let's see where that gets us. Ooh, nice. Wrong level. That level's glitched. Loading that level, devastation. Not ideal. You know, more and more I'm thinking today, I might want to try to have control over the pieces that load in. By the way, I'm not doing any devlogs next week. Just so you know. Wednesday and Thursday, no streams. Which always makes me sad because it means I have to like do a lot today. Or at least it feels that way. This is good. You know, because it's a bit misshapen, it kind of comes off the edge here a little more than I want. But this looks really good. So maybe I'll just fix that misshapenness. And it should be fun. I'm gonna undo this stuff. See how it kind of has a little tail right here? I need to deal with that. You know, on one hand, maybe it adds like a more naturalness to it. On the other hand, does it though? Actually, I kind of like leaving that underneath. Select this, make it bigger, fill it in, and then I'll repeat the blur. And then I feel like the edges are kind of like pointy or something. You know what I kind of want to do is like shift it down a bit. Yeah. This seems good. And then I want to do it on the other section as well. And I'd love to get some paths that kind of imply like a road. Not like a road, like a paved road. Just dirt roads. Keeping it dirty. You know, maybe coming out of here. All up on this section. And then there is like a secret house that's out of bounds over here. It'd be kind of nice if there was a path to that. I'm not exactly sure how I want to handle things like roads. Probably similar to this. But it's a little tough, right? Because we have a mask that helps us deal with 2 colors. Or blending. It's like a 2D gradient between color 1 and color 2. If I want to add a 3rd color in there, that seems like I don't know how that would even work. So I probably need, if I want roads, to come up with a different solution for adding those in. And I guess it'd be kind of nice if there was like a road through here. I almost want to say that would be good for like a decal. But also then given the like 45-degree nature of everything, I'd want that road to be like cutting diagonally. And then the problem with that is that has to go right, so that's gonna have to go across multiple blocks. So that's almost a problem I don't even want to deal with. You know, how the hell would I even do that? I have no idea. You know, that would lead to wanting to spawn the blocks in certain orders so they always connect to other blocks. To me, it just makes more sense to just say, how about forget roads? Unless roads always go longwise. Because then it would be explained by that they're just, yeah, they connect back here. Beyond the boundaries. We're off the road. Eventually, like with the city blocks, that's going, and even the town, that's gonna have to be figured out. At some point, I'm gonna have to figure out how things between blocks connect with each other. I can kind of get around it on the cattle ranch and the farm stuff. But beyond that, eventually, I'm gonna need to figure out how roads connect. Alright, well, let's just worry about dirt for now. But I'm starting to think I might want to play with that today. But it's gonna be messy. So as for this other section over here, I'm gonna do something very similar. I think I'll just start by smearing on some paint. Not a smooth stroke, please. Make it softer and smaller. I mean, at least, let me make another layer. It at least kind of connect over here. Oh, and let me bring that force down just a bit. So let me just see what that does. come to a top down. Just want to get like a general idea of that shape. That's too big. And then I'll go in there and make a more particular shape. That actually fits. And really, you know, I could also drag it a little bit over here, so it's not just like a square or a rectangle. Oh, we're starting to get a little close to the edge. Gotta be careful. It almost makes sense that there to be like a little dirt in the middle too. You know, maybe like connecting them somehow. Okay, so now if I want a more particular shape, well, I'm also going to adjust this a little bit. Yeah, it's nice, right? Just to like see it pop up. Do a little adjustment here. It's like what I'm going for is to establish a workflow, because I'm gonna need to do this on a lot of tiles. Chunks. I'm gonna need to do this on a lot of chunks. This song is Stellar Wind by Unicorn Heads. It makes me think it's applicable in more complex ways too. Interesting, like what? I think that makes sense. It sounds true. Full in-engine texture painting. Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I think there's probably plugins. And you could even make up your own plugin if you wanted. Totally. Yeah, because it's so straightforward. Spectacular, stellar winding winds, like wings of a unicorn. You know, you've got some poetry abilities. Edward. You may already know that, but I'm noticing it more. But yeah, in-engine would be nice. I'm allergic to plugins. But it would definitely be nice. I think I need to solidify this a little more over here. You know, I always have to keep clicking back into Godot to make sure it applies it. Edgar Allan Poe, yeah. And I've seen a lot of stuff on Twitter, people setting up workflows that, well, you know, people setting up workflows where they're working in a separate program and then and then it just updates automatically in Godot. But yeah, in-engine texture painting seems like a thing. See how weird this is? Like, it's like, even though I have this little nubbin over here, it doesn't look like a nubbin in there. is kind of weird. There's definitely some weird perspective things. Not like actually, just like tricks the mind a little. But yeah, I think it's cool too. So I actually want to get much closer to the edge so I can do that blur, or not the blur, but grow. So it's just a little bit more uniform. Roads are going to be tough. Really difficult. I'm a bit afraid of that challenge, actually. You know, I guess maybe I'll set up like different regions, or like make sure roads only appear in certain possible spots only, and then we can assign a group or something, like has, or some, not a group, but like some kind of property. Can you make the roads as separate meshes even if they're just planes? And you're saying like it would stretch across multiple tiles? Or you meant for... I see what you're saying, yeah. Yeah, I would probably do something like that. I'd either use decals or maybe a separate mesh. Although I'm leaning more towards decals, the tiles thing. Yeah, if it goes across multiple tiles, I mean, the only thing is that tile would need to know that it could possibly be there. What is the block level 1 cattle ranch one for? This? Up here? The black painting thing you have. This? This is a mask. So this mask, when I make a change to it, like if I do that and I export it, you'll see it goes away up here. And that's because we set up a shader that looks for black, white, and every value in between black and white. And then that shader will apply one of these two colors right here. One to the black and one to the white. So green goes to the white. So I could make it, you know, some other color. And it'll put the green, this lime green, onto that white area. And I could change the brown to this pink color. And it'll make that. And then the grays, or the soft parts here, that are between black and white, here it's trying to blend that bright pink with the bright green, and then it's just coming up with white because they're not blending very well. But yeah, so that's what that is. So it's a mask. So I'm trying to paint this mask so the dirt will appear as I would like it to. You like pastels? Pastel green with yellowish green and tiles. It makes for a good art style. Yeah, you have a good eye for that kind of stuff, for sure. I'm not as great with color combos, although I'm learning how to find them better. It did look like Trix yogurt. Yeah, I was trying to pick some extreme colors. Or they were like watermelon colors. But like watermelon candy colors, specifically. So I'm trying to get like a tight fit around the area that I want in Godot. And then I'm going to expand it a bit and then blur that expansion. So it's just fairly uniform. More or less uniform. Oops. Got rid of a little more than I meant. Something I was saying earlier, I need to make sure I pick up my brush once in a while. So that way I have an undo that doesn't set me back too far. I often just want to do a full stroke, but then I lose out on being able to undo it, which is not ideal. So I'd like to spend some time on this, but the faster I can get at it, the better. I think the more I familiarize myself with the steps, the easier it'll get. You never learned to pick up your mouse for more undos. You've gotten better. It's hard. It's so hard. And like, it seems like no matter how much I learn it, I'm gonna forget once in a while. Because sometimes I'm just in that flow and I want to like keep the paint flowing. And it's just such a computer's thing to be optimizing it for undo. I mean, if I'm painting something on a canvas, IRL, I don't need to worry about no undos. Which I guess if you think about it, you could just not worry about it here as well, and just make sure you always do a perfect stroke every time. That's a little ridiculous. If the undo option is available, it's kind of torturous to pretend like it isn't there. Why do that to yourself? I don't think I overdid this. No, I think you're doing this just right, at least. Because, I mean, ultimately, I'm just going to trace over a lot of this. But I think this is good, because now I am getting a good general sense of what is exactly the shape. Alright, I'm gonna start tracing it soon. Because I just feel like this is pretty good enough. Alright, so then the next step I'm gonna add a new layer. And then I'm gonna trace over the top here. with some paths. I'm gonna make this full screen. Kind of just get that shape. Kind of doesn't matter what I do over here. So I'm just adjusting these like curves. So that it generally fits the shape that I've made here. Oops. Okay, that's about the shape. Calc 1 helps me do this Bezier thing because we were taught to describe shapes on curved graphs. Okay, how? How does that help you? It's not like you can... You mean, what do you mean? Like inputting data points with numbers? Recognize where the points can go to mimic shapes that I sketch out. I have to take your word for it. It sounds pretty useful. Okay, and then, you know, if I export this, it'll be a little weird. It's a little smaller on the edges in the back there, which could be okay. So this, we need a little more space over here, and I'll straighten it out a little there. That's pretty good. Yeah, I really have to take your word for it on that, Rogie. Your girl never made it to calculus. But I'm sure somebody out there can appreciate what you're saying. There's certain points with special names. Very impractical to learn it that way. Yeah, I just like draw them, move them. But it sounds like they would help you like visualize things in your head. Ah yes, the YouTube Premiere music. Should I remove it from the playlist? I kind of like that it's there. Also, since we got YouTube Partner, technically, I can add a 3-minute trailer before live streams that'll play, which I am gonna do as sort of a starting soon screen. And I do wonder if I don't want to use YouTube Premiere music for it. But I don't know. It helps you when sketching and also when tracing over my sketches. That sounds awesome. To like be able to like use math to like visualize the art that you're making as you're making it. It's pretty cool. It's kind of beautiful. Alright, now that I got this specific shape, it's time to grow it and blur it. So we're going to select it. Grow it. Fill in the growth. Hey, Psychonic, welcome. How are you doing? Thanks for stopping in. I'm doing some texturing stuff. Let's just do the same Gaussian blur. Oh, and blurred it quite a bit more. But what we can do is keep this other one underneath it. I wonder if it's not one of those settings I've got in the Gaussian blur. I'm doing really good. I'm a little tired, but I'm doing well. Myself. Different filter seems to fill it in. That's much better. That's much more what I want. I should remember the size I should save this as a preset, honestly, so I can remember. I already guessed maybe something like that. So we'll say, let's do 25. It's just an easier number to remember. I'm gonna add this as a preset. Terrain blur. How are you doing, Psychonic? I'm good. I'm a little tired, but I'm taking a break next week. I'm not gonna do Wednesday, Thursday devlogs, so I am quite comfortable being a little tired today. Curious if you do any drawing. It's one of those things that I feel is useful for game dev, but I'm too lazy to learn. Yeah, me too. I mean, I've doodled, but definitely 100% do not know drawing. I do Blender streams every Monday for members. By the way, if you aren't on a YouTube brand account, hit that join button underneath this video. Tap the 3 dots in the top right. Go to gift settings, and you can opt in to received gift memberships. And then yeah, so I do Blender streams every Monday, which is a member stream, 6 to 10 hours, just like these. And that has felt a bit like drawing. It's different. Oh, you probably have a brand account then, Psychonic, unfortunately. It's very irritating. But YouTube, they have these two different kinds of accounts, brand accounts and personal accounts. It's stupid. And you know, it's a weird thing. But for whatever reason, brand accounts can't receive gift membership. So I'll show you what it looks like on mine. Funny enough, my entire channel is not a brand account. So if I click on join here, and then hit these 3 dots, go to gift settings, I've got allow gifts, and I can toggle this on or off. But yeah, unfortunately, if you have a brand account, you can't get it. So if you search up like YouTube brand account gift memberships, you can find a lot of people complaining about it. And it's not necessarily easy. It says instructions to fix, but I've heard people talk about fixing it. Sometimes will remove their like comments and stuff. Don't do this if you have active memberships. There's asterisks to it. You're on a brand account? Haven't received any, thought I was unlucky. Related to your profile type. Until a couple years ago, your primary YouTube account used the same name as other Google services. So if you wanted to comment on VTuber streams with a different name to the one you use on your Gmail, you had to set up a second channel with a different name. Those second profiles are counted as brand accounts. So there was some point where making another account of some kind just automatically is a brand account. And it says you can change it, but be careful. It might, right, it deletes all your old comments. So if you've made a comment on a video, switching to a personal account from a brand account will lead to your old comments being deleted. So know that. Oh, you switched to Progagon around that time? Keep your account name, profile picture, subscriptions, memberships, and any videos that you uploaded, and you'll now receive membership gifts. Oh no, you will lose your channel memberships. Right, so I think it's just if you make a separate account. Where does the name Progagon come from? And where did it go? This person's so mad. Yeah, it's like Google Plus. It's some leftover from the Google Plus bullcrap that happened. People so mad. It does suck. It does suck, but yeah. All I've lost were the comments on previous videos. So something to think about. Alright, let me see what this looks like. It looks okay. Looks alright. Yes. Symbolic meanings in the intersection of math and art. Pierogi plus polygon. Polyogi? That's awesome. Polygony? It looks like bologna. Pologna. Polony. Polony. Polyogi is kind of awesome. Alright, there's something a little flat about it all, I will say. But it's there, it's something. Bologna. Whoa, welcome to the great land of Bologna. It all feels a bit intentional. But at least it adds some more context to everything. I feel like it should be, you know, it just, like some of this should also be a little brown over here. But just a little. It's just that the mask is a little aggressive. So, like, I mean, if I add just a little bit. Like a very, very faint. So I'm gonna bring the opacity way down. 4K ultra high definition grass blades win. Never. Absolutely never. I know you're joking. But I want to keep it as stupid simple as possible until it's released as a demo. And then basically I'm embracing programmer art right now. Oh, that looks pretty transparent, actually. I'm going for programmer art right now. And then at some point, you know, when the game is being remade, resilience to scope creep is admirable. Thank you. I'll make it look pretty in the future. I want the game to be playable, and if you look at it as a player, you say, I get what that is. I get what that is. That's a cattle ranch where a lot of cattle have walked around, and so the dirt is worn down. Got it. Dirt path. Understood. You know, rather than like looking amazing. But, you know, that doesn't mean I don't have some criteria for making it look better. Alright, so let me add some more, like, kind of fadey outy stuff. And I keep that opacity a little low. And just maybe do some things here. So it sort of like logically extends out. I don't know exactly if this is gonna look quite like I want. But I'm determined to keep it from being quite so harsh. And you know, I just care about making a game. That's what I care about more than anything. But also establishing some general, visual principles. And it's not to say that there couldn't be blades of grass added in without much complexity. It's possible. It's certain. It's okay. It looks a little messy. It's like I just pooped all over it. And then smeared the poop around. I don't know about that. I'll lighten it up a little bit and then have it be a little bit more gradual. So add a couple more layers of darkness on here. Layers of darkness. I actually don't really like it in there all that much. Then I'm gonna add a little blur. So it just blends together a bit. You know, it's tough because since it is all just on one strip, it's always going to kind of be a bit isolated from the rest of the level. Which, I mean, it's a very arbitrary limitation being imposed. Other than that's what the block sizes all already are. I'll wait. No, take your time. I'll wait for the block to appear. Go ahead. No, it's random. So, there's a 1 in 20 chance that it appears. So, something like that. More or less. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm not paused this time. I'm actually moving. Okay, there it is. That actually looks pretty good. Oh, I like that. I think that looks fun. Good, great. Simple texturing workflow for the ground and the dirt achieved. You know, part of me wants to even like desolidify this a little bit, like add some sort of like noise in here. It's kind of beautiful. So maybe I'll find like a little confetti brush here. Yeah, Dungeon. Yeah, it turned out we just had to... I don't remember at what point you left, but pretty much it turned out we just had to unload the shader file and reload it back on to the mesh, and then it worked. At least when we were having a big issue, that resolved it. It was something just kind of stupid like that. But at least it came together. I'm gonna increase the spacing on this brush. Godot, yes. I'm gonna add some dynamics to the brush. I need some more aggressive dynamics than that, please. Dynamics random. Whoops. I like the sound of that. Yeah. And then I'm gonna space it out even more. Just kind of want to just add some noise in there a little bit. That's a little too random on those dynamics. I don't really want the opacity to be random. Oh, these options are tiny. That's a little itty bitty. I don't think that's gonna help me. Oh, I have to like edit it here. Oh, yes, dynamics editor. Okay, please do not change the opacity. Wait. It's not letting me click it. Is it because it's... Oh. Wait, I'm gonna... I might not be able to edit it because it's not a custom one. Okay, let me make a custom one. Wait. Why can't I change these settings? I'm clicking on them. But nothing is happening. Hey. I said be different. I'm in charge. Okay. Oh, okay. Alright. Cool, cool. So that's locked. Let me just look that up real quick. GIMP Brush Dynamics Custom. Click one of the paint tools, right? Yes. Ooh, 2013. It's a good long time ago. At the bottom, do create new. Oh, here? Save tool preset. Wait, there is no create new. Oh. Oh, here! That's where it is. Right there. Nope, that's larger preview. What? What? Oh man! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, dang it. It's okay. Ah! No! Found the secret close button! Yes, recover! Yes, recover! You know, I had exported it, but I wasn't necessarily saving the layers. This looks fine. Thank you. Thank goodness. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna save it. I mean, it was saved, but I guess since it's recovered, it's a different file now. We're good. Everything is fine. Okay, and then I'm gonna try again to create a brush dynamic. I do honestly borderline expect the same result, but I'm trying it anyway. Oh, there it is. Crash. Yeah, right, that. Opening the dynamic selection dialog through the brush tool crashes GIMP, but opening it through Windows dockable dialogues works fine. Windows dockable dialogues. Okay, I can do that. I can do that. GitLab vomit. I've never used GitLab. Is that why GIMP is just so kind of hacky? Windows, that's the reason. Dockable dialogues, paint dynamics. There it is! Alright. It's so sad. Did this get closed? Okay, it's open. Alright, good. I'm like, this should stay open. It's not just so-and-so. It's me too. Okay, now I'm gonna try to create my own brush dynamics. It's so tiny. Create a new one. Yes. Now I can click. Thank you. Random size and angle. That's what I want. That's it. And then I'm gonna call this random size and angle. I think that's a good name for it. Alright. We got there. Okay, get my paintbrush. I'm gonna hang on to this tab. Seems useful. Change my color. Change my brush. Change the spacing. I wouldn't say that size is particularly random. Oh, it is. No, it is. This is good. That's what I want. Yeah, something like that. Oh, if I change the brush, all the settings change. That's okay. Let's blur it up a little bit. Yeah, something like that. Just to like kind of simulate some noise. A little bit. It's a bit more aggressive than I had in mind. Okay. I'm gonna blur it a bit. Maybe even go in there and erase some of it with that same brush. It's being very conservative. Ooh. I don't know how noticeable it'll be, but we'll see. Not at all. Wow. Okay. Gonna need to bump that up just a tiny bit. This is the maximum exposure setting. Let me try brightness, contrast. It's so subtle. I cannot see difference. Very much magnifying glass seems necessary here. Okay, but I mean, if I come in here and smash white all over it. Obviously, that will be immediately obvious. It just has like a very particular threshold here. But even that is pretty... Oh, and it's also not doing a full white. That would be part of the problem. Wait, but it's... Okay, wait, export it. Show me full green. Okay, there's a full green. It looks blue? Yeah, I think it just wasn't actual white. It was like an off-white. They defaulted to an off-white. So I have to adjust the color to truly be a white. So let's just desaturate it. Is that some terrain paint? It sure is. Welcome, Pepe. It absolutely is. 110%. Okay, but can you... I mean, I'm about to just duplicate it. And like multiply it or something. Oh, we got some spots. We got some spots coming in. It's kind of what I want. Yeah, just a little noise. Yeah. Just some noise. I'm gonna smudge it around a bit, though. I don't know why it's stamping so aggressively. Oh yeah, no erasing effect. It might be overkill, but, you know, it's good practice just to see what happens. Very subtle. Wow. So subtle. It's really, there's like a very... What, high threshold? Low threshold? Whatever. There's an extreme threshold where it really only sees like the very bright ones. Would have been cool if the military had like fake areas, only cardboard cutouts of actual areas. Why? Why? Why would they do that? Seriously, I mean, like really, why would they do that? Fake cutouts Why would they do that? I don't understand. I'm gonna really smash it to trap you. Cause of them you're evil? Yeah. Yeah. The gradients from brown to green is probably a factor. Like, maybe those colors aren't as different as we think. Maybe. You like that idea? I am not that into that idea. Wow. Threshold. It's like, jeez. All that stuff. It's barely even visible. There, it's starting to come through. A little not what I want, but at least it's visible. Wasn't that a plan the Germans used? They created wooden airstrips to try to trick the US, but the US caught on and dropped wooden bombs on them as a way of saying we caught you. I have no idea. I do not know. I do not know. I think traps are a good idea. I think traps are a good idea. I'll at least say that. I'm just gonna blur this a bit. Possibly regrettably. Activated your trap card. Lost 300 hit points. Is that a Marvel Snap reference or something? Yu-Gi-Oh! Whoever owns this farm is really bad with how they spread out gravel paths. Thanks, Pepe. It's dirt. Maybe that's a UK thing to call it gravel. And it's less intentional and more just like wear. The idea is supposed to be it's like wear and tear. The entire thing is really uneven. Oh, you're Edward, not Pepe. You're from the United States. Yeah. Yeah, it's supposed to just kind of be natural, not intentional. I think it looks pretty good at this point. I don't really know that I need to do much more. I like it. Good experiment. Still surprised at how bright I have to make it for it to register. as should be green. You know, I kind of want to fill that in a little more. It almost looks a little too smeary. Almost like I'd want more of like a fine grain appearance than something quite that blurry. I feel like I keep backtracking. It's just more layers. It's just more layers. Well, the black, that's gonna be where dirt is. I had to remind myself. Yeah, just like a little more splotchy. Blurring is tough because it can go the wrong way quickly. And then it's super not what I want. I feel only slightly that I'm being over pedantic about it. Only slightly. So then if I come in here to blur it, I have to be careful that it doesn't make it too smeary. All right, what am I doing next? Do I want to pivot? I mean, there's a lot of things I want. I want there to just be more. Maybe I'll add some more like cornfield areas. You know, or I could add more cow farm areas. You know what? Let's make this more destructible. I'm gonna make, because right now we can't actually destroy the cow barn. I'd like to do that. Just to change the task up a little bit. I am hyper game dev after all. I'm gonna take another loo break. I've been chugging tea today, just absolutely downing it. So I will be right back, less than 2 minutes. Yeah. Stretch your legs, get a snack. Be right back. Lose. I think Lose is a really pretty name. I guess a bit unfortunate with its similarity to Lou. Not as unfortunate as the similarity that Lou has to Lou. That's about as unfortunate as it gets. Alright. I mean, I do kind of want to, like, practice this workflow a little more. I don't want to just set it aside and come back to it in 2 weeks. Because, again, I'm not going to stream Wednesday and Thursday next week. So maybe I'll practice it one more time. I'll make one more cattle ranch block, or a block that demands dirt of a such. So what the heck, let's do that. So there's a bunch of levels. As I had mentioned, there's 20. There's friggin' 20 in this section, and I actually want there to be more, in theory. I'm not really sure how many I'm gonna want. Kind of depends on if it feels like enough. Where's my level 1? There it is. Stretch this out a bit. So this is what I've been working on, is this one. There's this one, which is blank and empty, and there's a bunch more. We have the cornfield, which I kind of want to add more cornfields, which I don't think need to be different. Like, maybe there could be little differences, but generally I'd like them to be the same. Maybe I'll do that. I'm gonna get rid of all these cornfields, and I'm just gonna duplicate this one 5 times, or 4 times. Hopefully, it's not gonna kill our frame rate too bad. Alright, we got a bunch of cornfields. And then I have this field. I don't know, I didn't actually add anything in there. I don't know what that would mean. Maybe there's just like trees. Yeah. Oh no, wait, there's forest. I don't know what field is supposed to be versus cornfield. In theory, I guess that's where like grass might come in. I don't know. Grass is gonna be so tiny. I guess there could just be like some like overgrowth, like grass that is way too tall, or something else. I'm not really sure. Maybe filling out the other things will help contextualize what should go there. Forest be pretty easy. And then I might want to think about like what goes underneath the forest tiles as well. You know what? I'm gonna do the forest tiles. But out of curiosity, what does it look like with all the cornfields? I guess I'm just generally just wanting to fill out the level more, is kind of the idea. It does crash sometimes due to the helicopter spawns. It's kind of a separate thing. Nice. That's a lot of cornfields. They're very small. Cornfields are generally quite big. It's kind of funny seeing them spaced apart like that. Yeah, see, this is why I almost feel like I'm gonna want more tiles too. Almost like maybe I want more cornfields. So many cornfields. Oh, the frame rate definitely drops. Wow. It drops so much. Look how high it goes right now. But then when there's a bunch of cornfields, it goes way down. I might need to optimize the cornfields even more than they already are. Because previously, there was the objects for the corn stalks was one corn stalk. And then it was just being duplicated across this whole field. And that just slowed the game to a crawl. It was unplayable. And this, while playable, and generally I'm not noticing it, it's not going below 60 yet. And so the difference is that this has 9 corn stalks per section instead of 1 corn stalk per section. Wait, I gotta be honest with you. I don't even know what a multi-mesh object is. I don't even know what that means. I don't know what that means. Do I need to do that? Welcome back. You are. Kai guy. Looks like you might have got the mass shader issue resolved. Yeah, it turned out we just had to reload it. Literally, I removed the shader from the slot. I put it back in, and the color matched. and look, that's not to say that there wasn't that one of the things we had tried didn't contribute to it working. It's just apparently it needed to also be reloaded in order for that to take effect. I know, it was such a head slap. Like, Godot, come on now. Come on now, really? You couldn't have just figured that out, reloaded it for me? But yeah, so now I got this strange looking texture here. But it looks good. The dirt comes in here despite us having a black and white image. It looks great. So big success. My thumbs up was off camera. Multi-mesh provides low-level mesh instancing. Drawing thousands of mesh instance 3D nodes can be slow, but since each object is submitted to the GPU then drawn individually, multi-mesh is much faster. It can draw thousands of instances with a single draw cell. Okay, let's do it! How do I use it? I want it! Give it to me! I'll make a GitHub commit. It doesn't really feel like I did much. I just updated files. Oh, I guess I made some more cornfields. Updated range 1 texture, added more cornfields. Nothing more to say. Nothing more to say there. Much more detailed dirt, much more control by painting a mask versus struggling with procedural noise. I remember you doing before. Yeah, right, exactly. I mean, it would be nice if that worked, but it was very unpredictable and boring. Because I'm just like limited to whatever the heck that spits out. Yeah, Kai Guy's referring to this blob here, which I managed to get out of a noise texture form. So, you know, I could come in here and adjust that noise texture and find blobs. But the problem with finding the blobs is they're gonna have a hard edge somewhere. And so it was tricky to find like where it had a soft edge. But even then, there was still a hard edge somewhere on there. Not ideal at all. I'm gonna delete it. Not interested. So much nicer to have control. Okay. It seems like there will be a bit of a sacrifice here. It might even be good to switch a bunch of your more common meshes. Yeah. So, here's the compromise I anticipate. And I could be wrong, but I might lose my Blender instancing. That is to say, so let's pull up our corn stuff. So here's a single corn stalk mesh, which is actually a bunch of, I like how I said 9. Apparently I don't count good. This is 4x3. So there's 12 on here. Or this is 5x3. I don't count good. There's 15. I said 9 at a time. It's 15. Hey, Christian. Welcome. Good to see you. I realized what a holiday it was yesterday. Oh, it was May Day. I was like, wait, it's May 1st. When you said it was a holiday yesterday, I should have registered that it's May 1st. And that's May Day. Welcome back. Good to see you. It just like dawned on me later that day. I was like, oh, May Day. Oh yeah, right. That's what it is. Not a super official holiday in the United States, but you know, among certain groups, it's celebrated. Especially like more politically left groups. It's like an unofficial holiday. Time to corn pop that corn detail. I would love to. About 11 or so, give or take. So you weren't fired. You weren't fired. That's good. Oops, it wasn't a holiday. 11.5 something, more or less. Plus or minus. So okay, so in terms of making this into a multi-mesh instance, you'll notice on the left here that these are yellow, not just because they're corn, but because they're instances, and they actually come from Blender. That is to say, if I pop open Blender and I make one little change to this corn, that change is going to be automatically updated in Godot. Now, when I bring that from Blender into Godot, it automatically creates a node 3D at the top and mesh instances from Blender. And in my experience, there's no way to change how it imports it. It might make things different. I think what is going to ultimately have to happen is a sacrifice. I think is I have to give up that direct connectivity, pretty much, which I'm kind of willing to do. So let's say I do something super obnoxious in here. Let's make it, let's come to the corn. Something we can obviously tell is a difference. I'm just gonna select a big portion of it. Just gonna make it like that. And we're gonna explode it. So if I just hit save here and hop into Godot, Godot is going to automatically update it just like my terrain painting earlier. And it's going to now look like that. A very disturbing redesign here. And then, in the game itself, that change will already be there. And we'll have these exploded corn stalks in the game. Just beautiful. So beautiful. They're so small, why not just have one corn stalk, rotate them randomly in Godot, and or do the multi-mesh thing. So I tried it with one, and the reason why I'm doing multiple is because when I only had one, the game was way, way, way too slow. And precisely because they were so small, and there were so many of them, that would cause the game to render so many objects, and it was very difficult. Now the multi-mesh thing I'm gonna look into, but I'm just kind of pointing out that, and mourning a bit, that what we're going to lose is the ability to make modifications on the fly to these meshes. Slower just one. Oh, I see what you're saying. So wait, are you saying, when you say just one, do you mean one big mesh, or are you saying one cornstalk? Because I thought you meant one cornstalk. And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying one cornstalk done multiple times slowed it down. The reason why I'm not doing one whole big thing, one cornstalk, yeah, it slowed it down. Yeah, because it was loading in all, however, 100, 200 of them are in here. Whereas here, it's loading in a huge fraction of that. Because now there's 12, 15, whatever, per, yeah, it's 5 times 3. So 15 per section. So that, you know, it's however many it was loading in, divided by 15. Which makes it a lot more efficient. So that's why it's like that. But I think multi-mesh, it sounds like a very good thing that I should be doing, is what it sounds to me like. Oh, I didn't even realize that they're overlapped. That would save too. I could probably cut down on a lot of them if I don't have this overlap here. Oh, well, this helped me notice that. But again, I'm going to lose the ability to update them from Blender right away. It's fine. It's not a big loss for being able to, you know, play the game. Kinda worth it. But still, something to keep in mind. So let's put them back to normal. And we'll try the multi-mesh thing. So ideally, I'll at least preserve these somehow. And I don't know, let's see what happens. So I'm gonna create a new multi-mesh instance 3D. It has to load everyone individually? Yes. I imagine it'll load one at a time and instance it way quicker. Way quicklier, much more better. I kind of thought that too, and then I was like, oh, I guess not. Alright, I've made my multi-mesh instance. Now, how do you configure it? What is this thing? What do we do with this? We're gonna find out. That's what a multi-mesh does. Right. I mean, maybe if we reference a mesh in the tree, that would be dope. New multi-mesh. Like, if I could just assign, like, this mesh to it, that would be freaking awesome. Then we'd be in good shape. Oh, maybe I can... I mean, I'm certainly sure I can't do that. But I'll take the blend. So this is the .blend file. Let me adjust something here. So I've got the dot blend file right here. Oh, that doesn't count. Wait a minute. Maybe I can't use a multi-mesh for this. Like maybe it has to be like a new mesh, not like an imported one. Work around it somehow. Keep the loaded Blender file as a separate node. Yeah, something like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, something like that. I'm a little worried that I can't use imported things. And it has to be like something that you create. Because it's only export the OBJ from Blender. Oh, it does do OBJ. Wow. Oh, I hate it. No, I don't want to do an OBJ. Boo. No, but if it's faster, I'll do it. I'll do it. But I love my streamlined Godot Blender pipeline. Guess it was bound to get broken eventually. All right. Okay. All right. Pity. There's nothing else. There's no other hope. It just is what it is. Okay. All right, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll export it. It's fine. Because you know what? Most objects I can save directly from Blender. Doesn't have to be all of them. Doesn't have to be all of them. Export it as an OBJ. Apply modifiers, viewport, whatever, I don't care. I hope I'll be able to set materials and stuff. Probably, right? Like, why not? That would be weird. This will be interesting. Because then, you know, in terms of the destroyed, that might be, oh, I wonder if the destroyed is going to be an issue. Because I need them each to be able to have, like each section, to be able to have a logic on it that makes it either get destroyed or not if the player runs on top of it. So if it's this multi-mesh that is doing all of these at once, I would think that's kind of like baking it. And so like, how would I change one section? This might not work. While intriguing, wouldn't that present the same problem? So Dungeon is saying, grid maps use the same multi-mesh behind the scenes. I've never used grid maps. If you set up the T-res file, you could grid map the corn into the scene. I have no idea how to do that. And keep the setup. I don't know how to do that. So does the multi-mesh... What does it do? Where is it? I see we got a surface material. Visually, I find it invisible. Instance count. It's looking very non-worky. I don't know where it is. If I drag in the OBJ, it's there. Maybe I'm just not setting it up right. And then like grid map, I don't even know what that is. Mesh library. But I don't even know how to have a T-res file. Take a lot of setup. Yeah, I guess I kind of see that. And like, I don't know. Maybe I just take the frame rate drop. Make a separate scene with your objects, save it as a T-res, import it, then you can use it. Oh! This does sound better. Okay, I'm intrigued. Okay, so this scene that I have here, can I put a scene in there? Okay, hold on. That's actually intriguing. All right, let me come to this cornfield here. I'm gonna get rid of, well, actually, oh no, it is just all these individual ones. So I'm gonna get rid of all of these. Put them in the trash. Add a grid map. This is intriguing. The objects you place in the T-res scene have to have a mesh instance as the highest level node. Oh. Oh, okay. So I will lose the Blender setup then. Because the Blender integration requires that the top level node be a node 3D. That's okay. I already let that go. Doesn't mean... Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, it's a pretty, I think, uncommonly used feature that we can link Blender and Godot. So if it's... If the top level has to be a mesh instance, does that mean that only the top level mesh instance is the one that's being multi-meshed? Because technically I need 2 separate meshes per grid square. And when one gets hit, the other needs to appear. Welcome, Gab Games. Gab Games. We're gabbing about Gab Games through a song. Gab Games. We're gabbing about Gab Games through a song. Who says gabbing can't be singing? Not me, 'cause we're singing right now. Gabbing about Gab Games through a song. Welcome, Gab Games. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Sorry about that song. Also, you're welcome. Hope you're doing good. You can put any number of children, but the mesh instance gets turned into a multi-mesh. I think it changes how it's rendered. I guess I'm just worried it's not going to save as much as it could. But maybe it will. You're welcome. You're welcome. It's awesome. Oh, come on now. I'm using grid map for my shooter game, and the entire game is made out of cubes with collision. Okay. All right, let's try it. This is certainly a promising thing, and we'll be able to compare directly to see if the frame rate is better. And if it is, great. Good. Then that was the right thing. Okay, so we need to make a new type of scene entirely. So I'm gonna come on down here. And I'm gonna duplicate this scene that we've got. And I'm gonna call it Cornstalk 01. Should be a dash 02. I guess it's like for a grid map. Well, and the thing is, well, I guess that's my question too, and not asking you because I think you necessarily know, just like putting it out there. But you know, I'm gonna want probably if the top, my guess is if the top level has to be a mesh instance, it should be the mesh that I want to get a performance boost from. Because if I just like change this to a top level mesh instance, that probably doesn't necessarily mean that mesh instances that are a child of that are going to benefit like the top level one is. I don't know if that's true. I should look at like the documentation, but my guess is if the top level has to be a mesh instance, that it also needs to be the mesh that we're trying to optimize. You don't think so? Well, now I should look it up. If you were like, oh yeah, definitely, I'd be like, yeah. But if you're not sure, then I'm definitely not sure. So let's see what we can find. Grid map, mesh instance, top level. Oh, I see. You do agree with me. Yeah, right. Like, why would it optimize children? Okay, well then I'm not gonna look it up. So I won't bother duplicating it then. I'm just gonna make a new scene from scratch. Well, wait. It's a little tricky. I actually am not sure how to even do that. Save branch as seen. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna duplicate this. I'm gonna make it local, or clear the make scene root. Oh, that seems like that might not work. Okay, so I will duplicate it then. So I will duplicate it. And I'll call this -01 griddable. I also want to rename this to -01. Okay. So now I've got this duplicate. Make scene root. Yeah, so we can't reparent nodes in inherited scenes. But let me try to clear the inheritance. Wherever that is. Oh, I don't even know if it'll... Oh, maybe up at the top? It might be the top that I have to do that for. Yes. It's cut off, but it's there. Clear inheritance. Okay, so we've cleared the inheritance. This means, so it's no longer yellow, and this means that it's not connected to Blender anymore. We have divorced it from Blender. And now, if I make this the scene root, we got it. Okay, cool, good, good, good. I wonder if the animation updated. It did not. That's okay, we can fix that. We can say the top, well, that's gonna be a bit of an issue. It's gonna be hard to hide this and show what's underneath if everything is hidden. Friendship with Blender X canceled. Sad. But now I can't show corn destroyed, which kind of sucks. Unless I find some other way to hide the corn besides making the whole thing not visible. I mean, I could move it off screen. I don't know, that it would be nice to, like, I don't know, give it less to have to render. Although I guess if it's not visible, in theory, there would be some occlusion culling. That could happen. But it just gets a little bit complicated. Oh, I can do visibility layer. Let's go. Turn off that visibility layer. Oh, if it works, it works. Okay, so I'm gonna keyframe it with visibility layer 1 intact. It's kind of weird, but what if it just works? Turn this off, keyframe that. And now we've got up and down. Okay, all right. I'm gonna need to move this up, probably. That's gonna mess up the animation here. Oops. That's okay. And I need to put this block object script onto here. I hope this works. Even if it doesn't save us any space, I just kind of hope it works. For the sake of the experiment. Okay, so I've got the script attached. The block object script attached to corn. The animation is messed up. So I need to fix that. Just have a little do-over. I'm surprised that that did get messed up in the first place. Keyframe it. Bring this over here. Hide it. Keyframe that. Here we go. Okay. Now, I gotta come to the cornfield level and add our griddable thing in here. Now, I want to add it to a grid map in particular, actually. So here's our grid map, and I drag this scene somewhere. Oh god. Oh, the glitchiness is real. Okay, hold on. Not there. In that scene, go to the scene at the top bar, export as mesh library. Go to the scene at the top bar. You mean the griddable scene that I made? What do you mean? What do you mean? Here? Here? Down at the bottom? Where's this export? Here? Toolbar at the very top. Is toolbar? Oh, export. Wait, but that's a different export. That's like project export. That's different. Which toolbar? Which top? Scene. I'm so confused. Beside project. Oh. Oh, export as mesh library. Thank you. Interesting. Okay, so this would go in, I guess, objects, foliage, crops. This will be our griddable thing, except I want to make sure that it is mesh library. Okay, I've got a T-res for our mesh library. Now on the cornfield, if I choose this, I can load in this as a mesh library. Probably. Let's go. Drop it. Hey! Whoa. Whoa. Hey, this is cool. Wow. Wow. We did it! Ah, thank you. EQ. Okay. But you can just translate the whole thing once you aren't doing too much fancy with it. Right. Oh, hell yeah. This is awesome. And so for the grid, like, oh, we can change the cell size. Hell yeah. This is awesome. I like this. This is pretty cool. Like, in general, it just, like, works well. Yes. Why is it already destroyed? Don't be destroyed. Don't start out destroyed. Name corn destroyed? Why would it choose that? I'm a little confused. It was a pain in the A to set up by myself when I was first getting started, but it's so powerful. Yeah, totally. That makes a lot of sense. I'm so lucky I had you to help me do it. And now this is just another tool that I could potentially use. Hey, Joshmo, it's going well. It's going well. Got some good texture painting workflow figured out. And now I am noticing that adding a bunch of cornfields is causing some issues performance-wise. And we're experimenting with grid maps as a way to reduce the performance, but it may not work, but it's fun and I'm interested, so we're trying it. And otherwise, things are going well. Thanks for asking. How are things going with you? I'm a little tired, but I'm not gonna stream Wednesday or Thursday next week, so I'll catch up on my sleep. I don't know why it did find it. Oh. Maybe it doesn't like the script. So much trouble with grid maps? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh dear. Yeah, because I'm trying to use, so basically, just to like clarify what I'm using them for. One of these corn field tiles are gonna be really weird, empty, or something. That one. But what I need from it is to be when I trample on them, they fall down. Which is really just switching out the mesh where they're standing up with one where they're falling down. That's all it does. And I need a script attached to it in order to behave properly. I might be able to get away with moving the script to a lower level, but I'm not sure. But it seems like trying to grid map something with the script on is confusing it, because for some reason, it's finding the damaged mesh. This is the grid map one. Which is weird. Because by default here, this is what is going into the grid map. By default, I've got on the top level the one where they're standing up. And the destroyed one is actually hidden here. There's an animation that plays that's supposed to reveal the damaged, and somehow it's just pulling the destroyed one. Tried attaching the script. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. So your script but performance was the only issue? I don't understand those words together, what they mean. But I want to understand them. Okay, I'll turn off, I'll take the script off. That's no problem. So save that, come back to the cornfield. I'll even just reload this in here. So your script worked, but performance was the only issue. So yeah, it all works. It all works. Without, like forget the grid map. It all works. It's just because there's so many meshes loading in, the frame rate drops. And so an idea Dungeon Martian had was first use a multi-mesh, but the multi-mesh obliterates the ability to have any of our logic, so that way they can get trampled down. But then Dungeon Martian realized that a grid map will use a multi-mesh technology to save on performance when doing a bunch of meshes. So we're trying to set it up with a grid map to see what happens. But it's seeming that something isn't working right. I'm trying to detach the script. No, it still just finds the destroyed one. Oh, it's just skipping. It's completely skipping the top level mesh instance, and it's only looking at the child. I think that's weird. That's really weird. I mean, you almost wonder if we can just program it itself. I mean, it's got an array for like a different shape to add in here. Am I understanding that correctly? We could just like put another shape inside of it? Or is that not what is happening here? Or if it is, this isn't it. Because maybe we set up the damaged and the healthy on here and then add that in. And it literally gets controlled as a grid map. And the grid map is like our top level or something in our scene instance. But then, again, even then, it's like hard to know whether it's going to help much. You know, I guess I could have two grid maps, and we could switch between the two grid maps. The only problem is it has to be only the one section. That's the problem, is I need all that logic to work there. But I don't think any of it does. Did I re-export the T-Res? Oh, I didn't! Good catch. Nope, I didn't. See, I'm so used to just like saving something. That's enough. That's enough. I saved it. That's not enough, actually, incidentally. Okay, so we will re-export it per a very good suggestion by you. This is without the script attached. Oh, womp. No, it's still just found damaged, which, wow. Really thought that was gonna make a difference of any kind. Strange. Bizarre. Surprising. Unexpected. Undesirable. I may be completely off base, but do you think the profiler would be of any use here? Let's try it. I'm gonna burn all this down to the ground. I'm gonna attempt. Oh, I don't think I have any more undos. Oh no, no, it isn't. Yeah, we're out of undos here. That's okay. I'm gonna delete, or I'll tell you what, I'm gonna take this experiment one out of the folder so it doesn't load in. I mean, it can load in, I don't care. Let it load in, it's fine with me. But I'm gonna add an extra cornfield in here, so as many as we're loading in, load in, so we can look at the problem. So I'll show you where we're having our issue. If you're pretty sure what's causing the slowdown, then I guess I probably wouldn't. I'm just thinking out loud. Doing testing. It doesn't like the scripts in the children. Oh, I'm gonna need those. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and need those. Alright, so here we can see the FPS it just went down to 63. Right now, you can see there are like barely any corn fields loaded in, and it's sitting at 250. I know. Dungeon, you helped me learn a lot right now, and I really appreciate it. So the frame per second is great. The reason why it dropped there is because I clicked away from my game, I guess, and I came back. I don't really actually know why it dropped. But there we go. That's what we're sitting at when no objects are loading in. Now I'm going to run forward, and you can see as the cornfields start to come in, it drops. Now I'm not really noticing it. It's not like too devastating, but I can see the numbers going way down. All right, so now it's sitting at 90 where it's loading a couple of these in. And if we end up with a bunch of them loading in, so here we've got at least 3. It's dropping down to 67. Again, not the end of the world. This computer isn't that powerful. You know, if I make this full screen, we're really gonna be hurting. But, you know, then it's like less optimized for different PCs and stuff. That's not great. You know, we could try some LOD things. That would probably give us a little bit back. But that's where I'm seeing the issue, is just right here, checking the FPS. So now if I do debugger, and we run that profiler. At least the Gridmaster are very cool, and maybe they can help with something else. Yeah, 100%. No, this was awesome, Dungeon. I was really excited to learn about that. Like, these are things in Godot I want to know about. And I'm not the only one who learned. Folks who are watching now and who watch this later are also going to learn from that. So, total win. Definitely good. Super deserving of credits for being so helpful. No doubt about that. If the core mesh had less geometry, would that optimize it? Maybe. How do you check the amount of geometry again? There's not much. It's pretty simple, but we could definitely optimize it, especially if I maybe do like a limited dissolve. That should reduce the verts and stuff. You know, it's probably going to be pretty minimal. You know, the changes that makes. And I'm sure there's other ways to retopologize it that I don't fully understand. And then something that was once before is they used to be single stalks, but I bundled them into groups of 15 so that way they would load in better. And it was a performance boost to do it that way. I def played a game in a game jam that was made in Godot that used multi-mesh for enemies that chased you. So I'm not sure what they did. They had 200 to 300 plus enemies on screen. Whoa. I mean, it might be something worth researching then. Maybe I should dig a little deeper. I want to give you a couple credits for that dungeon. Where are you on here? Dungeon, there you are. We'll say Godot Consultant and Optimization. And then Joe, for your suggestion, we'll throw a debug on there. I know there's some way to see how many faces the mesh has in Blender, but I wouldn't know what would be too high a number for Godot. Yeah, me neither. Yeah, there is a way. I used to get it by accident. Oh, usually if I was in like pose mode, it would show it. Yeah, there's a way. There's a way. Blender view number of vertices. Overlays button. Top right corner. Overlays button in the top right corner of the viewport. Oh, like this? Yes. Statistics. There it is. Got it. We're gonna add that to quick favorites. That's a lot of verts. I'm not gonna lie. I too also don't know what's too many. But that's more than I anticipated, I guess. I guess we could look it up. Oops. I broke it. I made mistakes. Godot mesh number of polygons too many. $3 to $5K is decent. Some people use 10 to 30. We're in the 10 to 30 range here. If you wanted to go through it, you could remove most of the details on the back of the core because of the static camera. That's interesting. That's an interesting idea. You know, it's a little tough. I guess I'd need to apply the modifiers. So that's definitely going to be some extra work. Because right now I have a bunch of mirrors and stuff that aren't applied, which I like doing if I can modify it later. But I should apply it and then come through and just like snip off all the stuff in the back. It's a good idea. These are good suggestions. Wait, let's check the profiler though, while we're going through many different possibilities. Let's at least commit to one. Good ideas, guys. I really appreciate it. Okay. So I'm gonna come to debugger, profiler. So right now it should be pretty high. Yeah, I mean this looks pretty much like I'd expect it to. Obviously these spikes are concerning, but I'll worry about that some other time. So now there's a bunch in here, and we can see it climbing up, up, up. I like how it got stuck. Oh! I mean, I feel like it's pretty obvious what the ups and downs mean here. I'd like to make sure it stops on either an obvious up or down, just for the sake of, I don't know. I mean, this is pretty high up, I would say. $58. Perfect. Check all the boxes, like for process time. Sure. My pleasure. Look at that. Oh, man. Dang. Wow. It just kept increasing. It's not good. Okay. So physics time. You said all the boxes for process time. Oh, for process time. And then, I mean, it's a little harder to interpret than I like. But I might guess like somewhere around here. Let me know if there's more I should check that you know about, because I'm just kind of guessing. $15, $16, $17. Oh yeah, actually I feel like this makes sense. That it's like the terrain moving, all of that stuff. So I mean, I guess if it wasn't moving, it might not be as bad. Oh wait, there's, oh, that's script functions. Okay, actually that makes sense. So it kind of comes back to that which moves the, so it's not just them being there, it's them moving constantly. And maybe that's like what makes it different? Maybe. Maybe not though. From what Dungeon Martian's example was, somebody's game who had like 300 enemies. Is those enemies weren't being moved on something by a script constantly. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what makes the most sense as a solution. You know, it might just be something to keep note of and like circle back to as it becomes relevant. You know, if the performance issues get worse, you know, maybe it's something to sleep on and just, I'll be like, wait, you know what could help? If I do this and this and this. But I'm open to thoughts and ideas and stuff. Is that what it looks like? That's awesome. Profiler. Delicious data. Hit me with those frames, baby. Woo! Okay. That was the most restrained woo ever. Alright, well, I'm gonna keep this experiment cornfield here somewhere else. I don't even know where to put it. I guess I'll just make like an experiment folder. There's getting to be a lot of folders in here. I'd love if this looked different. If there was gonna be like a plugin. Whoa. I'd probably get down with some kind of plugin that reorganizes this. But then I'd also have to think about like people who want to come through here and learn Godot. I kind of want it to look like what Godot would look like, rather than add a plugin that totally transforms Godot. This is a little nicer though. Create a folder, terrain experiments. Is what we'll call that. And then I'm gonna move that cornfield out of here. Oh, now it doesn't have the drop down? Ugh. Oh, I hate this. Please go back. Please don't do this anymore. Please stop. Thank you. So I'm just gonna right click it, move duplicate to. I'm gonna move it to that experiments folder. So that way we can at least revisit it someday. Experimentes. Oh. Makes it a little more exciting. I am gonna rename it to experiments. Alright, so we're just gonna accept the performance issue. I guess the thing that I was gonna continue with was just adding like another level block and painting it, just for the sake of practicing that. I've always heard people say to worry about optimization as pretty much the last step, unless there's an issue that makes the game unplayable. Yeah, exactly. Same. Right, and it's like, it's not making it unplayable. And I bet I could do some LOD things that could help a little bit too. I am a little concerned that that profiler was like constantly going up and it wasn't like rebalancing back out. That concerns me a little bit. I wonder if I could at least do some LOD stuff on the corn stalks. Because I'm not sure also which level I want to do it at. The thing about optimization is that it's either one major thing or 5 million little things. I like the major things. LOD bias means 0 will force the mesh to its lowest level of detail. A value of 1 will use the default settings, and larger values will keep the mesh in a higher level of detail at further distances. Super low. Give it the lowest detail possible. Extra distance added to the geometry instance 3D's bounding box. We don't need much distance. I don't care about that with the occlusion culling. Cast shadow. You know, that would probably help a lot if I didn't have shadows. The stick corn. It's stick corn. It don't need to be much more than that. It don't need to be that complex. It actually looks kind of nice this way. I kind of like it. It's like smoother. I mean, you do lose. Actually, it kind of sucks, but I don't care. It's for the best. I think turning off the shadows will suck. Moved it a bit. I mean, it's level of detail, so according to Godot, it's reducing the detail. According to Godot. See if the frame rate is looking a little better. So it was dropping down to like even just 90, 60, between 60 and 90. I mean, this is better. This is considerably better, actually. That made a huge difference. Wow. Good, good, not bad. It's not even going below 100. Oh, there it went. I spoke too soon. Still. This is good. Well, okay. LOD bias. And then, you know, I'm keeping a fuller quality on the ones that are destroyed. Those get reset anyway. Well, hey. Take what we can. Now, if I come in here and I kill the shadows, I feel like that's going to be a bit of a mistake. Like, yeah, it'll probably make it be faster, but now it doesn't have shadows. It looks like dookie. And I don't feel like it's making that much of a performance difference. It is. It is. But it could be more significant. Especially if we're losing all that beautiful 3D space context. It seems like it actually goes between 10 and 20 frames difference, which is kind of a lot. I don't care. I want a shadow. All right, so this is good. And I think, like Joe says, you could pre-bake shadows with sprites or something. Yeah, I kind of was thinking that. Like, maybe, because they don't have to be complex. They really don't. Yeah, and I wonder, would that just be expensive in a different way, though, too? Oh, Milo, Milo, art here. I know Milo 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 art here. Yeah. Okay, there's your song. Welcome. I'm so sorry about that song. Thank you for supporting gamedev. I appreciate it. How you doing, Milo? Hope you're doing good. Bum 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 bum. Oh, Milo, where art thou? I've been looking for you, Milo. I'm looking, where art thou? Please come back. I don't know. Cool, so now that that's done, I don't even want to, you know, that was great, that was interesting. There's things we can do. There's things we can do to improve that. Great, good, wonderful. Let's make another block. Today, I've been working on level design stuff, especially getting textures on the ground that has like dirt and stuff. I added a bunch of cornfields in here, and that caused some performance issues, so I was just trying to like deal with those. But here I got some dirt on here. It's some dirt. It's dirt on the ground. Who doesn't want dirt on the ground? I kind of want to add another ranch block on here. And I could get into some heavy coding and stuff, but you know, there's needing to, so the spawns, the helicopter spawns shouldn't even be on this level, honestly. I could probably set that up pretty easily. And then I'd love to control which blocks spawn when. Right now it's just like 20 blocks on here and they just like randomly decide to appear, which I'm okay with for now. I don't know that I want to get into heavy coding. So I think what I want to do is I just want to add another block or two that uses the texture painting. So I can just practice that workflow because I'm not going to be doing devlog streams next week. I am doing the member stream. So if you are a YouTube member or a Patreon person, then you will be able to access the Monday member stream. On Friday, I'm still going to do the game jam next week, but I'm not going to do devlogs next week. So, you know, it's like, I kind of want to think about, well, if I just started doing this texture paint workflow, I think I want to practice it a little bit before I take extra time off. Have you tried using a light map for the lighting of static objects? It's pretty inflexible, but saves a lot of performance. What does that even mean? A light map? I mean, you know, I definitely, as far as like lighting goes, if I've imagined adjusting the lighting, it would be like maybe between areas, maybe between levels. There's 3 levels in each area. There's like a rural area, a small town, suburban area, urban city area, and then military area. And then each of those 4 areas will have 3 levels each. And then maybe there's like a There's like a morning, day, and night, a morning, day, and night, a morning, day, and night, a morning, day, and night for each one. But I don't really care about that. It kind of doesn't matter. And then, and then besides that, you know, if we can save some performance, I'm interested. What even is a light map? Like, that's not a node. It is a node. Computes and stores baked light maps for fast global illumination. Interesting. Because I certainly don't need the sun to set, right? Like, maybe I could have, like, a couple special baked light maps and swap between them if it goes from night to day. But, like, I don't know. I could also let go of the whole night and day thing. It's not that necessary. This is interesting. You're teaching me something. I like this. Super no commentary gameplay HD. As far as I know, it pre-renders the lighting of an environment rather than doing it in real time. I mean, I'm open to that. Let's try it. I'm into trying stuff. Let me give you a little Godot consultant credit there. That's a helpful tip. Okay. So, light map. Light maps are good. What's up, 3D Sphinx Godin? Welcome. They're good for static objects if the character isn't moving while the character uses dynamic lighting. The character isn't moving, technically. The difference between night and day and not night and day is night and day. That was fun to get, because at first I was like, that doesn't make sense, and then I was like, that makes sense. It's night and day, the difference between night and day and not night and day. It really is. It's wild when you think about it. It boggles the mind. So, okay, I would want to put this in my main scene, which is where it belongs. So I guess I would just get rid of the directional light that I usually have. Keep the world environment, I assume. So now there's no lighting, which, by the way, looks awesome. Like when your head is stuck in a bottle, the mind bottling. They bottle my mind. I don't know what to say other than they bottle my mind. I was just trying to keep doing what I do, and they decided to put a bottle on my mind. If you look inside, that's what you're gonna see. It kind of looks awesome. I'm like, oh. But that's kind of like what I was imagining, is that like morning would be the easiest because there's like the least amount of enemies because people are sleeping. I don't know. It's like quieter and then brighter, so it's easier to see. I don't know, maybe not. Something like that. Daytime would be harder because like there's more enemies and stuff because it's very active because it's day, and then night would be the hardest because it's hard to see or something. It wouldn't have to like make perfect sense. There could be more like things hiding that jump out at you. I love the like heart also like glowing. Yeah, it's spooky. It's cool. That said, let's try adding a light map in there. I've never even known that this existed. This is my first time ever light mapping. You guys are showing me cool stuff. Even if they don't stick, I want to learn them. I demand it. Learn me more. Okay, so camera attributes. New camera attributes practical. New camera attributes physical. Whoa. Practical? The character is static, the world moves? Yes, exactly. Yeah, the character is just chilling. You can see it really well. Well, except the fact that it's dark right now. But technically, you can see it really well if I move the camera here. Bam. Level moving. Player not. Player's just chilling. The level just cruising across. Yeah, because it's set up like an endless runner. How does this thing work? Environment, mode scene. I'm gonna have to look this up. Godot, how to use light map. Light maps for beginners. That's me.
Hello everyone.
20 minutes.
My name is Raven.
Wait, this is Blender? Okay. This tutorial looks boring. What else we got? Documentation? That seems fun. Okay. Cool. I'm sorry, I just didn't want to. I wasn't interested. What's up, buddy? How you doing? Okay, I get it. They look like something. Am I using SDFGI? I don't think so. I did have a bunch of weird settings like that. Yeah, and then I was told to turn it off. I think this one especially, because they're like changing it in the next version or something, right? And it's not even gonna be relevant someday. So like, why use it if it's not gonna be relevant? I think. So I used to have it on, and when I turned it off, the performance gain was astounding. So I don't mess with it no more. Dude, this looks complicated. This looks freaking complicated. So do I have to actually set up all my Blender meshes to receive this somehow? This actually seems kind of difficult. A significant time-consuming aspect. Dear God. I'm starting to get scared. I think it's performance intensive, yeah. Just checking because light maps with that might be a whole different thing, not sure. Right. Yeah, we got it off. I was told that I should turn it off, and I have turned it off. Dude. Ugh, I guess I gotta watch that boarding tutorial, huh? Let me look on YouTube. Let me just pull up general YouTube and see what I can find. The truth about devlogs? Oh, I'm watching that later. Okay. What am I searching for? Godot light map. How do we use this? Oh, we got a GWiz tutorial about it? Okay, obviously I'm gonna watch the GWiz tutorial, because GWiz doesn't explain nothing. GWiz is just like, hello everybody, it's GWiz. Do this, do that, do this, you put this here, and you do this, and you do that, and then you get it done. And then you did it. And there you go.
Enable that.
And that's GWiz.
In this tutorial, I'll be showing
You don't believe me?
Hello everyone. In this tutorial, I'll be showing you how to make this go to this with zero effective performance.
Is that not what I just said?
There are 3 ways to handle global illumination in Godot 4. 1 is real time and 2 are baked. Assuming you have watched my world environment tutorial, we can head over to it.
He keeps it lickety split.
SDFGI, enable that. It will take a second. But after that, you'll have dynamic global illumination. However, this can be very heavy on performance on your computer. Now, this method of global illumination uses something called voxels to render out its illumination, which
BS.
is already quite performant. However, we can go ahead and bake this by, first off, turning off SDFGI, head over to our directional light, in our bake mode, select static. Now let's go to add a new node. This will be a voxel GI. We will have to surround our entire area inside of the bounds of this global illumination baker.
Oh,
and simply press
I didn't
bake.
do that.
And we'll save that data. It'll take a quick second, and you'll have it fully baked. This will have 0 hit on performance. Also, after it is baked, we can mess around with some of these settings.
Wait, that's it? Oh, so I keep the light, I just wrap it in this thing? Is that all I do? Keep the directional light. Don't use the light map. Add voxel GI. I don't know why I'm putting it up here, just cause so it's all together. I don't know. Oh, so this will be this might be a bit tricky for my purposes. This might be tricky because remember, I'm generating the scene in the game, right? So there is nothing inside. Like it's not all set up. I don't think I can bake it. I think I actually can't bake it. Unless I put one of these on every strip and I have separate lighting for every strip. I don't know. I think I'm actually not able to do this. Do you guys see what I'm saying? Like, it's not actually gonna work. Is what I'm saying. Maybe I'm wrong. But just as an example, right? Like, all of this isn't in there ahead of time. So it can't bake it because this is constantly changing and constantly updating. Unless somehow we were to bake every strip with all of its lighting all the time, which seems like that would then be like a different problem. You know, maybe at most I could bake the lighting on the player. So I don't even think I can technically test this. Because I would want to have universal lighting on the whole scene. That would be pretty devastating. I mean, if I, like, hid that, right? Hid the light in the main scene. And then pulled up, whatchamacallit? A cornfield or something. Added a light in there. Uh-oh. My cursor vanished. Ah. This is the Godot bug I get sometimes, where my cursor disappears. I've lost my cursor. No! Godot! You monster! Save and close? Ah, my cursor has returned. I've gotten that bug many times. Yeah, I don't think it would work. It's still a great suggestion, and I've learned a little bit more than I knew moments ago. With that said, might not be the situation. Pity. It's like, this is like the most would not work kind of situation, since the level is being generated constantly. That's exactly when you'd need dynamic lighting. It's like the time you must have dynamic lighting. But I'm kind of curious, just from a chaotic, just for fun perspective. Like, what if I killed the light in the main scene? Like, I know this is going to be ridiculous, and it's probably almost certainly not gonna work. I don't care. I'm trying anyway. So from the main scene, I'm gonna copy the light. I know this is absurdity. Deep absurdity. I really don't know anything lighting in Godot. I wouldn't count it out just yet. Okay. Alright, I'm pasting this light in here. And then I'm gonna add the voxel. Somehow. Wow, that really spawns in crooked, doesn't it? Oh, because it's at the light. I was like, why would that be crooked? I know why. Stretch it out over the whole thing. There's an error. Probably something G was said that I didn't do yet. No voxel GI dataset. Bake static objects. Oh. New voxel GI data. Let me go back to the video.
Now this method of global illumination uses something called voxels to render out its illumination, which is already quite performant. However, we can go ahead and bake this by first off turning off SDFGI, head over to our directional light. In our bake mode, select static. Now let's go to
turn the light in bake mode to static.
Add a new node. This will be a voxel GI. We will have to surround our entire area inside of the bounds of this global illumination baker and simply press bake.
Ah. Understood. So come up here, hit bake, save it. There it goes. Now it's cooking. Still have the error.
And we'll save that data. It'll take a quick second.
Oh, we need to load it?
And you'll have it fully baked. This will have 0 hit on performance. Also, after it is baked, we can mess around.
Oh, he just added it. He didn't even explain it. He's like, just figure it out. So he added it in there. Oh, wait. So wait, why do we have the error? It actually automatically put it on there. But wait, I still have an error. No voxel GI data set. Oh, do I need to save it? I do. Okay, there we go. Error gone. We got it. Okay, here we go. Is that enough? Do we do it? What's gonna happen? So it's gonna be dark in here because this block doesn't appear in this area. So if I want it to appear, then I'm going to need to switch to that level. Oh. And it crashed. It did not like that. It did not like that. Ah, I know why. Because I'm trying to instantiate... Oops. Okay, I need to move the position of the voxel data. I put it in the wrong place. Because it's trying to instantiate the voxel data. Not okay. False alarm. We're back. Okay, so not loading in this level. Does load in this level. Everything is okay, people. Relax. So this is interesting. It does look cool. It looks like, so you can see there's one of these that has the lighting baked into it. It is strange, right? So this could be, not to say this couldn't be used for some kind of effect. So on this one, you can see the fog for the every level block has a boundary that's made of fog. And you can see this one's is illuminated. It's got that bisexual lighting farm. A bisexual lighting farm. I love it. It is giving that. Classic. Very sci-fi. It would be appropriate. It's definitely a cool effect. Not the most practical effect, but it's there. I'm surprised it looks so bad. I mean, I guess that's kind of how it looks over here. Sort of, maybe. Maybe I just need to also adjust the lighting. Oh, I turned the... Okay, so first of all, I hid the lighting, so that would be one problem there, is I left it hidden. Interesting that it still did something. Also interesting that I guess it's not baked, because I'm able to change it while it's running? What does that mean? Maybe it bakes it even though it's hidden. And actually, besides the overexposed fog, this is pretty good. This actually isn't that bad. It's wild. It's like the further away we get from that, the darker everything is. I'm a little confused about what's happening. And I'm not sure I'm seeing a performance boost. I think the performance is worse. Bake? Wait, popcorn? Where? Because it's corn. I see. Oh, now I'm hungry for popcorn. It's kind of cool. Like, there's something neat about it, but I don't know. I don't really know what to think. At this point, I'm super confused. The way it interacts with a volumetric fog is super strange. At this point, I'm just transfixed by how strange it is. I mean, I guess in theory, I could move this to the other cornfields, or even worse, / better, delete the other cornfields, and duplicate this one a bunch of times. I assume I don't have to rebake it. But we'll see. I mean, I think mostly at this point, I'm just like messing around. Like, I'm not expecting much out of this. Ugh. Right, so now that we're baking it on each one, it's like way, way overexposed. And the performance is deeply impacted. It's considerably worse. Now that's multiple baked lighting stacked together. It's deep fried. Deep fried games. If you change the angle of the shadows, it can't possibly be working correctly. If you change the angle of the sun and the shadows, yeah, I mean, that would make sense. So we could always rebake it. I could get rid of this. I mean, I have to do it So let me unduplicate these. Yeah, it's pretty rough. If you haven't noticed, silly stupid joke mood equals me today. I love it. I love it. It's good vibes. It's good vibes. So yeah, I could bake it again. That's fine. Your retinas may not be safe yet. And that added the voxel data in there. Like a twice-baked potato. Your eyes are baked. A basque cheesecake? A Basque cheesecake? A Basque cheesecake? I mean, it's interesting. It's what amazes me is that it manages to, I assume, dynamically light everything else. Like, this can't be baked. This has to be getting dynamically lit somehow. Not the corn. Somehow this is getting lit. Even though there is no lighting in here. I mean, if I turn off the voxel GI, nothing happens. But if I turn off the light, everything goes away. So wait, can I like delete the light? I guess I can't. I'm actually just very confused. I genuinely don't understand really what's happening. Let me make sure I shouldn't have watched the rest of the tutorial.
Some of these settings. Since this is a interior building, we can select interior on the data. And it's a little dark, so we'll increase the energy to about 3. And you'll see we have a very nice effect. Now, the other method for baking global illumination is by a light map, which we can create by typing in light map GI, and it will affect the entire scene by default, so you have no bounds to worry about. Now, for all of your models that you want to be affected by light map, you'll have to go to their mesh. So I will head over to my scenes mesh, right click, press make unique, and then after that, head over to your mesh and unwrap UV2 for light map / ambient occlusion. And now you can go ahead, press bake light maps. This will take a minute. Also, I forgot to add, before baking, make sure you have your settings set up beforehand, as unlike voxel GI, you must have them set before.
I don't like this.
After that is complete, you will see you have these light map probes. This is how your light is mapped out in your level, so it is very dynamic. And as you can see, even though we have not set our bounds, it automatically knows what is your level and what isn't. So it's very performant. And we can go ahead and remove these light probes so you can see the rest of your level by simply clicking on View, Gizmos, and select Light Map GI. And now you can see our baked level. Anyways, guys, I hope this was helpful. If you have questions or comments,
I mean, this is very interesting.
Thank you.
Somehow, I feel like it isn't
I'll be showing you how to make a
relevant.
3D video player in Godot 4. I highly recommend checking out.
Hush. Somehow, I feel like this is not relevant anymore. I don't really understand what's going on. If it's baked lighting and you change the angle of the light of the sun, shouldn't Godot give you some warning that you're modifying baked lighting? Yeah, it doesn't make sense, does it? It makes it seem like it's not baked. Look. And then it's happening in the scene too. So I don't understand. I'm afraid I don't understand. Nope. Don't get it. But I've tinkered with it, and I'm ready to stop. I'm prepared to stop tinkering with it. So if I start... Oh no, there it goes. Yep. So, how is that baking? How is that baking exactly? I don't know. It's a mystery. Very confusing. It can be changed despite being baked. I don't know. A worthy experiment. I'm definitely not doing that light map stuff. Hell no. No chance. Not happening. Nope. I'll take the performance hit if that means I don't have to make all of my meshes unique. Anyone seen the ending to the movie Real Genius? Epic popcorn scene. This is a sequel. Bake an entire cornfield. I have not seen it. Is there a lot of popcorn that gets popped in it? Oh, that is a lot of popcorn. That is a lot of popcorn. Yeah, I see that that's a lot of popcorn. Wow. It's a nice looking house. I want to model that house. Except it's just an overflowing, exploding cornfield. That'd be a fun Easter egg that I'm not going to put any work into. Alright, good experiment. I'm gonna get back to designing stuff, because... But you know what's nice is this gives me some more things to think about. And when I sleep, I will be imagining, what could we do? I'd love it! I'd love it! Are you sure? Noted. Consider it noted. I'm very picky. But I'm endeared by your confidence. I'm endeared by your confidence. Okay, so all of this is fine. I'm gonna duplicate this once again. So we have all of our cornfields. And I'm going to make another ranch scene. I really want to, before I do that, I kind of want to just code the helicopters not spawning in. I feel like that's pretty doable. Maybe. This kind of actually raises some questions. I think I would need to set like a global variable. Because right now, global variables control what levels load in. And so there would need to be an accompanying variable with this level loading in. And right now it's just an array. That makes me think I need a dictionary if I want to have like a corresponding thing. Maybe I'm actually getting in over my head with that. Telling the helicopters not to spawn in. Maybe I should let that idea go. Yeah, you know what? Forget the helicopters not spawning in. I thought that would be easy, but now that I think about it, it isn't. Cattle Ranch Part 2 underway. So this is what I have been doing all day today, was figuring out how to get a way to easily texture paint on here. You probably overuse dictionaries. What do you mean? What do you mean? Explain yourself. So I was setting up this dirt in here. I know YouTube compression is probably making that look terrible. But I want to practice that workflow, and I'm going to make another area that requires this. I kind of want to do like a forest area, but not that badly. So maybe I won't. But I also don't want to do another one of these. Like, I could use an array for the same job. I don't know which is more efficient. Wait, where are you? Where are you programming these days, Milo? You've been doing some programming? Where are you programming? Yeah, I feel like they're both pretty efficient. I mean, look, my very unprofessional opinion. I feel like they're both pretty efficient. Plus, you have just more flexibility with a dictionary. You work at redacted. Oh, okay. Wow, I'm amazed YouTube was able to detect that it should be redacted. YouTube is powerful. I mean, it makes sense that an array would be more efficient, since technically there's less things to worry about. But a dictionary will at least give you the ability to have that key to access multiple values, which an array can't do. I tend to just default to an array, and then when I need to upgrade it to a dictionary, I do. Who's YouTube? I was saying that the true meaning of life is... YouTube, why are you censoring people? That makes more sense that you hope I like it. Well, I'll remember that, and if I don't like it, I'll make sure not to tell you. The lighting, I implore you to rewind to see, but basically what became obvious. Well, A, I'm not sure we were successfully baking it, but B, the entire level moves, which means that we can't bake the lighting because the shape of the level is constantly changing. So it actually demands dynamic lighting. I tried putting like baked lighting on one tile, but it was affecting all the other tiles, and which was also confusing if it was baked. So like, I'm not really sure what happened, but I think, at least from my perspective, it seemed like it was gonna be undesirable. Unfortunately. But it was a really interesting journey, and I'm super glad that I did it and that you suggested it. Under the hood, I believe dictionaries are represented as arrays. Oh, interesting. For reals, I work with different government sponsors, mostly MATLAB and Python. Cool! Oh, Python. Python's like GDScript. I literally don't even know what MATLAB is. Numeric computing platform. Cool. That's cool, Milo. I didn't know that about you. That's so cool. Almost 9 for me, so imagining super no commentary mowing their lawn is strange. Just some nighttime mowing, you know? Just some late night grass cutting. I guess if you have like a street light or something, you could get it done in the dark. So it's all a lie. It's not really a dictionary. It's 8 here, and the rain has been awkward today, so I did it now. Wow, you did do it late. That's funny. Yeah, it's 8 where I am, too. That's super funny. Whoa! What's up, Ricardo? Ricardo hype! Let's go! Hey! Thank you, Ricardo. I appreciate it. That's a party. That's a party right there. Let's do a little party time with MATLAB in the background. Ricardo says, you've been here for 6 hours. That is crazy. Congrats, I really appreciate your vids. Just remember to drink water, please. Okay, if you insist. A $10 hydrate. I accept. Cheers. Cheers. That was the best tasting sip I've ever had. Thank you so much, Ricardo. I appreciate that. Let me make sure we get your name up here. And welcome, by the way. I do these streams every Wednesday and Thursday, except for next Wednesday and Thursday. I'm taking a break next Wednesday and Thursday. But I do them pretty frequently. I do 3 weeks on and 1 week off. Next week is my 1 week off. 6 to 10 hour streams working on this alien game. So, yeah, I really appreciate the recognition. Whatever you're working on, I hope it's going great. Good luck. And take care. All right, y'all. This is not party music. Unfortunately, the music wasn't the partiest music. One day, I'll set up party music that plays along with this every time. But for now, it has to be decidedly unparty music. Thanks, Ricardo. I appreciate it. Got your name up there. For now. All right, I'm gonna make. You've motivated me. You've motivated me to make this other terrain vlog. So let's make it. I'm gonna do a forest one. Is just so boring. We can do better than a forest one. Super cool. That's so nice of you to donate. I appreciate it. Keeps me motivated. Truly. We are doing a game jam tomorrow. Our 1 hour game jam. It takes about 3 hours. But it's a 1 hour game jam. Alright, we've got our blank canvas. I guess I want it to be... You know, I'd like to put, like, maybe a house on here. And maybe a bit of a cattle ranch. I don't have as many assets as I'd like. But we've got some. So let's put a little house on it this time. This is a very specific kind of house. It's a 3 hour, 1 hour jam. Yeah, exactly. It's not complicated. It's very clear what that means. It's a 3 hour, 1 hour jam. Truly though, I spend 1 hour making my game, and then we check out everyone else's entries, which takes about 2 hours, because we get so many entries. So I have to make sure I leave some room if I want to put dirt underneath it. A house filled with popcorn in a cornfield. That would make perfect sense. The house could blow up and then make the popcorn pop. I'm not gonna do it. I can't do it. Let's get a barn on here. But I appreciate your energy. I just do. I know what I like, and I like the energy. I guess I want this to feel kind of different. Maybe this one could be like this. There's also like doors on here that can be moved into different places. Oops, I gotta flip it around the other way. Let's rotate it. Oh, really? It's just like one door. I see. We can close it. It doesn't open up more. Just kidding. Wait, really? Oh, there it is. Oh, I see. Oh, okay, I got it. So we can move it. Cool. That's what I thought. Oh, we have to do local movement. So I could like have this one be open that way. It's different. It's different. It's not the same. That makes it correct. Oh, it could be like this maybe. We don't want to have it too close, because the thing is that, well, the problem is that door opening up is supposed to be where the cows come out, which means I need the dirt right there. So what if this one is just like a little more around? Joe Schmo with the $20! What in the frick? What in the flip-flop? What in the hip-hop? What in the shrinky-dink? A, B, C, D, E, F, G? Okay, I gotta find a banger now. Now I just have to find an actual banger. What? Thank you, Joe, for the $20. What the heck? The donos are real. Let's go. We gonna find one. We gonna find us a bop. Hold up. Hold up. Number one indeed. Thank you, Joe. It means so much. I have been meaning, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I've been struggling with this mic stand all day. I have been very much meaning to get a new mic stand. So honestly, y'all are gonna help me do that. Y'all are helping me do that. Other things I need, I don't know if you can tell, but I got a binder clip holding my headphone together. This song's actually kind of a bop. We're kind of good with this one. No, I want more of a party. Give me more of a party. Amp it up a bit. Even more. More party. Bigger party. More energy. Pump it up. Yeah. Thank you, I appreciate it, Joe. It means so much. It means so much, really. So like, all of those donos go right back into the channel. It helps keep this channel going, and it helps me do the best that I can. So thank you for that. I really appreciate it. And oh my gosh, you know what? I'll take another sip. $20 sip of water. Oh my gosh. I don't know why that's a $20 sip of water. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate it. And I'll make sure that your guys' names get on the end scroll for donos and stuff. Because, I mean, I appreciate it, like, a lot. Like, thank you so much. I appreciate it so much. You guys are the best. You guys are the best. Hey, we got you up there. Yay! Donos! Oh, man. Dang, I feel like I gotta make the best terrain block ever now. I have to I have to make it good. Otherwise, I'm letting you guys down. I'm just kidding. What if there's like some more trees on this one? It's different because there's more trees. It's different. It's different. Dang, $20, $10, $30, what the heck? What in the world? What am I gonna do with this? I know what I'm gonna do with it. I'm gonna get a new mic stand. I'm gonna get a new mic stand. Let's see. I want to add a tree of a such. Doesn't have to be complex. It'd be kind of cool to even just put like a cornfield on here. Just like one cornfield. That'll make it special. Let's rotate it around. Get some different tree types. But I love coming here and working so hard. Six, 7, 8 hours, however long it takes. This game will get made. Because I know it's hard. It's hard to finish games. It's easy to want to stop and work on something else. It's so easy. And for me, coming here and doing these live streams, hanging out with people who talk about the things that they work on, the dictionaries that they never knew were just arrays, it motivates me. It makes me feel, it's like co-working. But it's even a little better than co-working. And I know I would not be able to do this if I couldn't come and hang out with y'all. And I hope it gives back a little. That you get to hang out. Hang out with me too. You know what'd be cool? If there was like a cornfield like in between. I mean, it feels a little weird to like, whoa, put this building. I'm also gonna not have this be editable. I don't actually care that the door moved. We be hanging, hey, we be hanging. Hey, look, we be hanging. I'm just saying. I'm gonna pop open one of the cornfields here. I hope I can put this together quickly. I feel like I'm like super building. So this is the cornfield dirt. The cows probably need to be a little further back. So this is a very different kind of tile, or chunk, as we're renaming it. Because it's not down the center, it's off to the side. You actually have to move yourself off to the side to get here. I also have to think about, do I really want to put a house? Because, again, no, I don't think I should put a house. Because in level 1, you're not supposed to be encountering a human. And yes, a human could not be in a house, but I feel like it just becomes a little suspect. Like, shouldn't a human maybe be in there, though? Like, maybe a human should, right? So what if it's just actually a bunch of trees, and there's just one little cornfield slice on there? And otherwise, it's just like a bunch of trees. And it's like a small cattle farm area. Next Monday, I'm gonna work on some more assets for the cattle farm region. Tool shed, a windmill, stuff like that. Remember when Joe and Ricardo donated? That was so nice. Just coming out and getting work done, getting paid. Okay. We could use a few more trees, I think. It's a little chaotic, and the player is not going to be able to navigate this as it is. Because if there's too little distance between the like, trees, the player is going to get very badly hurt. And is not going to be able to get out of the way. So I have to make sure I separate them enough. You know, I still want it to, like, be aesthetically something reasonable. Dude, I hate these red boxes. I don't know how to get rid of them. Because there's a lot of things you can get rid of. These are actually from navigation areas. They're like boundaries that determine what NPCs try to avoid or not. And that navigation area, for whatever reason, can't be hidden. Even by the gizmo hiding thing. It just like won't hide. Which is most unfortunate. Because it is really cramping my design style. But that's alright. Add some more trees over here. You know, obviously the trees too are gonna start eating up frame rate. I might want to add some LOD bias onto this stuff too. Would probably be a good idea. Because I'm going to want, you know, those to also be numerous on like a forest tile. And that's going to be tough because I can't really bundle those. Like the corn stalks, bundling it made sense. Because if the player runs into it, they're going to destroy multiple at a time. But with the trees, they just really don't like work that way. Maybe the smaller ones could though. Alright, there's a bunch of random trees that could use some better design. Let's put some corn on here. So I'm gonna get the corn row. Oh, that's just the dirt. I'm gonna need more than the dirt. There we go. Scooch it over a bit. Duplicate. I mean, I almost want to make this, like, lined up a little differently. But, like, not that badly. I think we can get closer to the edge there. Some of them have to overlap, basically. Which makes me think I could actually reduce the number of corn stalks on here, since I didn't realize that they actually overlap. Or at least they overlap more than I thought they would. Okay, they're not overlapping at all. So that's true. Okay, let's add some more corn. And then one more row. You know, the less corn I have to add on here, the better. Considering how performance heavy they can be. Alright, little farm tile on here. And then I'm gonna want a fence. I am definitely going to borrow some of the fence from over here, because I do not hate myself. What's a cow doing back there? Just chilling. Trying to get away from the alien, obviously. Why would that cow want to get aliened? It knows. Got a little heads up notification on its phone about the invasion. Oops. I just kind of want to get like a corner a little bit. These are very hard to select. By the way, I hate selecting these. Okay, fine, I won't. You know what? I'll just get one corner piece and then work with that. Something else that I would like to do, and if this goes as quickly as I think it can, I want to make the cow barn actually destructible, which shouldn't be too overly difficult. But maybe I'm wrong. Okay, duplicate this fence. I know. I actually feel like a bit of a monster for saving it. Or not saving it. For not saving it. I decided to just put it in harm's way. You know what? Screw that cow. You don't get to escape. You're doomed. That's the point of your existence. To be doomed. You were born to die. You know, unless the player decides not to. Actually, to be fair, you will be able to either play this game as evil or benevolent, or a mix of both. So in theory, the player could choose to spare that. Wise words. Wise words, Milo. I think that that's really important to point out. We're all born to die. Slowly. Or quickly. It could go either way, really. It depends. Depends on a lot of little things. But it's gonna be one of those two. It's gonna be one of those two. We're getting real talk in here. That's what you get. We get real deep discussions. You're welcome. I've decided not to worry about gates. You know, sometimes I'm like, well, maybe I could just like leave an opening. No, you know what? It's too small a detail. Hard feels for that cow. At least go in monster mode on them cows. You know, I'm not saying I would. Think of me as like a trickster deity or something who is putting the opportunity for the player to either doom the cow or not. You know, it's not me who kills the cow. It's whoever chooses to kill the cow who kills the cow. I'm Lee's Loki. Exactly. I'm just setting up the pins to be knocked down. Or you just don't go bowling because bowling sucks. Right? Like, I don't, look, I'm sure bowling is wonderful. Right? I'm sure it's fine. I did not mean to come at my bowlers in the house. First the cow, now bowling. She has no mercy. She knows no mercy. That's that Lee's Loki life. I get it, you're just a messenger. Or the cow goddess. It's definitely a cow goddess. What a like confusing label. Like, is that a compliment or an insult? To be a cow goddess. You such a cow that you are a cow goddess. Oh my gosh. I also need to change my lighting. There's a lot of things that I need. So many things. Bowling sucks now. No. I'm sorry. It was a terrible, disgusting attempt at saying something outrageous. And I should be ashamed, and I am. I actually enjoy bowling. If I'm being honest, I actually enjoy bowling. I wonder what a benevolent gameplay would be like, because being bad/chaotic is kind of easier to understand. Yeah, I mean, so, like, so far, the idea that I have is that, look at that, it looks like I have like a little coal on my nose. Like somebody just put a little coal on my nose. What the heck? See? It's putting a mustache on me. We live in a world of chaos. It's my microphone stand. My gosh. I told you I need a new microphone stand. So the way the game's gonna work is you, the player, can choose either to consume innocent people or only consume violent authority who are out to kill you. So think of these helicopter people as bad. Gotta get those bowling haters clicks. That's what I'm out for. That's what I'm here for. Nobody is innocent. So if that's true, that's correct. Well, except for the authority. What? Okay. Well, I know what playthrough you're gonna choose. I know exactly what playthrough you're gonna choose. Okay. So these are the innocent people, right? And the idea is, let's say you're in a town where people live. If you are one who has good karma, then there will be like little buffs out here. So let's say you're not gonna hurt anybody. That's amazing. Just a pacifist, full pacifist playthrough. So there will be like meat from like a freezer or a refrigerator, that because meat heals you. So eating a human would heal you, technically, right? So there's gonna be like little meat. If you're on the side of the people, they'll leave meat out and you can eat it and get health from it. If you're not on the side of the people, you won't get those little bonuses. And in fact, innocent people will like band together into militias and attack you. So ideally, and I haven't gotten to this point of development yet, I'm very excited to, but ideally, the more evil you're playing, the more challenging the playthrough will be. On the other hand, you know, we could say that like if you're attacking the military, they're gonna try to hit you harder, you know? So maybe there's like a balance in like the type of difficulty. Like the difficulty that you get from the military is different than the difficulty with the humans against you. So I'm not sure like how I want to balance it, but that's kind of the idea. So if you're playing it and you're like trying to decide whether you want to be evil or good, chaos makes more sense and is fun, but hopefully it will become apparent to the player that maybe they should be more thoughtful about which they choose, depending on how they want the game to go. A tree looks like a dreams creation. I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. That was the first thing I made in Blender. It was the first thing that I made in Blender. And you know what? Maybe I should remake it. Not that it's bad to look like a dreams creation, but it is from where the entire art style sort of emerges. Usually it's hard being good. Yeah, well, it kind of will be hard in a way because you're gonna need health, right? And eating an innocent person and cows, they're gonna be everywhere. Well, not necessarily cows, but innocent people. And so it's, in theory, it's gonna be tempting. Here's the other thing. So not only do you heal from eating them, now I haven't set up that system yet, but ideally you'd grab it and then drag it to the player, and then you'd be able to heal. But the other thing is you can drag it to the score dunk here, and then you'll abduct and get points. And the way you beat each level is by hitting the threshold for how many abductions that you need per level. So you'll beat the game faster, you'll have more health. If you say, screw innocent people, I'm just going to get as much as I can so I can beat the game quickly and stay healthy, right? And so I'm excited to add in some more of those like balancing counter factors. So that way maybe everyone will just do chaos. And that'll be really interesting to see what happens. And maybe I'll need to rebalance it so people aren't as tempted to do chaos. Or maybe we just lean into the chaos and we just say, yeah, chaos good. That's what you should do, is chaos. The bullies own helicopters on this game. Perfect, sounds like a plan. The bullies own helicopters. Wait, do I understand that? Yeah. The bad guys, yeah, and then they're gonna be like, they'll have tanks. There'll be like police and soldiers and stuff. That's gonna be the military. And then, you know, the innocent people, they'll have more or less advanced ways to attack you. I really want some pitchforks. Maybe only in the rural area you'll have pitchforks, not everywhere. Evil all the way, says 3D Sphinx. Dang. Dang. Do you get more points for killing military if you're playing as chaotic? So far, I haven't thought of that as being more points. So like the innocent people versus the evil ones will give you the same amount of abductions. However, I'm thinking that there will be certain power-ups that you get based on who you abduct and stuff. So like if you are abducting a lot of innocent people, maybe you won't get as many technological advances. So in between each level, it's gonna have like a roguelike thing, and in between each level you're gonna be able to choose upgrades. And maybe the more military that you abduct, the more like, I don't know, offensive upgrades you get or something like that. The more innocent people, I don't know, it's like different upgrades. I'm not really sure, but like, you know, there could be other ways to incentivize or de-incentivize abducting certain things. But technically the points are just this fixed thing that you work towards, sort of like a collectathon a little bit in that sense. Good ending, bad ending helps with the incentives. That's true, and it's like, what is a good ending? What is a bad ending? You know? I don't know. I still haven't kind of thought about what the ending will be. Still not entirely sure about that. Because, like, it could be, to someone, a bad ending could be good. But that's true. Like, maybe... Honestly, I would think it's an incentive to try to get either ending. You know, like, maybe someone's just like, I just want an ending. I don't care if it's the good or the bad one. Just give me an ending. I'm gonna put these off the boundary, which is a little bit of effort because that means I'm going to have to make some non-destructible ones that go outside of that boundary area. So I guess I'll do that, because on the outside you can't go out there. They're just like visual, like they're there, and I don't want them to be the like scripted objects. I just want them to be the mesh. Will level speed up or stay the same pace? It's a good question. So right now, the way that it's just set up, you can choose to go faster. So it's normally at this speed, and then you can choose to run faster. You know, it's possible that could be like a power-up or something. I think that would be a good power-up, is that you can go faster, because then it's like two sides. Like, it, on one hand, you get to go faster, but on the other hand, it's going to be harder because you have to dodge things more quickly, and maybe you're going to just like experience more enemies or something like that. So yeah, I think the speed will be sort of a playstyle thing. And I would want the player to have some control over whether or not it speeds up. In terms of how it gets more difficult, I feel like it would just be like more enemies that are stronger and more obstacles that you have to avoid. It might be a power-up. Right now, it's just a key. It's just the W or the up key. That's all it is right now. But someday it could be a power-up. The whole power-up system is kind of something that I need to implement, like, soon. The end of the level happens when you reach a certain number of abductions. That's the idea. And I haven't like gotten a way to show it. I guess it could be like a slash, like 4 out of 20 or something. I feel like that kind of looks a little boring, but like maybe we could make it look cool somehow. So the level ends when you get a certain number of abductions. I don't know if I've explained this to everybody here. I explain it often, but never often enough, because it always bears repeating. There's lore in this game. There's some lore in this game. You can have cop cars following along with sirens. Nice! Yes! Yes! I love that. 100%. Absolutely. Definitely will happen. I really want enemies to come from behind. That is something I want to do. So look, the way this game works, alright? These aliens on their home planet. You love you some lore. I love me some lore. On their home planet, these aliens are actually just heads. Well, that's how they start out, as their most basic form. They're just the head. And on their planet, where they are a bunch of heads, there are these opposing winds that blow through the air. Okay? Don't ask, it's space. It's magic space stuff. And a pearl gets created in between those winds. Yeah, it's a lore cartoon. I want to make a cutscene or 2 or 3 for it. And these pearls fall out of the sky, and the aliens, well, they secrete their saliva onto it. It's what they do. It's just what they do. And upon doing that, like a big gobstopper, it actually morphs into their body, because these wind pearls have like special effects because they're like magic space logic, and their head like blends, their like organs like blend into the sphere, and it's this nice strong indestructible thing, and then that becomes the way that they are. So they're just these little heads with these little sphere bodies, and that's their like, this is their like natural or their mature form, until one day, and this is true, by the way, this is true, humans during the space race would send animals into space, like dogs and mice and stuff like that. Well, one of those animals, we're gonna say a mouse, landed on this alien planet. And as those aliens do, they took a bite and secreted their juice on it. And the one alien who did that grew limbs out of their magic sphere body. They grew limbs. And they're like, yo, we need more of this meat stuff. Because if we all have limbs, think of what we could do with our secretions onto the orbs, right? So they can have limbs and they can secrete on them, and they can just build all of these domiciles and make a great civilization, you know, where they take their trapped abductees and farm them and allow them to just, you know, be awesome. And so they're gonna go to Earth. They're gonna go to Earth to get more meat. And so that's why they're here. That's the whole reason that they're here in the first place. So that's why the score, or the goal for each level, is to abduct as many things as possible, is so that you can do that. I might as well just go all the way. So you start out as just the head with the body, right? And it's gonna be cattle farm area. That's where you're going to start out, is that cattle farm. And so the first thing you eat is actually gonna give you cattle legs. I still have to make all that, but in theory it would be there. A cool triptych. What's a triptych? What is that? And at the end of that level, a cattle farmer is going to attack you from a pickup truck. And you're gonna beat that by eating the farmer, which will give you the human limbs that you see here in this version of the game. Panel of 3 images telling a story. Whoa. Okay. Alright. I'll make an alien invasion game triptych. So with all the great limbs and invasion powers, the aliens are just eating up humans. And the humans aren't happy, so they're protesting. Please stop eating us. We don't like it. Alien bad. And for some reason, the aliens actually feel kind of guilty. Because they didn't just get human limbs when they ate those humans. They also got human empathy. So they're feeling guilty and they're kind of questioning, why are we doing this? I don't know. Maybe this isn't good. Humans always complaining. In their moment of weakness, the military decides this is when we strike to take out these aliens. Well, it turns out that the military and the government is not so generous or caring about their people in general, because they take this opportunity to attack the aliens. They dropping bombs and bullets on the protesters too, because they don't care. It's collateral damage, whatever. So both the aliens and the humans are getting attacked, and this forges a union between the humans and the aliens against violent authority. This sets up the karma system, why the humans will help you if you are nice to them, and why it's okay to kill violent authority, not a problem, totally fine. Because you're actually liberating innocent people by attacking violent authority. And so then your character with your empathy heart, that's gonna shrink as you have lower empathy and grows as you get more empathy. The higher it is, the more special things you get from innocent humans, and so on and so forth. And yep, that's it. That's the game. That's kind of the general idea. So that's why abductions are such an important part of everything. Achievement when not killing / abducting. Don't mind me. I'm just chilling. Well, that's the thing. So the level would be endless, right? You would just keep going endlessly if you're not meeting the abduction limit. So it would just be kind of nothing happening, except, you know, things would attack you, except for level 1. In theory, level 1, nothing will attack you until you attack it. Really, level 1 is very generous. The only thing that can kill you in level 1 is by running into stuff. There's not going to be enemies who attack you until you get to the boss. Then they will. Whoa. Dude, this block looks wild. It looks so weird against all the others. It's cool. It's just like not what I expected. Wow, look at all those cornfields. There's so many cornfields. How and when did you come up with this idea? Been holding it and developing for a long time, or was it pretty quick and recent when you first started with Godot? So, as some of you who have been, who have known me for a couple years, I was working on a survival game called Survive Escape. You can't find anything about it, really. A little bit, but barely. I unlisted all those videos. I hid them. That project was on hiatus. Now, I was working on that in a totally different engine called Dreams, which is not a good engine. I don't recommend it. Please don't use it. It's fun, but it's not for making games in a serious way. Please don't use it. But the survival game, it was really, really, how do you say, overscoped? It was too big. It's not a good engine, it's a great engine. Let me be clear. It is not an engine that you can export games from and own. It is trapped on a platform on the PlayStation that is a dying program. It's a dying, I say program, it's not a program, it's a game. And look, I loved it. I had a great time using Dreams. It was a wonderful, wonderful experience. I met wonderful people, okay? We made wonderful things, but ultimately, it just didn't last. And that's just the way that it is. That's just the way that it was. But I was working on a survival game within there, and it was obviously it was starting to bother me. Lee's made her bestest bud ever in dreams. I did! Of course, we're talking about Milo. Look, it was what it was. Anyway, I don't want to talk about dreams. I just want to give you context of what it is, alright? So, it was a survival game that I was working on. It's a huge game in this alpha beta. A huge game in this platform that was very tiny and restrictive, and I wanted to learn other engines. So I started working on like random games in other engines, and I kind of was just realizing that it wasn't actually worth trying to make this game anymore because the scope was too big. It's my dream game to make this super hyper realistic survival game. Even if I try to make this outside of Dreams in Unreal Engine, which was always my plan, it's going to be a huge amount of effort to try to pull it together. So I very much just decided to let it go. Like, I'm not gonna work on my dream game. Instead, I'm gonna do something else. I am going to work on a game that has mechanics. That was chaos. A game that has mechanics similar to this game. So I wanted to make like realistic weather. I wanted to make a complex injury system. I wanted to have complex crafting that was dynamic. A map that you could put waypoints on. You know, I wanted it to have companions, right? Just everything that a game doesn't need because it's too much work. The overscopiest of overscoping was the vision for the game. And so what I decided to do is to start working on one mechanic from that big game idea. For example, limb damage. Something that I didn't mention a lot of just now was limb damage is like a central part of this game, right? So if you look at the character here, let's go to a different level. If I run into stuff, you'll see the arm is actually gonna start shrinking and getting smaller. So that was actually the seed for this game idea. So see how this arm is getting smaller? And the idea will be that you can't reach as far. So eventually the arm disappears. Same thing will happen with like your legs. Your legs will break off if you run into stuff. Again, this goes off the limbs growing from humans and animals and stuff. It's this whole limb thing. So that was the seed for this game idea. And now I get to explore a limb damage system, learn how to make the code, and the challenges that come along with such a system. So all the parts shrink as you take that damage. And I can just have that one thing that I've made. And now, someday, I'll make another game that maybe has that realistic weather or that complex map with waypoints. And it'll be a small game, like this is gonna be. And a small-ish game. And then one day, when I finally want to tackle that big dream game, I've got games under my belt, maybe I've sold some stuff on Steam, maybe even there's a studio that exists that has people who I work with who have, you know, become trusted collaborators, you know? Maybe at that point, I say, okay, let's make Survive Escape. We even have all of these games that have examples of the mechanics that Survive Escape needs. And so now we can make this big dream game. So moving back a little bit, when I thought of the limb damage system, I wanted just like a reason to implement it. And so I thought, well, what could have limbs that could be justifiable to just destroy and bring back? And then I came up with the idea for the alien that absorbs limbs and that grow and shrink and all this stuff. And then really I just justified that mechanic with all of that lore that I showed you. And here we are. I was doing a bunch of different games too. So once I was kind of done with Dreams and I felt like it wasn't a good use of my time anymore, I started making just games in like different engines. So I was working on Unity. I was working in GDevelop. I was working on Unreal Engine. So I did about 30 live streams in Unreal Engine. And I was making a cooking game where you cook noodles. And it was fun. It was interesting. I liked it. I liked Unreal Engine a lot. And this was just sort of a random idea that my heart wasn't in. I don't know, I wasn't really that into it, truth be told. And I found myself just being a little stressed trying to make all these different games. Because this was at the same time. So I was making my noodle game where you drop noodles in bowls. That was an Unreal Engine. And then in Unity, I was remaking like the game Celeste, or like a precision platformer in the style of Celeste. So I was doing a bunch of Unity streams, trying to figure out that. And then, you know, Unity had some problems, so I was like, okay, maybe I'll stop working on this game. And these were all at the same time, right? It was that noodle game, the Celeste game, and then I tried to make it in GDevelop, so I started doing GDevelop. It was too much. It was just too many games to be working on at the same time. And I wanted to come up with a single game for a single engine, so that way I wasn't dividing my time between a million different games that I couldn't figure out, or I couldn't ever finish. And so, again, that's why I focused in on this one game. That was a long story. And thank you for indulging me, so I can practice telling it, hopefully faster next time. But that's the story of Hyper Game Dev. I never heard of Dreams, but yeah, I'm not sure the point. If it's so limited, was there some kind of scripting language associated with Dreams? Yeah, so it was visual scripting, right? And you could use it on your PlayStation controller. The controller was cool. It was, you know, it had music, it had art, it had game logic, all in one package, so you didn't have to use like multiple programs in theory. So it was definitely attractive in some ways. For me, I was intimidated by the idea of setting up on a computer, right? Because I had been doing like some Fallout New Vegas mods or something, and that was already overwhelming me, like trying to use that Gamebryo engine and what is this Blender thing? I don't know. Gosh, this is too much. What am I gonna do? Get Unreal Engine? That's gonna blow my mind. I can't handle that. And then Dreams came out, and I was like, oh, great. It's on the PlayStation. I just sit here and on my PlayStation. I already have a PlayStation. I don't have to install anything. I can make games super easy. So that was sort of the appeal, I think, for me and a lot of people, is that it was easier. Truth be told, despite all the chaos of having to learn different programs or whatever, I've actually found that I can do more outside of Dreams than Dreams lets me do. That's just my own personal opinion. I was kind of like, once I like got out of the Dreams bubble, I was like, wait a minute. These game engines are really powerful and amazing. Like, wait, these aren't as bad as I thought. I can do this. To end out the level once the player meets the level quota, have an end of level block it tacks on with like a spaceship the alien takes the abductions. Oh, I like that. That's funny. So we see them get abducted. I guess the implication is supposed to be that when the orb ascends, if I can grab, there we go. Like when the orb goes up, then they're already abducted. That feels a little overscopey, but I like where you're going with it. It's very interesting. So my plan for this game is to prototype. Like, I just want to make a game that has the bare minimum game design elements, so that way you can understand as a player how to play it. Is it fun? You know, you can get through it. It makes sense. It looks good enough. And then after that version is out, based on like feedback and stuff and playtesting, I would want to remake the game with maybe awesome, cool little features like this, which I would then put a different type of effort into. So that feels very much remake stuff rather than this version stuff. Kai says, it's a sad story. I still love Dreams, but we digress. If you ultimately want to bring the game outside of Dreams, you're on the right path. Yeah, I mean, look, like Dreams was an amazing, cool experience for me, and I'm so glad I did it. I just, I personally have felt deeply liberated as a creative person to not use Dreams anymore, especially because of how locked in everything was. And at the end of the day, I can't help but feel that there's some kind of exploitativeness to that. Like, we made all of these games for Dreams for free. There was no monetization. There was no way to own what we had besides our IP, and like we can take screenshots and stuff. But ultimately, we were just making something so the Dreams platform could be better instead of like having something of our own. So for me, I have a kind of like some bitterness about that, and it's hard for me to be that, to think that nostalgically back on it. But it is a really cool platform. I loved all the people that I met on it, and that doesn't change. And, you know, of course, part of what was Dream's downfall is corporate management. But then at the end of the day, it's like, well, maybe that's why something like that isn't a good option for making games. Like, if it's a platform that's on the PlayStation, like, kind of course it's doomed to fail. Like, Sony is going to make a decision that's in their interest. And you might say, oh, well, they could have been the next Roblox. I don't know about that. Like, maybe. For whatever reason, they decided that that wasn't going to be the direction to go. And I just think it's not safe to trust something like that. Again, I loved using Dreams, but in retrospect, I don't miss it. I wouldn't go back to it. And I'm glad that I've moved beyond it, personally. Dreams had the most sophisticated visual scripting I've ever seen. Maybe Blueprints can compete, so it was possible to make great things. It was just very annoying to do. Yeah, it's okay, visual scripting. Blueprints is 1,000,000 times better. 10,000 times better. I mean, if you want to say it's intuitive, you could. But then again, what bothered me about Dream scripting is that you had to make every basic thing. Like, not every, but most basic things, right? So like, if you wanted to do, let's say, a switch statement, they have a selector, they call it on Dreams. It only had a certain limit of switch statements you could even put in there. And then if you wanted to have more switch statements, you had to build your own selector to do that. And there are so many examples of stuff like that, where if you wanted a truly complex logic system, you had to build it all from scratch. You can't like, or you had to find it from other people's stuff, and you can't like merge things in a nice, easy way. I don't know. I hear you, but I think, in my opinion, it's not as sophisticated as it seems. In my opinion. I meant to ask when you use GDevelop, but I didn't know you'd already tried it when I discovered it a month or two ago. Recently been watching some of your playlists of using GDevelop. Nice. Yeah. I love GDevelop. And that's the other thing. Something like Godot or GDevelop are free and open source. And so, you know that they're more immune from corporate corruption in some way. And that has drawn me to software like that. Whereas something like Dreams is even worse than like Unreal Engine or Unity, who are obviously owned by big corporations. But something like Dreams is even worse, because Dreams is owned by Media Molecule, who's owned by Sony, right? And it's like, oh my gosh, like that is many layers of things can go very wrong for the people who are using that platform. Yeah. Took me a lot of trial and error until I found Godot. Doubt I'll ever switch to anything else personally. I know, same here. Like, I loved Unreal Engine. It was so powerful. It just felt like a cool playground to live in and do stuff in. But yeah, something about Godot, I don't know. I like it better. I do. I feel like it's more intuitive, and it has a community that I like better. I like GDScript. I like the interface. I don't know. Yeah, I hear you. And I think it's important to try different ones and see where you fit. Godot has no corporate management, which is its greatest strength. Yeah, completely. You know, open source projects can fail. They can get co-opted in one way or the other, but you know that every version of Godot that comes out right now is going to be immortalized as an open source MIT license. You can do whatever you want, fork it into something else, period. You know? So if somehow a future version got corrupted, you'd always have every past version free to use for whatever games you want. No retroactive fees or anything weird can happen. It's just like there to be grown from, which I think is awesome, for sure. I don't know much about blueprints, only what I saw you do, so I assume blueprints are actually way better. Yeah, I mean, there's incredibly powerful. I think I still prefer text coding myself. Like, for me, blueprints were kind of a crutch in transitioning between dreams and text coding, because it gave me that familiarity with visual scripting. But what it didn't do was give me the amount of control that text coding does. And you can get used to using blueprints, but at some point it gets really hard to manage, in my opinion. And that's why I still prefer text coding. And then, you know, a visual scripting language isn't as transferable as a text coding language, skill-wise. But anyway, you know, blueprints are awesome. People should learn them and use them if they are intimidated by text code. Definitely do recommend it. I just make games with paper and pencil. Me too! I'm actually making a YouTube video about that. Totally legit, and actually an extremely valuable lesson for learning how to make video games. Immune to open source software corruption. I know that's right. For me, it's a good next bridge from dreams. It's still simple/easy, but amazing how powerful it can grow. And yes, it's free and open source, so no one company can govern its future. Hell yeah. Yeah, GDevelop. Yep. One day I'll go Godot. Let's go. More time consuming than I can do right now. Yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair. Yeah, GDevelop is great. I was kidding, but that's awesome, Lise. Yeah, I'm literally working on a YouTube video where I'm going to be trying to make this game as a board game. That's what my spoiler. That's what my next not my first, but the first one on this channel. I've released YouTube videos on this channel, but they're all gone, and this is going to be my actual first one. Is me making this game as a board game, which I'm really excited about. Paper and pencil. I just use my mind to make them. I think games into existence. That's actually impressive. Like, I don't think I could hold the memory. Like, imagine you have to, like, manage everybody's, like, variables. Like, okay, you have 6 points, you have 10 points. This thing gives you a debuff, and so your strength is only 7. That's like, it's like a magic. You would be the best dungeon master or game master ever. A lot of your videos are still public, just a little complicated to get to. That's true. They're unlisted, not public, but yes, that's very true. And the way that you would get to those would be by going to the playlists. But as far as the videos, yes, a lot of them are unlisted. It's true. It's true. It's true. But it will be the first, so like right now, there's like no tab at all, even for, you know, videos. So I'm talking more about like the public page, right? So if you look on here, it says Shorts Live. That's it. There's no videos tab. So when I first put a public video on here, it'll say videos, and that will be the first one. So that's what I mean. I was gonna make a fence or a version of the fence that's just a mesh, and then still put all of this other stuff together somehow. 110 videos, but no video tab. Is it 110? Is that what it says? I have 221 videos, actually. And then live streams, technically, this is a big one. This is a big number. 221 videos, and they're all just not there. 787 live streams. I be streaming. I stay streaming. Yeah. I'm using those YouTube servers. They got a bounty with my name on it for all the data that I use up. Alright, so if I want to export this, it's going to be actually a little tricky now that I think about it, because I don't have a 5-row mesh or a 5 fence row as just a mesh. Maybe I just won't worry about that. That feels like a little complicated. I could just, you know what I'll do? I'm just gonna duplicate this, and we're just gonna say meshes only instead of mesh only. And then in this scene, I'm just gonna get rid of the obstacle on it. Again, this is for out of bounds stuff, so that way it won't be activatable. And I'm gonna take the script from here. Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot. And of those, I mean, not like there's. And so this reason why this says 100. Oh, you're looking at this. So the reason why this is 110 is because of all the live streams that are currently public. So it's 110 of all the live streams, plus like the 6 or 7, you know, shorts that I have. So this is the 110 live streams. This is everything that I've done in the last 7 months, live stream wise, is public on here. And then the shorts also add, okay, 4 extra ones on top of that. So that's what the 110 is. And honestly, you'll probably see these go away too, at some point. But I'm not sure. Will I be making more shorts? Yes, absolutely, 100%. I actually recorded one today during this live stream. I'm still experimenting with shorts, but it seems like the tutorial ones are the ones that are getting the most love. This was me answering a question that somebody had. So ask questions in comments and stuff. I'll try to respond to it. Are you in it? I don't know. I don't think so, but maybe. Probably not. They popping off. I don't know about that, but, you know, it seems that that's the way to go for now. You know, so I'm just kind of experimenting to see what works best. But I really don't want to make tutorial videos. It just doesn't really interest me, and I don't think it's like what people come here for. So I also like literally did a poll, which was asking about live streams, to be fair. But I did a poll asking what people like about Hyper Game Dev live streams. Oh, I can't see it. I have, okay. Okay, I gotta pull it up on here. Average Boston accent? Totally, totally. Yeah, absolutely. Oh my. Okay, these are hard to get through. Okay, poll here. There it is. So on here, people voted learning stuff as what they like about the what they enjoy most about the live streams. Learning stuff did not do well on this poll. And this is for live streams specifically. But it's a pretty low-rated thing, so it makes me think. Yeah, getting inspired and personality, yay! Yeah, so that's why for the YouTube videos, I kind of want to go with my strengths and focus more on personality and inspired, and then the learning stuff I think kind of just will follow. Like if I'm talking about making games, it'll kind of fit, you know? Most of your game, yeah, it's co-working, we're co-working! So to me, like, I don't really want to try to become a tutorial channel. However, with the shorts, you know, that's kind of a different appeal. We're not looking at like the core audience. And so one way to like think about this, and I don't know if I can find this, loco streaming funnel. Let's see, or not streaming, but like content funnel. I don't know if I'm gonna actually find this. It's Loco is a content creator who makes streams. Okay, this isn't helpful. Anyway, so like it's important. I'm sorry, I'm just stealing this from Loco, but that's okay. I find it important to keep in mind. Oh no, dude, I'm not ready for Excalibur in the moment. I'm just not ready. So think of like content creation like a funnel, right? Or especially YouTube stuff. So we have like 3 different tiers here, right? And like down here is live streams. And these are folks who are like the most loyal and the most, you know, engaged people. The people who are like most interested in the content that we're making and doing here. I guess I should put an S on here. And then here we've got like medium length vids, right? And then over here we'll say like shorts. And so the idea is that, I think you're one of them too. And so the shorts is to apply to like a broad audience, right? Not necessarily the core people who are the most interested in what we're doing here, the biggest fans or whatever. Like that's the kind of people who come through live streams, right? All of y'all. The medium length vids is more like general, and then the shorts is more, even more general. So I guess what I'm trying to point out is that with the shorts, I'm more willing to do the tutorial thing because it's like, it's more appealing to like a wider audience. And if that's what works to bring them into the channel, to make them interested in the content, that's great. Because we do have learning moments, right? So that's why it's not that interesting to me to make shorts that aren't based on the live streams. So I want it to feel like the live streams. So I just pull moments from the live streams and use those as shorts. So cut this out. It's a little tutorial that's actually related to what we do here in the live streams. That way it's advertising the content that we do, and it also can serve what a wider audience is looking for. With the videos, I kind of want to strike more of a balance and not go straight all out in learning and do more of the what it seems like people like from what I make. It's your current audience responding. YouTube algo might push your videos out to a new audience. Yeah, right. And so that's the thing. Like, I care the most about y'all. Like y'all who are willing to come here and hang out with me for 1 to 8 hours, any amount of, we're at 8 hours. We're over 8 hours, right? Y'all are willing to come through here and hang out and like be a part of this. Like, to me, y'all have, and the other thing is that this is what's easiest for me to do, you know, to hang out and show up and do this. And if it's easy for me to do, I should do it, because that means I can do more of it. And so y'all coming here and supporting that means a lot to me, and I care about that. And if it means that I can do it and y'all like it, then I would like to find some way to capture what is likable about these live streams and is something I can reasonably do. And so if I start making stuff that doesn't appeal to this audience, I feel like that's a mistake. If I would not want to get 10,000 new subscribers who aren't like the 1,100 we currently have. I wouldn't want that, because that's not the kind of content that's easy for me to make. You know what I'm saying? Like, the content I already make is what's easiest for me to make. And I don't want to have to, like, change myself just because it's better for different audiences. I don't know if I'm making a lot of sense here, but I want to make sure that if this channel is growing, it's because we're finding more people like y'all. Not just going for viral big hits that changes the entire direction of the channel or something. I don't know if that really made sense. You don't necessarily need to be one of those channels that does really in-depth tutorials. It could just be like, oh, here's a 5 to 10 minute about the cool Godot feature. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's just, the other thing is that sounds so boring. I don't want to do it. It stresses me out because, I don't know, and maybe I should learn, noted. Maybe I should learn to, like, figure out a way to do that. But, like, for now, I feel like I would rather keep, like, short snippets as part of the tutorials, and then focus more on the personality inspiring side of things for the YouTube videos. And then for the live streams, just keep doing what I'm doing. And then maybe there could be some blend. I could figure out a way that I want to do a tutorial. I don't know. I'm open to it, but I don't know. Thanks, Gav Games. Thank you! Had a funny short idea. The 5 stages of Elise. During one of those streams, when you're, like, stuck on something for, like, the whole stream. Nice. That is pretty funny. I like that. Well, and so that's a thing. Like, you know, I'm gonna also want to make videos that go over what happens in the live streams. So that way people who can't commit time or whatever, you know, and search through a bunch of super long live streams, make sure they're still able to get the gist of what happens. That's funny, because then that also kind of not just gives, like, an information perspective, like, on Monday we did this and did that, and the game is now like this, right? It's more capturing, like, the vibe of the stream. That's a really cool idea. I like that a lot. Noted. Thanks, Gav Games. That's so nice of you. Honestly, that's something that I kind of, like, avoided for a long time. I didn't want to be, like, the focus. That's why the logo isn't, like, my face or something, you know? And it's not, like, Lee's game dev. Because that used to be my username. When I was on Twitch, it was Lee's Lady. And then I morphed it into Leeserly. And then I went to Hyper Game Dev. Because I wanted to take the me out of it. Which is ridiculous. Because I've now realized that the me is, like, the important part. So reluctantly, I am being like, okay, fine. You guys like the me part of it, so I will be open to that. But I'm still gonna try to be a little modest about it. But yeah, that's part of what is driving it. And I'm trying to listen to the audience, you know, the current audience that I have, and you know, make decisions based on that. That hopefully will lead to growth, but not just about chasing what I think people who aren't y'all want. What about some Mario sound effects for the stream soundboard? Okay. I actually don't have a soundboard right now. I used to have, when I was on Twitch, I really had a soundboard. Like, and I used that soundboard. I used the crap out of that soundboard. And, you know, to me, that was part of my transition away from Twitch to YouTube, was getting rid of the sort of, like, gimmicky crap on the screen, things going on that aren't relevant to the overall arc of the stream. Just sort of, like, YouTubeifying my stream. I cut out the soundboard, but I gotta tell you, Gecko, sometimes I miss the soundboard. And once in a while, I want it back. So yeah, maybe I'll put some Mario sounds on there if I ever bring it back. Denial. I can fix this bug if I just believe. Anger. Why won't this bug fix itself? Bargaining. Maybe if I ask AI, it'll help me. Depression. Oh, I'll never fix this bug. Acceptance, yes! That's such a great idea. I like that. I like that. Good theming, too, with the stages of grief. Game jam centered around using a specific Godot feature, then clip it up for shorts or vids. I don't know, just a thought. Whoa! Whoa! That's a wild idea. And that is kind of like something. So like right now, I just do these like big beefy game dev streams. And when I'm done with this game, my plan is to not do these big beefy game dev streams anymore. Once this game is done, I'm not going to come here for 6 to 10 hours and stream. Now that's gonna take a while. What I want to do is have more live streams similar to the game jam on Friday. Something that is more for an entertainment purpose solely and not just me sitting here working. That's just an idea, I don't know. But what I like about this idea is it kind of becomes an entertaining... It's okay, don't worry. It becomes an entertaining... I'm still gonna stream, I'm just not gonna stream in the same way. Maybe. It's just an idea. Anything could happen. Anything could happen. It's just an idea, and that's far in the future. Far in the future. But this is a cool idea because it can be like an entertaining, fun, interactive live stream, and then ideally, it could be chopped up into other content. So this is exactly the kind of stuff that I'm trying to come up with. So thank you guys for all these amazing ideas. It's a very Twitch thing, Gecko. Yeah, it is. And I think it's avoided on YouTube because there's a focus on making the content valuable for non-live viewers. Yeah, absolutely. I've actually been considering trying to make a hyper game dev custom short, but the thing is there are not a lot of good shorts you can make out of it. Yeah, I agree with that. Probably why there are only 5 shorts and like 2 of those are responding to short comments. Yeah, for sure. It's tricky, and so I want to try to have content that lends itself to it more. For sure, working on it. Potatoes are also important. Wait, what other... Did I say like tomatoes or something? Release fans. Let's go. Oh, because I was talking about like... I don't remember. Also, I love the hyper game dev part. Gives a good branding. Thanks, Edward. I like it too. And I'm glad that is it. And part of it is trying to be like neurodivergent flagging a little bit. Like... because I'm hyperactive, because I got ADHD. And I find that a lot of people who come to these streams experience neurodivergence or something like that. So yeah, I think it worked out well for sure. And it tells you what this channel is about, right? Game dev. Also, why are there so many mods here right now? Because this is a serious situation. We have to make sure that everything's on lockdown. I guess we watch different YouTube videos. Yeah, no, there are YouTube videos that have like sound effects and stuff. It's true. It's not totally something that doesn't work on YouTube. It was just like part of my flush of like transitioning away from Twitch. It didn't make the cut. And it's something that like basically everything that I cut when I left Twitch, my idea was, well, if I feel like I need it back, then I'll add it. For example, Zooms! I didn't have Zooms for a long time, but then I was like, kinda need Zooms. Excuse me, Zooms are awesome, please bring them back. So, you know, I add them in tastefully, right? And like, you know, I used to have like a little cutout and like a frame around here with like followers and subscribers and donation goals and all that crap. You know, ugh, I hate all that. That's like the most twitchy stuff that I try to avoid. Don't watch much live on YouTube. Yeah, there's a lot of good live streamers on YouTube. I'm trying to compile a good suggested collection to put on the YouTube channel of people who live stream on YouTube, Godot specifically. I never really considered myself to like live streams before you found Ever Game Dev, and that's awesome. I love that. I love that. I really appreciate that. That's helpful to know. You like these working streams? Yeah. I mean, some version of it will exist. You know, I'm not sure. Don't worry. And I will always check in with the community. I would be still stream through the same times, but the things you'll be doing is like making mini project stuff. Yeah. And like, you know, I'm gonna want to make YouTube videos. So if I'm gonna make YouTube videos, I need time to make them. And I can't be streaming for 20 hours a week. I mean, I stream for well over 30 hours a week. Almost 40 hours a week, actually. But I can't be streaming for that long and making YouTube videos at the same time. So something has to give if I want to grow the channel, and I'm quite certain that growing the channel is going to involve making YouTube videos, for sure. I might try to pick up streaming or making videos. Nice! I'm sure you'd be great at it. I know none of the steps include pulling up the documentation. Yeah. But I kid, Lise. Yeah, I also avoid... I'm trying to get better at the documentation, but I'm not great. Zooming, 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 zooming. Zoom! You chase the day away. You know, I don't have ADHD or autism that you know of. But a lot of people just assume I do. It's probably just a lot of different other brain things working together to make it seem like I have those, but I don't. Alright, heard. There's other things that I think attract people besides that. What about PowerPoint transitions? Oh yeah, for sure. You want a transition? I can't say it's a PowerPoint transition, but I got transitions. Let's go. I mean, it's not really a PowerPoint, but here we go. You ready? What? Now we're here, and now we're there. What? Transitions? I don't know if it's a PowerPoint one, but it's kind of a transition. It's kind of giving transition. What? Okay, anyway. I really figured out how to find live channels on the tube. Yeah, it's not easy. It ain't easy. Really, if you are already invested in game dev stuff and you like and subscribe to this channel, doink, 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 hit that like button. You'll get recommended more live game devs. But something you could do is just type in game dev up here and hit this little live button, and you might find some things. Here's the Primogen, or the Prime Time. Did the Primogen change their name to Prime Time? Here's me. Look at that. What? If you type in game dev on YouTube, the third result is me. I mean, look, that's probably because I'm me that it's suggesting me. That has to be it. So this is one way, but of course this is only going to show you people who are currently live. So it's not, and there's a lot of stuff that isn't it, so it's a bit of effort. It's kind of some work, and there's not a lot of us out here. But they are out here. And, you know, I'll make it more of a priority to, this is not game dev, to set up some suggested live streamers, because there are a bunch out there, believe it or not. Dun, 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 dun. I like pretending you're my friend. Oh, a little parasocial this and that going on. Okay. I can't be streaming for 20 hours a week. No, I mean, that's part of the appeal. I understand this. Like, when I watch live streamers, I feel that too. I can't be streaming for 20 hours a week. I'm streaming for 40. Oh, man. I meant I can't stream for those additional 20 hours. I have to cut off those 20. I'll keep the other 20, though. Yeah, Milo did used to stream. Setup is in your bedroom now. You can't say that I know of... I've been tested for it. That's true. Doesn't sound like you're saying it either, though. Milo, was that a One Piece reference? I must know. I can't resist. Oh, nice. You binged the heck out of it. I know Pierogion loves One Piece. It's a very cool transition. Okay, thank you. Insane Alpha Beta. I don't know why he is that on YouTube, but he's still Primogen. Maybe the name was taken by someone else. Yeah, maybe. Tony Stark is like, oh. Hey, what's up? From your own room. YouTube got that Google money. What they doing? I know. Well, you know, it's just not a priority to them, you know? That's not their moneymaker. Their moneymaker is shorts and YouTube videos. Mostly YouTube videos. So, you know, and one thing that I've noticed is they will make improvements to live streaming on YouTube when Twitch makes big fumbles in the media. So if like Twitch is getting a lot of flack for doing something bad, YouTube will retaliate by doing something cool for their live streaming platform. So I feel like they're just sort of like waiting to drop things. But also the thing about YouTube is it has a lot of corporate overhead. I mean, it's freaking Google, right? And so a lot of big decisions to make changes to the platform just requires a ton of like board approval and crap like that. It's not like a super simple thing to get changes to be made. So, you know, YouTube's pretty slow with updating things. And it's true, you know, it's just not as, in terms of finding live stream stuff, it's not a big priority of theirs, which is reality. But I still prefer streaming on YouTube to Twitch any day. I hate Twitch. I despise Twitch profoundly. And I'm not saying YouTube is amazing, but I prefer streaming on YouTube than Twitch. I don't like live streams that have like over 2,000 chatting at once, because then what is the point of chatting? I understand that. That's a great point. Yeah, fair point. I always thought the whole point of live streaming to be like live so people can interact with the streamer. Yeah, that is a big point of live streaming, for sure. The whole concept starts disappearing once a chat goes to 2,000 miles an hour. Sometimes, you know, the thing is you can still interact with some people. You can have ways to filter, depending on the streamer, they're able to like catch certain messages. But I understand what you're saying. Dun, 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 dun. Some people are really good at reading chat, yeah, even when there are thousands of people. Primogen does great, for example, yeah. What Google has to learn is that capitalism is stupid, so stop chasing profits. Yeah, they'll totally listen to that. Odds of actually being able to interact with the streamer is very low. It's true. Come on, mess up Twitch, but not too much, because I still be on it. I watch Twitch too. I only watch it because there are people there. And what am I gonna do? They're there. What am I gonna not go there? But like, I still don't want to be on Twitch. Yeah, Twitch isn't looking good, but you know, they'll hold out for, I think, a while, but they're definitely not winning financially. YouTube, on the other hand, is making a profit. I finished catching up on some One Piece, very nice. As long as there's lots of people, just because there's a lot of people doesn't guarantee chat will move at a million. That's right. There can be a lot of people and the chat isn't moving fast. 100%. Yeah, I agree. It depends, right? Like some streams, it moves really fast depending on the community, right? I mean, if it's a huge community of people who want to communicate and hear other people, I think it'll be different. If it's a huge community of people who are just like typing kek and Pepe faces and, you know, trying to just get, you know, a word in edgewise, you know, it's just different. I feel like it depends on the community type as well. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I gotcha. Neither YouTube or Twitch make money. No, YouTube makes a profit. But since Google and Amazon are the world's biggest cloud storage services, it's better for them to do stuff with their servers than let them idle. That's actually true. But YouTube turns a profit, believe it or not. Dun, dun, dun. Maybe they're all old and take forever to type. Yeah, that's probably it. Sleeper. Oh no, twitchiness has invaded. Get away! Run away! Please, no. Well, I don't know if I'm gonna get this tile made. I don't know if I want to get this tile made. I just opened another Godot instance on accident. Oopsie. I was making a fence, although I rather enjoyed getting to chat. I'm also still gonna make this. Oh, I need to name it something different, actually. Hello, yes, I am a YouTube subscriber. Do you want to go skateboards? What? We're gonna say this is meshes, so it looks a little different. That is to say, when I drop it in, it won't be named the same thing, which will make it easier to see versus everything else. Ooh, a tech deck. Wow. Wait, so the position is different? That's stupid. I hate that. I guess that makes sense because there's less stuff in there. You can see it has a different shape to it. Boo! Well, I guess I have to manually align it. There are worse things, I suppose. That is not the right place. Insert really important deep thoughts here. I know, I gotta get it to the final shape. I don't know what that means, but it sounds kind of epic when you put it that way. And this is all out of boundary stuff. That's why I have to make it different. You'll see it doesn't have the little cloud on it. That's because it is not a particle effect. Unlike the other ones. Kappa emoji. I do have a Kappa Godot emote lying around somewhere. But it's not currently set up. Let's... You know what, guys? I gotta say, I appreciate you all so much. This has been a pleasure to chat with you. Thank you, guys. Thank you for chatting with me. It's so nice. It's nice to get work done. But it's also nice just to, like, chill a little. But of course, nothing is more important than working. I'm just kidding, that's stupid. Is that a COVID elbow bump? Why don't you want a particle effect on it? So these are outside of the boundary. So this wall is like an invisible thing that's here just to represent the boundary. So the player can't actually go over here. And I don't want to bother putting a bunch of stuff on here. Yeah, that isn't interactable. Or a bunch of stuff on here that will like slow it down. It's just like extra stuff, you know, and it isn't even gonna be interactable. You've been doing some experiments with photogrammetry today. Oh, nice. Oh, taking stuff from Dreams and getting it exported. All right, okay. No, that's a great way to get started outside of Dreams, is to start making actually exportable stuff. Yeah, I know Shreppy Broepke is somebody who's been doing a lot with that, and obviously Martin Nebelone. She subscribes to the wave interpretation of quantum mechanics. Wait. Why I'm not putting a particle effect? Yes, that's right. It's absolutely great. It's above my pay grade. Yeah, I think mine too. I did watch some videos about quantum mechanics, like drama in like quantum physics and string theory. I watched a video about like how string theory is like this whole like, I don't know, like almost cult, and it like isn't. It's like not as cool as it seems. Anyway, what's good about my Dreams creations was that they all sucked. So export is easy. I remember that ball game that you were making. It was just like a little sphere that would roll around. Oh no, but you know what? Remember that little baby octopus thing you made? I remember that. It was a Kraken. It was a baby Kraken. That baby Kraken was awesome. Yeah. Wait, I did help. What did I do? I think I did logic stuff. I feel like I wouldn't have done modeling stuff. You did all the art. I just made it do more things. Oh, I made it get angry. I made it rage out. It was fun. String theory is all based in theoretical math, but it doesn't align with actual experiments, and it is likely no one will ever be able to prove it or disprove it. Sad. Poor string theory. And yet it's just it's like pop science in a way. You know? It's not much different from religion, aside from complicated mathematical ability create a lot of it. Interesting. Baby quacking. It's just a little angy. It's the angy quacking. It did get angy. Well, math is better than physics. Wait, but isn't physics math? Or something? It was very angy. Weird how something so esoteric is in pop sci. I know. It just like captured the minds. I guess like from the video I was watching, like they were saying that like people just like made careers out of it, right? Like they made a lot of money by being like a string theorist and doing talks and writing books and doing TV shows. And that's like why string theory in part like became so popular, is because it was so profitable for, you know, string theorists. But then, like, you know, universities stopped actually having or hiring professors to do string theory and stuff. And it was just like, well, I guess that's the end of string theory. And so they're not, like, even academics in a real way anymore. I'm just paraphrasing what I remember. I'm ignorant. I promise. I mean, light being ambiguous as to whether it's a particle or a wave is extremely bizarre, but I have no clue what it means. Whoa. Whoa. That sounds fun to, like, think about. Like, if I had all the knowledge that would make that something I could understand, I feel like that would just, like, blow my mind. And I would just, like, sit there, like, reading stuff and be like, whoa, whoa, wait. And I have to like write something down. No. Wait. Yes. No. Okay, hold on. You know, wouldn't that just be the life? From what I've read, string theory keeps changing its theoretical proposition in order to stay relevant. Oh yeah, stuff like that. It was like Goss. Like the video I was watching was like spilling the tea on string theory. Like this. Doesn't seem like actual science, but there was a lot of money in pretending it was solid, right? I imagine Michio Kaku had something to do with popularizing it. Dude, I know, right? Like, he was, like, when I thought of, like, smart men, I was like, oh, Michio Kaku! Oh, man, with his cool, like, silver fox hair. Oh, he's so cool. Oh, he dresses so well. Oh, man, he's so smart. Oh, he sounds so cool. He seems to have re-legitimized himself a little bit, but yeah, he was all about that. Watch string theory be the truth after we abandon it. Oh my gosh. Well, it wasn't provable, so therefore, garbage. Light has properties of both particles and waves, and something, I forget the rest. I was like, oh shoot, you're about to drop knowledge. So it's like both or something? Isn't it always both? It's photons or something. Wait, oh, but you mean he's like on the show Ancient Aliens? Oh, I guess he's done. That's not good. I mean, it's good for whatever. You know, at the end of the day, he was just I guess he was just somebody trying to make some money. Look, I don't know, Michio. I don't know you. I'm not trying to defame you. All right. I'm sure you're great. But on some level, you know, it sounds like you're trying to make a living, and this is what worked, and good. You know, get your money. You deserve it, young man. You gotta get that paper. I'm not here to try to mess up his hustle. That's all you. Years ago, I took a day to go see a live talk by Brian Green. Oh yeah, that was one of the names in that video I watched. Pop's Eye String Theory spokesman extraordinaire. I loved it. Yeah, because they're like good entertainers. They're like great speakers. It's like a show, just like you described. At the very least, string theory probably inspired people making sci-fi stuff. I know it gave me ideas. Totally. Right, and there's something to be said about that. I think it kind of goes back to Pierogigon's comparison to religion, you know? Like, it's like, yeah, magical thinking is very inspiring. It's magic that you think. It's the stuff inspiration is made of. That's a big fenced area. That's a big old fenced in area right there. Took me a long time, but we got there. And then I still gotta put dirt on it. And cows. I don't even know how it's gonna look. I guess I'm not making destructible barns. That's for sure. Alright, let me put some cows on there. Yeah, we're gonna get some cows in there. With such a big area, there probably should be some cows. And I guess I'd want cows you can't abduct as well. Like just visual cows. That would be nice. It had jungle escaping vibes. Nice. Brian Green versus Michio Kaku. Fight! Oh, those poor men don't deserve that. Oh. Epic science battles of history. Epic rap battles of science? Of string theory, I guess. We're not saying string theory is science. Sorry, guys. We're just not ready to make that claim. I regret to inform you, it seems that string theory is not science. I'm so sorry. You are the weakest branch of scientifics. Can we get a tag and suggestions? Can you make a suggestion to do that? So I can remember. Make Neil deGrasse Tyson the referee. Epic rap battles of science. Yeah, epic rap battles of science. Because science isn't history, obviously. It's different. Epic rap battles of mathematics. Epic rap battles of game development. Epic rap battles of cooking. Gordon Ramsay versus Barefoot Contessa. I think that cow is flying. It is flying. That's exactly what's happening. Put some cows in there. Now I want to binge watch Michio Kaku videos. It might be junk science. Be careful. There's science in history, just like there's science in archaeology and anthropology. Totally. Totally, totally. Completely agree. You pay to see that battle and buy the rap album. Junk can still be fun. Yeah. It's less satisfying science because there's no laboratory setting for artificial experiments. Totally right. It's just like people explaining things to you. It's like story time. Oh, that is funny. That's not science. That's story time. It's rough. Get these cows up here. I can only make so many cows right now. I've only got the patience to make so many cows. Alright, let me do this terrain. First of all, let me make sure everything works. I'm sure it's fine. But this is the cherry I want to put on top of this. Is doing another paint and practicing that painting workflow. I must. I demand it. Oh, it's way over here. It's so far over. But it's there. It's there. Oh, it's coming to life. It's starting to feel like there's more variety around here. I like it. It feels good. Yeah, I know. I'm like, oh, wow. Putting more stuff in here really adds like some extra good vibes. Oh, and I love it going off the edge. You can't even see the fence out there. You kinda can. The map is so 11th dimensional. Trust us, it works out. I know, it does look like a world. It's like coming together. Joe Schmo with the $10. What the frick? Thank you, Joe. Let's go. It's time for a little bit of party. It's time for a little bit of a party. Thank you, Joe, for supporting this stream. Give me the party music right now. This one could have party vibes. Give me some with a little more of a strong party bend to it, please. Thank you, Joe and Ricardo, for supporting the stream. I'm gonna actually finally be able to replace this mic stand. It's been giving me all kinds of heck. I don't know if I'm ready to go past the binder clip headphones. I'm still hanging on to the headphones. But this microphone stand, look at it. Alright? Here's my problem with this. So this part does not connect to this part. I just lift it and it's off. These don't fit together. I don't know why, but they don't. And so it means that the only way this is set on here is it's like leaning on it. Which means if I try to lift it, it just lifts right off. And it also constantly sinks down. And I can't keep it up. I need something like that actually supports itself correctly. That's what that money's going to. If your stage is moving like it's breathing, you should probably destroy it with fire. You mean like the level? Wait, the stage is moving, it's breathing? I didn't know it was breathing. It is? Oh, because it was, yeah, this. That's a good point. Think of it like an exaggerated vibration of the sick beats of the deep bass. Kai Guy! What the frickin' heck? Oh my gosh! The party is real up in here. Let's friggin' go! Play that music! Drop those beats! Thank you, Kai Guy. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. It means a lot. Make sure we get your name up there. There it is. The hype train is real. Let's go. Hyper gamedev. You guys are the best. What the heck? What in the world? What did I do to deserve this? Such hype. Such hype. Now I'm going to take that hype and I'm going to use it to paint something. It's time to paint things. What could be more hype than painting? I mean, I'm just saying, like, it's totally hype to be painting things, right? No? Yeah, I guess you're right. Well, here we go. Doing it anyway. So really, I just want the dirt over here. It started when you dislocated your shoulder all those years ago. That's true. That's true. I know not much. Oh, please. It's much. It's much. Literally anything is much. That's something that you had and you gave to Hyper Game Dev. Whatever that is, your comments, your likes, your subscribes, your money, it is nourishing to me and to this community. So literally any amount is much. Period. Thank you, truly, for the $5. It's much to me. It's much to me. Gecko, you make a good point. That is why I wanted to make Survive Escape so badly. It was because I dislocated my shoulder. By the way, I got surgery on my shoulder recently, and now it's fixed. My shoulder is fixed. It's kind of amazing. You inspire me to be inspiring. It is true though, Gecko. That definitely was a defining moment in my life. 100%. That painting there looks like a top-down view of 2 bits of like land or something and then a bridge. Yeah, that's what it is. You got it. What happened to my shoulder? Wow, I used to tell this story all the time because I was working on a survival game, and it's why I was making the survival game. Okay, let's see if I remember how to tell the story. Yeah, you were right, Insane Alpha Beta. Here, look. This is what it's for. Is this right here. And it's what I'm about to make another of. Look. It's the same thing. Pathway, and then 2 little cow farm areas. So there's the path between these 2 cow farm areas. You literally nailed it. You remember the story? I don't even know if I can tell it anymore. It's not much of a story, it's just true. At this point, so this was in 2011, so that's 14 years ago, 13 years ago? It feels like even longer. But yeah, 2010, 2011, something like that. I was hiking in the wilderness, and I kind of, I don't know, I wanted to slide down a hill. There was like a ravine, and I wanted to get down to like this creek that was down in the ravine because it was beautiful, and the only way to get down there was to climb down this like steep like hill. And so I kind of thought that I could Super Mario 64 it. You know, in Super Mario 64, when you go on like a hill, he just goes on his butt and like a puff of cloud comes out that totally isn't farting, and he just like slides down. That's kind of like what I expected to happen because I was dumb. It turns out that's not what happens when you go down a hill. This hill was surrounded by thick woods and forests, and so there was a huge root that was coming out of the ground, lots of them actually, and it came out of the ground and it went back into the ground. And so I was sliding, and so imagine this is that root, and I'm sliding down, and my foot gets caught in that root. And gravity, we're talking about science today, gravity being as gravity does, a moving object hitting an object that isn't moving, I went bloop, like this, zoop, and I completely went like horizontal, and I fell down. It's freaking gravity, and I fell down this ravine right onto my shoulder, and the thing fully dislocated. It was ridiculously painful, absurdly painful, the worst pain I have ever felt in my life. My arm just didn't work. It just stopped working. No more arm for me. Bye, arm. I tried to move it and it didn't move. And so I knew that something was not right. Yeah, super ouch. And so I tried to like put it back in. I was just like, I didn't know how to do it. I now know how to properly put a shoulder back in. And if you want to know, you do it like this. You lift it up, and that's what pops it back in. But I didn't know that. So I was just doing tons of damage to my arm. And I couldn't move. Because if I moved, it was causing me so much pain that I felt like I was going to pass out. My cell phone was not working. There was not, what do you call it? A signal, if you will. And it was the hottest day of the year, and so there weren't a lot of people out that day, and I just had to scream and shout, and thankfully somebody heard me shouting and asked for help, and I kind of just like went out of it. And then the next thing I remember is I was being carried up that hill on like, you know, a stretcher or whatever. And there's just like all of these men just like, trying to like get me up this hill, which was very painful, I might add. And so that was it. So here's the thing. It was a really intense experience because for a time I didn't know if I was going to get rescued. I genuinely thought to myself, this is it. Like, nobody's here. Nobody can hear me. Like, when I'm screaming, I can't move. I'm in so much pain. Like, I'm stuck here. Nobody's ever gonna find me. And for a second, not even a second, for like minutes, I thought to myself, I might die here. And that was like the first time I had that feeling. And so it was just like this super profound experience where I wanted to recapture it. And I tried writing a screenplay, a play, a novella, and all of those exist in a form. And I found that making a Fallout New Vegas mod was like the most rewarding version of that story. And it was kind of evolving into like a survival game. And, you know, I don't know, telling the story was fine, but nothing was better than getting to like recreate the circumstances. I wanted to create a way that you could actually walk around, sort of like, you know, co-op, or like those games where you like are all wacky and it's hard to move, except more realistic, where if you fall, you'll actually like dislocate a shoulder. I wanted to recreate those conditions as much as possible. And that's kind of what like really pushed me into game development. And I've just been sort of chasing that ever since, which is why in this Alien game, there is that limb damage stuff, because it's still such like a motivating thing to me, is thinking about how vulnerable we are. And games are kind of perfect for that, like representing the vulnerable body. So, yeah. I thought, let's do it again. Yes. Yes, absolutely. But in a safe way. In a safe way. The feeling of I might die here is incredibly scary. Yeah, it's trippy, man. It's like it sticks with me. It's something that, you know, I can't forget. But I'm okay now, and I recently got surgery, like, literally within the last year, on my shoulder. And now it doesn't give me problems, because that was, like, over 10 years ago, and I would still have problems. My shoulder would fall out all the time. But my partner got a job where we have healthcare, so I was actually able to get the surgery to fix it after all this time. Lise gets severely injured, and then because of that, starts game development. Yeah, exactly. What a canon moment, for real. Yeah, it is. I forget to talk about it that much. I really do. My shoulder would just fall out all the time. I mean, it's true. It's literally true. It like, and so what they found, like when they went in there and they looked at the x-rays, is basically my shoulder, when I got injured. Where's my MS Paint? Give me that MS Paintery. My shoulder, see if I can draw this. That is an arm, that is a shoulder. We'll do 2 versions. So a normal shoulder would be a little something like you've got a muscle, say that's like your shoulder blade, and then this attaches down here to your arm, right? So there's like your shoulder blade, your muscle in there, and then there's this that attaches to your arm. So on mine, that was pretty much there, but this other thing like fell off, basically. I don't really know how to draw it right. Maybe I'd do it something like this. It wasn't like holding on here in the right way. And so it healed that way. So like when I got hurt, it was like a part of my muscle, more like this really. It's like the muscle fell off of my arm, of my shoulder, and then it healed that way. And that's why it hurt so much, because it was just constantly like pulling, and there was no muscle to be able to pull it back up. And so since it healed that way, it was really easy for it to just come right out whenever anything happened. And it hurt. It still hurt. Because, I mean, I draw it like this, but it's more, I guess it's more like this. So there was still some that was attached. But then when it would fall off, it would be pulling on this, and that would be very unpleasant. And so that was what it was. Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh. I had to stop streaming for a while, but it wasn't too bad. It's terrible that the incident happened, but it's funny out of context. Yeah, I feel you. The butterfly effect is crazy. I'm only here because of Telltale's The Walking Dead and a text-based roleplay on a Walking Dead forum. Yeah, it is cool how, like, life events bring us here, right? It's a beautiful thing. Pretty sure I've dislocated my hip. And it's kind of the same thing. I've had times where it felt like it popped out, and I would move a certain way and it popped back. Wow. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, if you think you're feeling it, you probably are. You know, like, you probably know what's happening in there based on the way it feels. Dang, dislocating a hip sounds really stressful. Your whole arm just went limp? Yes. Correct. I wasn't able to control it. So like, and when it popped out, I literally can't move it. So I have to take my other hand and I have to manually lift it. So it just becomes dead weight, right? It feels like an object. It's no longer a part of my body. It's just like detached. I mean, I still feel pain in it, but I just lose control of it. Very unfortunate. But I'm okay now. I'm okay now. You're here because of Little Big Planet. Yeah, right. You started with LVP in terms of the Dreams pipeline. Yeah, I could still feel it. No, it doesn't sound fun, Joe. Dang. I hope that can, like, be resolved or, like, you know, and the thing is, like, with my shoulder, I kind of got used to it. I was, like, used to, like, only moving it in a certain way, or only avoiding certain tasks, so that way I don't pop it out. But it would get to this frustrating point, because there would be that one thing I didn't realize would pop it out. Like, I have been living in New York City for a long time. Like, most of my life, not most of it, but like half of my life, I lived in New York City. I grew up in Midwest, moved to New York City for like 15 years. And then I didn't ever have to like cut grass. I moved back to the Midwest and suddenly I had to mow the lawn again. I got an injury in between there, the arm injury. And so I was going to mow the lawn for the first time, and you know, you have to like pull the drawstring and then push the mower forward to get it to start. Just something that I hadn't added to my list of tasks to avoid because it'll pop out the shoulder. But that action of just doing this just popped it right out. And so it was frustrating because there was always something that I would discover that I didn't realize would pop it out. And it was just super annoying. Looked at the cover in GameStop and thought, it looks really cute. Oh, that makes sense for you, Rogi. Here for a trip to Gaytop. Yeah. Did I say GameTop? GameStop. Yours doesn't cause pain. Nice. I don't think it was as bad as yours, thank God. It was just a tolerable discomfort. Yeah. That's good. You know, I mean, you know, hopefully it doesn't, like, wear anything down or whatever. You know, popping out can have that. But then again, maybe sometimes popping out can just be a weird thing. Yeah, it always caused pain. Even, like, the lawnmower thing, like, it never got less painful. In fact, it was getting more painful. Not, like, worse than the first time, but it was starting to get back to that after a while. I've had the same kneecap pop out 3 times in different times of my life. Not quite as bad a pain, but yikes, it's the worst. Right, it doesn't feel right. Things popping out is not correct. It's not supposed to be popped out. Yeah, that sucks. Oh, knees. Stay in. I'm sorry, I just had to do that. I pumped it back in myself and it's not been the same. Yeah, because damage happens. If it's popping out, you know, the muscles are trying to, normally, they're holding it in a certain way. And when you pop something out, it's forced to go in a different way. Maybe with, you know, the way the hip comes out for Joe, it's not as bad. And some people, for arms, it's not as bad, right? It depends on why it dislocates, on what is getting strained, different people's bodies and different stuff. But yeah, the popping out was forcing it into a different position. It's weird. It's weird to realize that we are physically breakable. It's strange. Like, we accumulate wear and tear. I think it's a little fascinating, too. The weirdness of the characters was a main reason. Yeah, I see that for you. I yeeted myself incorrectly. Look at us. Look at us. Life is a crazy thing. I'm glad we ended up meeting each other too. Let's go. Always talk of popping joints out. Makes me glad my bones aren't strong enough to hold up to enough force that would pop it out. That is a fascinating take. Rogi's bones are very brittle, and so that's what Rogi means, which I believe Rogi is implying that you would rather have your bones break than pop out. Which, wow. That is a take I did not expect. That, like, maybe breaking, it, like, saves it from, because then, like, I guess the muscles don't take as much damage, just like the bone does. That's really, no, that's interesting. I hadn't thought of it that way. That, like, if the bone breaks instead of the muscle, there you go. There you go. I believe OI is what it is technically called. Osteo imperfecta is the name that I have understood. Popping out is scary because then you have to pop it back in. It's not just over once you get hurt. That's true. It is a whole thing. It is a whole thing. Yeah, you do have to put it back in. That's very accurate. Sounds like witchcraft. Osteo imperfecta. Osteo imperfecta! Yeah, because I guess it's like Latin which I guess a lot of spells are inspired by. You gotta pop luck and then drop it. So now you're making it sound fun. Now I want to get another dislocation. Just kidding, I don't. I mean, it kind of does sound fun when you think about it. But, like, you know, it sucks. Like, it's like a game, like a Lego minifig, where you can take the arm off and pop it back in. But it's worse. It's worse. It's not a good name, or a good game. It's a bad game. I kickflipped and heard my hip pop. No pain, but my joint felt totally bizarre. Then felt it popped back in slowly over a few days and all good. Whoa. Whoa, you skateboard? That's awesome. Wow, so you were literally just like doing a motion, and that motion happened to be the wrong combination of things. Wow. Slowly over a few days. Dude, what even is a hip? What is a hip? What is it? I don't even know what it is. Whoa. It makes me want to like do exercises. Just to like cover my bases. It's really interesting. I wonder if there's like a common injury people who skateboard and do even certain tricks tend to get. And it just happens to be similar to that. Multiple times. Wow. I used to skateboard, was never much good. I mean, you know, it seems like skateboarding can just be about vibes, you know? You're just rolling on a board, having fun. It doesn't have to be about being Tony Hawk. Sometimes you just want to roll on a board. Stay balanced. And be brave, because things can happen. Right, it sounds like a bad... I know, and Joe's like, doesn't hurt. I'm like, oh, it sounds scary, though. Center of gravity. Right, exactly. Right, and it's like over a few days, like slowly, gradually. Ay, ay, ay. Like, what did it feel like walking around with it not fully in? Just not right. That's it. You know, I think I'll just duplicate this. I'm just gonna save this as a new one. This will be for level 2. Terrain. Level 2. Textures. Oh, it's level 1, my bad. This is Cattle Ranch 2. Oh, poopy. Can I rename it? No! Okay, that's fine. I made a terrible mistake. Save it, not there. Save it here, level 1 textures. It was the weirdest thing, no pain, but it felt like someone attached a different hip to me. No thanks. It's surreal. Like rubbing as I walked in my hip joint. No fun. After that, I'm done with skateboarding. Yeah, like it's dangerous. Dude, sports are dangerous. Yeah, I get ya. I'm gonna delete a bunch of these layers because I'm gonna want to remake them. I really don't need much of this. Okay. So I'm not sure exactly where it is. So I'm just gonna smear some... Well, let's get a better brush than that. No dynamics on this one. And if we could increase that force and stuff. Okay, so just do that. Oh no! Oh! I just overwrote the other one. It's okay. I just have to open... Open recent. And don't forget to save as. You may have noticed the internet just glitched a little. I don't know why, but everything's fine. Sometimes it drops. You might have seen a little skip. You might have noticed nothing. We good now. Okay, I need to export this as 2. Yeah, refresh if needed. True. Yes. Refresh to stream if it's still gone. Yes. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Just a little glitch in the matrix. Stream no die. Good. Okay, so then the way I'm gonna actually set this up on here is by it's been several hours since I did this. We want to get rid of the material that's currently on there and load the shader wherever that lives. Where does that live? Not this. Trying to remember. You know what? I'm just gonna... Wait, how did we do this again? Do I create a new shader material? And then I choose a shader. Oh, I see. There we go. There's the shader. Got it. So I have to create a new material and then add a shader to it. And then this material is what I will save separately. Gotcha. I guess. Okay. And then in the shader parameters, I need to set a mask, which is the drawing that I was just doing. So I'll go look for that. I want to import that in. Before it was importing as 3D, and it just seemed better to import it as 2D. Terrain level 1 textures. Here it is. Okay, drag this in. Put it on mask. Bam. Okay, we got the mask. Albedo A, I guess, is the dirt. I'm just gonna copy it from this one. That'll be a little easier. So albedo A is the dirt. Copy that. There it is. Paste the dirt on here. Nice. Come back over there. Copy the grass. Paste that on. Also nice. Let's make sure the colors actually match. That was a big drama point earlier, that the colors weren't matching. But yeah, this is a shader that we made today. Alright, there it is. The colors look good to me. It looks like there's a bit of a movement of it. Or something. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with the edge there. Maybe it's not totally white all around. That was a little odd. Almost concerning. I just saw like a little like flicker. Maybe I'm... No, I'm not. It's... If it's there, it's there. I'm not imagining it. Yeah, it's there. What is that? Is that around the whole thing? Or just right there? So like normally, like here, oh, I missed it. Gotta run through. Here, you can't see the division between this layer, this chunk, and that chunk. I mean, you kind of, why does it keep running when I move? Anyway, there's weird things happening. I mean, you can see the division here because it's so obvious because I drew it to the edge. But you see, like right there, it's just like a little line. Maybe the cornfield is off. Probably not. Because I think that was happening when something else was behind it. But here, you can see there is no... So you can tell that the divider is right there. But there isn't like a little thing on there. So I don't know what that's about. Yeah, it's not that, because see, it's here too. Looks like the line is light blue, and there's something, and there's a crack. But there hasn't been cracks before. It looks blue? I thought it looked brown. But you're not the first person to say the blue looks brown. Actually. I want to see if it's all the way down or not. It's not the same one. We'll get there. Just gotta wait for that 1 in 20 chance. And it spawns the right block. One day I'll have a way to choose it. Oh, I think it's this one. Okay, here it is. Oh, it's not down here. So that makes me think it has to be something to do with the mask. It's only on the far edge. The right edge, not the left edge. Or maybe the rotation is? It all looks... The transform of this block, or this chunk, is good. So perhaps there just is some black on here somewhere. So I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just make a fresh blank white thing. Don't know if that'll really fix it. And if not, I'll let it go, I guess. Maybe. I mean, knowing me, I won't let it go. There's always a chance. Okay, just gotta find that block again. Let me at least pick some different music. We've been jamming to these tunes for a hot minute. Oh. Okay, there it is. It's hard to tell. I think it's better. Maybe? No, I still see it. It's still there. Maybe unrelated, but there's also a light gray streak on the far left edge of the texture. On the far left edge? You mean on the drawing? Over here? Oh, this is a guide. This is in the Paint program. So this isn't actually on the actual thing. It's just in the program. And this represents the boundaries. Oh, a smudge on your screen? That's funny. Relatable. Yeah, I'm really confused about what's going on there. That's surprising. I don't like that. I don't know if I can, like, perceive it somehow. And it's weird that it's only over here on the left side, too. Wait, I can see it! I see it on here. There it is. It's right there. Okay. So it's gotta be in the program. Does your texture support any other colors than white and black? No. The mask only does 2 colors. Black and white. But there's nothing there. Oh, maybe there is. What if it's on this layer? Oh, let me delete this layer. Create a new one. And then we'll get a brush. Draw that. Export that out. See if that goes. There it goes. Oof. Things that are hard to see, but are there. Okay. So basically, Edward, it's going to try to interpret something like green or red just by how close to black or white it is. So it'll look at, like, the tone of it, or the value. And so the brighter or darker red or green it is, it'll be interpreted more or less as black or white. Essentially. I think. Okay. That's actually a pretty good starting spot. I do not want all of those clouds there. That's making this hard to see. Let's get rid of those particle effects. I kind of don't need to zoom out all the way. I really only need to look at this little section. So I'm just gonna kind of try to get a sense of where it is. So paint that, come in here, check it. A little too far on the outside. So I'm gonna erase some of this. Gotta be careful, because I might leave things behind. Which, in theory, I don't really care about, because maybe it adds a little more realism to it. On the other hand, if it's like that edge, not so good. But in that case, I'll probably notice it. I tend to have a pretty discerning eye with this kind of thing. Okay. This is kind of giving me a sense of the boundaries. Smudge wasn't on my screen. Oh, yeah, it probably is the green screen. All right, guys, shield your eyes. It's late. Be careful. I'm about to flash bang. Get ready. All right. You ready? It's flashbang time. Oh, yeah. That is there. Yeah, that's annoying. Is it this? Yeah. I was trying a new lighting thing. I warned you. Don't act like I didn't warn you. Because I did. Yeah. That's a work in progress there. It's because if I add a new light, things fall apart. Oh, and you know what? I've also got some shadow casting things. I've been making changes to my studio so I can work on YouTube videos, which also means that it's going to affect my live stream studio, unfortunately. Yeah, there's really not much. I could worry about it right now, but I'd rather not. But yeah, thanks for pointing that out. It's gonna get bright again. Don't complain. I told you, close your eyes. You ready? Close your eyes right now. Close your eyes, guys. You ready? Here we go. It's there. It's there. Okay, it's gone. Yeah, it's not something I can paint green. Alright, anyway. It's a whole thing. I'm not gonna talk about it. Alright, so let's get this closer to these edges. See where we're at. A little too far. That's okay. Yeah, it's subtle. I do get perfectionist about the way the green screen looks. But I don't like bothering while I'm live because I'm busy. But that's another thing. I might have to spend money on the lighting. Yeah, it's all better now. Well, at least on this angle. If I switch to the other side, it'll be back. We just won't switch to the other side, will we? It's kind of weird that it's only really now, at the age of 29, that I finally have my own room. I suppose. It's certainly something that you deserve. Do you like it? It must be nice. I'm sure you can very much appreciate having it. Yeah. Finally not in the living room all the time. Oh gosh. Why do we even have to use green screens in 2024? You should be able to capture a background image and then subtract any pixels that match up with the live cam. That would be cool. There certainly are programs that attempt to do it, but I find them to be substandard at worst and absolute resource hogs at best, and still unimpressive. Alright, so this is a decent enough approximation of the shape that I want. Now I want to get it a little more precise. So I'm going to trace over it. And I'll need to make some adjustments. But we'll get close enough. And this is just the workflow I've been going with. Okay, fill that in. See how close we are. Yeah, GIMP is nice. I mean, you know, there's a lot of good ones. I know Pierogigon is foaming at the mouth over Krita. And I think Krita is probably better for people who like doing 2D painting and stuff. The really reason I use GIMP is because I've been using it since I was a child. And so I just know it really well. Yeah, it's old school. Yeah, Krita's cool. No, Krita seems cool. It's just like when I get into it, I'm like, this isn't doing anything that I need that GIMP can't do. And so I'm kind of just like wasting my time learning it because I already know how to do all of those things in GIMP. You know, and maybe if I was like doing a lot of 2D art, visual art, and like 2D stuff, I might want to learn Krita. But I'd probably still end up using GIMP because I'm just more comfortable here. And at the end of the day, I just want to get things done, you know? Unreal 5.4 is your next photo editor? I don't know what that means. I bet it means something, though. New 2D image manipulation features in Unreal are off the charts. Nice. Yeah, Unreal seems to be trying to do as much as possible, which is good. I didn't realize how much you actually knew how to use GIMP. I think I assumed not much because you don't like 2D art in general. I try to tell you. I've noticed, Rogi, when I tell you something, you don't really, like, believe it until you see it. Yeah, like I said, I've been using it since I was a literal child. And it's just, it comes very naturally to me to use it. I don't have to think about it, really. You know, there's little things that... But yeah, no, everything that I need to do with photo manipulation, I know how to do with GIMP. So it's just, when I pull up Krita, I'm just like, oh, this does all the same stuff, but the interface is completely different. Things are named different. And it maybe has a couple other features, but like, I don't need them, so why am I here? Like, I get that it's good, but why force myself to learn something different if it's like a lateral move in every practical application that I have? Mostly where all my Krita recommendations have been coming from. Yeah, but after watching the stream, I see you doing a lot of things pretty quickly. Yeah, thanks. Krita's more of like a painting and sketching software, but I'm sure it can do a lot what GIMP does. Yeah, right, and I don't do any painting stuff, and I see that in Krita. I see how Krita has more of that 2D art thing. Like, to me, I use GIMP for making maybe thumbnails or adjusting the way an image looks, making assets, like, not even like assets like an entire character, but like adjustments, like manipulation of existing images and photos, or making tools. Like, I don't really use it for like creating a piece of art. And I think Krita might have some extra features for doing that GIMP doesn't. Or not even just features, but like a layout that lends itself to that. But that's not something I'm interested in doing, so doesn't really do it for me. You know, for me, it's all a means to an end. There's a software tool in Games by You. I did not know that. Is that recent? I'll definitely check it all out tomorrow. Every Friday after the game jam, I go through the Discord in a secret Patreon-only live stream. That's free, by the way. It's a free Patreon live stream. And I will go through and see everything new y'all been posting. So I may become privy to that sooner than later. Nice. Just trying to get those edges as close to there as possible. Alright. And do the bottom. You know, it doesn't have to be this close, but it's just kind of the way I want to do it. You know, it's less like a little nudge here, a little nudge there, and it's more like, okay, I know this is more or less the exact size. Go a little further. Just trying to reach that bottom edge of the fence. Might have gone too far here. Oops. I'll bring it in a bit. It's pretty close. A little far on this side, but actually, it might be about the same. It's just like the boundary makes it look further out. I'll trim it a bit. Fill in the gaps. That should be pretty darn close. Oh, maybe I'll do this right edge a little bit. Now, I want to make it a little bigger, so we have a bit of a perimeter. I'm a little concerned with how close we are to the edge here. That's not great, because we're gonna see that cutoff between the chunks, but oh well. I might not even want to make this much bigger. I kind of need, honestly, I mean, I hate to say it, but I kind of need to make this area smaller. This brings me no joy, but I need to make it smaller. It's too big, unfortunately. So let me come back up here, because I'm just not going to be able to blend it out without going off the edge, and I hate the way that looks. Pull that in a bunch. Not that much. Probably should have deleted the corners first, or these ones first. That's okay. Come over here, readjust it. And then I'll want to do the same for this side. Oh, this time I'll delete them first. I only really need to delete that one, just so I know where to line it up to. Perfect. And then I'll come get rid of the extra one on this side. Delete that. Now I just have to resize the painting. I'll just kind of guess. Not bad. We can do better. Perfect. Same on the bottom. A little too far. Not far enough. Perfect. Okay, now I'll blend it out. So I'm gonna select the interior. I'm gonna grow the selection. Fill it in like that, so we've got a perimeter on here around the edges. How's this working? Godot automatically imports your new image texture, correct? Where do you set that? So the shader that we made, we're gonna bring back the smudge. Let me get rid of it. So Godot has this shader. Well, I say Godot has a shader. We made this shader that's looking for two colors. The one that replaces the black section of our mask, and then the one that replaces the white section of our mask, the green and the brown. And then the mask is this image that I'm updating, and it's just black or white, and it's set as the mask texture. And so whenever I save this or export it, then Godot just reloads it, and then that updates it. So this shader code, I mean, it will be in the, it should already be in the GitHub. Yeah. But if you want the shader code, it should be pretty accessible. Yeah, so here, oops. So it's all this code. If you want the shader code, I can give it to you, but this is what we came up with today. That just makes it work. It's actually really simple. It's like really straightforward. So this creates the mask texture. So sampler 2, so uniform is like, you may already know this, but it's like a export variable, basically, uniform. And that creates the mask texture. Source color allows us to set a texture file. Albedo A, uniform vector 4, albedo A, source color. This is just the default color that it starts with when I hit reset. It makes it go to that. So if I were to make this 0 and save it and reset it, now it's invisible. So that's albedo A, albedo B. And then this fragment here is using this, setting a mask. I don't fully understand how this works, but I know that it does. It's mapping the U and V, I guess, to A and B. I don't really know. The mask texture, it's I don't know, it's doing something. It's interpreting this to be able to be swapped out with A and B. And then we're using color mix to take A and B over the mask, something. And then we're setting the albedo to the color, which is this. And that makes it work. I don't fully understand this shader code yet, but you know, it like makes some sense. Some of this we borrowed off the internet. So yeah. Chad, just like let Lise get some work done. Before winding down. Yeah. Work is my winding down. Thanks, Kai. Yeah, good night. Take care. Thanks for hanging out. It's been a pleasure. And thank you for the contribution. I appreciate it so much. It really helps. See you later, Kai. I really understand the shaders I use in the rare case I use one. Yeah, right? It's like, it does what I need. I don't need it all the time. I maybe learned a little bit. I'm not gonna sit here and agonize over it. The most complicated thing I learned about today was swizzling. Yeah, dude, I learned about swizzling from Unreal Engine. In Unreal Engine, with blueprints, when you want to set an input axis, you have to use a swizzle. I don't know. I didn't really understand it, but I would set it. It helps. It's not enough to understand that shader code. Yeah, okay, noted. I'm excited to do that course. I wonder what it will illuminate. Alright, so now that I have that perimeter on there, which I kind of would like it to be a little more on the front edges. So before I grow it and fill it in, I'm actually going to extend it this way. Earlier I was trying to do this with a rotated piece. This is much nicer when it's not rotated. Let me see where that gets us. That might be a bit too much. Bring that in just a tad. Okay. And then I'm gonna grow around this. Fill that in. A bit further than I had in mind. Yeah, I do think Progi is gonna be great at shaders. I think that's why they're so excited to learn it. Way more mathy than normal code. Totally. And like you get cool results that like render in front of your face. A part of me does like fantasize about like learning shaders and getting to like play around with cool effects. At least maybe I'm just used to seeing the little videos people post on Twitter of them doing amazing things with shaders that I'll never be able to do. That's not true, but it might be true. It feels like a long way off. Alright, that looks a little better to me. Alright, now that I've got that, I'm gonna put a blur on it. I saved a preset, so this should be easy enough. Export that. Nice. Voila. See what we got. So that I don't hear what you said about knowing how to I didn't hear what you said about knowing how to use GIMP. I made assumptions about what that meant, which assumed you had less skill in it than you did. Dang. How you say something that both makes me feel like on one hand it's like ouch, and on the other hand it's like nice, thank you, I forgive you. I like that about you, Rogi. You keep it real. Thank you, though. That's nice of you to say that. It's so nice that you like are thinking back on that. It's okay. But I'm glad that I could show you. Oh gosh, I regret extending this now. I hate it. Put it back. No, kill it. It looks so wrong. Okay, well I had to try it to find out. I do not want to extend that anymore. I am over that impulse. I now see that I was wrong. I can see it as coming off as condescending when I kept harping on Krita as a result. Yeah. Because, I mean, but I also, like, I understand that you're excited about Krita, and you really like Krita. And, you know, you didn't really know what GIMP is, or what it's capable of. you know? And so why would you necessarily even realize how similar they are? And of course, the applications I think that they're ideal for are different. But really, just like any medium, right? Like somebody who really likes using, I don't know, acrylic paint versus whatever other kinds of paints there are. Or like certain brushes versus other brushes. Or like airbrushing versus brush brushing. I don't know. You know, I feel like it comes down to the way people use the tools more than like the tool itself when it comes to some of the more artsy things. And to me, I see them as very, very, very similar, Krita and GIMP, despite having some differences. And so it just doesn't feel that different. But yeah, anyway, appreciate you saying that. Text communication is really difficult, and plus Krita is definitely an incredibly amazing piece of software. Right, Krita seems cool. Krita seems amazing. No shade to Krita. You know, if it was my passion to make 2D art, okay. Let me give Krita a really hard try and see if I feel better learning to use this skillfully. But it's not what I want to do. You know, I just want to solve little problems and move on. And for that, I'm incredibly comfortable in GIMP. But yeah, I actually talk to Rogi on the phone often. We're just like friends outside of hanging out on stream. And so still, the communication is hard. Regardless, text, voice, communication is hard, is what I would say. And I think, you know, especially for neurodivergent folks or people who whatever have trauma in their lives, people are people. It doesn't matter. Even if you're like the most perfect person, communication is still hard between two people. Multiple people, even more hard. So like, yeah, definitely understanding of that. Getting tone through text is so hard. I know I've gotten in trouble with these a few times because of that. I mean, something that really like kind of a pet peeve I have is like an implication that like it is harder to communicate over text than voice. Because personally, I think I'm much harder to talk to over voice than text. And I don't seem like it because I just pretend like I understand what people are talking about over voice. But most of the time I don't. It's very hard for me to communicate with people that way. It's much easier for me to communicate with people over text. Or rather, this way. But I totally agree that it's hard to communicate over text. But I think it's just hard to communicate in general. But tone, specifically, I don't know. I think it can come through in either. But it depends. Yeah, it depends on the person. Like somebody who maybe didn't learn to read and write in the same way as someone else is going to have a harder time communicating over text than someone who did. So, you know, it just, or so if English isn't their first language, is going to make a difference. Or if they learned English through text versus talking. You know, there's so many factors that go into it. Yeah, I just feel like you can't like make like an absolute about text versus voice or anything like that. So that's why I just say communication is hard in general. But personally, I really, really do not prefer like chatting with voice. Truly. I mean, it depends. Like there's some people that's easier for me to do. You know? That's why I'm able to talk with Pierogigan over the phone. Because it's just someone that I am more compatible with talking with voice. But then, you know, if we were doing a live stream like this, and it was like all the people who were here chatting, except with their voices, like in a Discord stage or something, I would have the worst time. It's my nightmare. You know? That's too many different people talking with different talking styles and personalities. It's really, really hard for me to manage or handle that. And so, you know, for me, this works really well. Both way better and worse explaining yourself in text. It's complicated, right? 2 times we were on voice was very fun, though that might have been in stream if memory serves me. Yeah, it was not as fun for me. I'm gonna be real. And I think that's just because, you know, if you wouldn't really know if I wasn't feeling like it was successful to communicate over voice. Because if I'm struggling with that, then I'm not going to show it. Now, it's different if it's in an interview capacity. And our capacity in St. Alpha Beta, we weren't really talking on the phone. You know? So I'm not saying that I wasn't enjoying it. I'm just saying, like, it was in a entertainment perspective, which is different. You know? It's just different than having a chat. You know? It's just not the same. But, like, when it's like an interview or, you know, we're doing a show, it's a lot different because there's a structure to it. But just like hanging out and having a phone conversation, you know, that can be a lot different. And, you know, I don't know that we've really done that. There was a couple times on Discord, I think. And I don't really remember it, but I do remember I do remember that, and it wasn't just you, it was like 3 other people too, right? And in those situations, I just kind of shut down a little bit. And that's just how I am in social groups. In any social group. So then I say that I wasn't having fun or it was hard for me. That's what I mean. Being in a social group where multiple people can be talking at the same time is... I'm an introvert. It's extremely challenging for me to manage that. And I just shut down and I just kind of people please. You know? And I just don't really express myself genuinely. I just mask and just be what I think will fit the situation. Which is stressful and unpleasant. And I don't like it. If I'm doing simple casual conversations, I prefer voice. But if it is a more complex topic, I cannot do voice because I need more time to gather my thoughts. Same. Yeah, I feel that. Text allows me to revise my thinking, so I prefer it for complicated topics. Yeah, same. Totally. Type of platform has an effect. Like YouTube, I can only type so much, but Discord, I can type way more and get my full points across. Totally. Yeah, that's true. Sometimes when I'm using text for simple casual conversation, I get lazy and don't revise my thinking as much as I would when talking. Because talking, for some reason, makes me more careful. Yeah, same. Kind of the same way in a group with more people, just kind of go silent, yeah. Yeah, right. It's just, there's just power dynamics at play. And I don't like it. I hear what you're saying too in St. Alpha Beta. Like, it is, that is a big difference to be able to type a whole wall. Whereas here in a live stream chat, it's like, you know, because at the end of the day, it's not about the chat. Like, it is about the interaction, but more than anything, it's about what you're seeing on screen. It's about what you're hearing from the video. Like, that's the central thing. And so it doesn't make as much sense for the chat to take away from that, per se. But yeah, it makes a big difference. Yeah, totally. Okay. So we're pre-perimeter making, yes. No, we've just made the perimeter. Okay, and so then I'm going to blur it. Export that. And check it. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know why I just like, I have this thought that I need to extend it on one of the axes. But I don't need to do that. It makes it worse. It makes it a lot worse. Okay. Now we wait for the chunk to appear. Oh, I see it. Okay. It looks so long over here. Maybe I'm just nitpicking, but it just feels too long. So I need to make some changes to kind of blur it a little more the way I want, which is fine. I guess it's the angle that we're looking at it too. Let's see if I can adjust this. It's probably gonna get a little weird. You know what I could do is I could make the shape a proper square. Hold on a second. I gotta use the loo. I gotta use the loo. I'll be right back. 2 minutes or less. Hold up. We're gonna get this. I must finish this task. I'm determined. This always happens when I'm taking a break the next week. I'm like, I gotta keep going. I gotta finish what I'm doing because I'm not gonna work on it for a while. All right, I'll be right back. I bumped the camera and I unhooked the microphone. We're fine. Everything's fine. Everything is fine. Still haven't watched the Brackeys tutorial, mainly because I know the basics. Yeah, I tried watching the Brackeys tutorial. Brackeys video is really enticing you. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that makes sense for you. Because... Oh, you're the same way, Joe? Nice. You may end up using Godot for some things and Unreal for others. Nice. Yeah, I started the Brackeys tutorial, but then at some point I was like, wait, I already know all this stuff. Wait, I already know all this stuff. Why would I watch this? But it's super solid. It's definitely like what I would point people to. If people are just starting with Godot, I would be like, look at this. Watch this. But like at some point I was like, oh, I don't need to watch this. I don't need to watch this. But I watched it anyway to research into his tutorial style. Oh yeah, totally, yeah. It's possible. Honestly, the Brackeys tutorial is really, really basics. It's very much like introducing you to what it all is. But yeah, you're not wrong. For me, it's all about if I can relate to someone in some way, whether it's game dev or whatever. Nice. I like that. Yeah, it is a great video. Yes, big chat. Yep. I use it when I'm not keeping up. I actually should make it even smaller so it can all fit on the screen. Tutorial is pretty basic, but there's some really good tips in there. Totally. Scenes where it give you huge dreams vibes. Yeah, I can see that. Edward's going to bed. Good night. Edward, just so you know, I'm not streaming next week, Wednesday and Thursday. I'm letting you know now. I'm gonna make sure I put it in the Discord and all that stuff, but I want to make sure you hear that. I'm not streaming Wednesday and Thursday next week. Joe, what the what? What in the world? What in the freaking world? Oh my freaking gosh. Joe, so generous. Thank you so much. Now I gotta bring out pump the jams. I am going to find some good music jams for this exact purpose. Mark my words. So we can always have a good jam to pump. Let's party. Let's freaking party. Let's go. Let's get that music pumped up. A little louder. A little louder. I guess this is the jam song. Look at the alien! Thank you for the $10, Joe! Let's go! Alien is so high right now, I know. I need to put a Hyper GameDev logo on this DJ booth. Peace to you, Joe. Peace to you. Thank you. This party mode makes me want to power up that makes the alien rainbow. I don't know how that will affect gameplay. Yeah, right? Totally. Totally. Dude, it looks awesome. No, it looks so good because the alien's already so colorful. I know, I should probably write that down. What if 1 out of 2... Whoa, what does that say? What if 1 out of 2... What if 1 out of like 20 farms that gets generated is a is a plant farm, we'll say, and this effect happens if you enter it or destroy it. That's so funny! Oh my gosh! That's actually an amazing idea. I really like that idea. Wow. I mean, the only reason I don't like it is because it's overscoping and it's completely unnecessary, but man, that would be a fun thing to put in there for sure. Wow. Man, there's no way I'm gonna do that. But like, maybe for the remake version, for the someday version. I mean, it makes total sense that it got blocked. Think advertisers. That's the most important thing. Especially now that we're running ads on the streams. I gotta be mindful of that a little bit. Gotta be a little mindful of that. Yeah. Yeah. Although with the way Joe is supporting the stream at this point, I may not need advertisers anymore. Maybe we don't need to run ads. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for all the hype. The hype is real. Did I actually save? Wasn't I? What was I? I was like changing. Oh yeah, this. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is not good. I need to adjust the spacing of this. You're so generous. You're so generous. At some point, I'm gonna have to tell you to stop. I'm gonna have to be like, no, that's too much. That's too much. Ah, what the heck? It's yours. You're an adult. You do what you want with it. Who am I to stop you? Really, truly, man, does it make a big difference? It really does. That's like months of Humble Bundle sales. That's more than I get from Patreon right now. The total that you've contributed so far. It's more than I make from YouTube in a month. Like, huge, huge help. Okay, I might have gone a little too far. Starting to look a little too faded. I'm surprised by just how... It's fine. So I'm just gonna... undo a little bit of that. I feel like it's too much softness. Whoa, 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 whoa. Too many undos. Redo, redo, redo. I need to solidify this a bit. And I also have to make sure the edge of it... I feel like the angle is part of what's making it kind of confusing. Oops. Oh, wow. Really? Dang. Alright, undo, undo. Yeah, hopefully I'll get a little better at doing this. That's why I wanted to practice it. That's why I'm like going so long and I'm still practicing it. I gotta stop soon. Actually, if I go too much longer, YouTube will actually stop saving the video. They won't do the VOD beyond like 11 hours and 59 minutes. So I really, really, really have to hurry it up. Yeah. Well, no, just kidding. Sorry. Oh wait, I actually still have an hour and 40 minutes. I have about 2 hours left, but I'm not gonna push it. Don't worry. This is actually one of the longest ones I've ever done. Not ever, but in a while. I honestly haven't ever super chatted before today, but I really enjoy the streams and I learn a good bit here and there. Thank you so much. Yay! First super chats! Joe did it here for Hyper Game Dev. Oh Joe, so much Joe. You're gonna have like the biggest name on the YouTube scroll. You're gonna have the biggest name. Because it's just about like how much is contributed. I feel like genuinely you're gonna have the biggest name. I very much still want to use Unreal, but there's a lot about Godot that I like from what I've seen so far. It's super exciting. Yay! I'm actually right. That's like a big headline here. That like Insane Alpha Beta is interested in Godot. We don't want to bury the lead. I'm honored that maybe I could have influenced it a little bit. Even just a little bit. Especially because so many great folks like Pierogigon and Acert inspired me to try it. I'm glad I can pay that forward. I feel like we're losing a little too much of the blend. I'm the reason you learned who Brackies even is. Nice, nice. I can take credit for Brackies? Let's go. Even Brackies can't take credit for Brackies. Yeah, I mean it's really cool that Brackies is switching to Godot. It's like amazing. Dude, this is just not turning out like I want it to. I basically made brackies. Like, if we're being honest, brackies would be nothing without me. Oh, it's because we're not blurring, and then the spacing. So I would kind of need to blur it again for that to get the way I want. You know what I should do? Honestly. First of, well, okay. I mean, it's getting a little, I'm starting to lose my ability to do a good job here. I'm gonna be honest. Long lease emoji. So I would love to add that to YouTube, but we need more members, and even then, we still have to decide which ones to get rid of in order to do that. But it's definitely, I'm definitely down to add it to YouTube. Oh, you'd have to be a member anyway to use it. I like how you can just reference it in text, and it's like, it's a known thing now. Basically, on the Discord, somebody made a stretched out version of me, and it became the idea to turn it into an emoji. A 3-part emoji. It's the twitchest thing ever. But I abided. Oh, that didn't work. Are we in the right layer? We are. Let's try that again. Preset. Alright, the preview isn't working. Oh, wait, what? I'm confused. Show the blur, do the blur. Oh, there it goes. I take full credit as a person who was the first to say. You were the first one? Nice. Vertical stretch, that's a rare one. Usually it goes wide with BTV. Yeah, it is a rare one. You guys didn't see it in the Discord? It is an emoji on the Discord. It is a series of emojis on the Discord. It is not yet on the... Oh, you know, I started to watch this video and I got bored. But not because it's bad. It was like, I was just busy. Yeah, it's being used in some different ways. Oh, Edward put a texture. Dungeon Martian said 3 vertical pieces. So Edward textured the Hyper Gamedev banner in the game Ultra Kill. And then pulled out this little screenshot. Insane Alpha Beta said it needs to be an emoji. I know, because it's like especially warped. Like the head gets bigger at the top. And so I tried to pull out a version that was just the eyes, because I didn't really know how, I couldn't fit the whole thing in one emoji. And then my face when the stream is ending music hits. And then Ed made a cleaner version of it there. Katie separated it into 3 chunks. And then here we are. We've now got it as official emojis on the Discord. All 3 pieces. They exist. The rest of them are just a bunch of YouTube emojis. And now it's been used in a variety of creative ways. I like the multi-eyes, like, coming out from the side. The first open source emo community contribution made it. Yes. Also, I don't really have time to do game dev recently, so I like watching your game dev project come together. Thank you. I love that. I feel like that's something I hear a lot, that it's like, it can be inspiring to like follow someone else's project. So I appreciate you saying that, because again, it helps me just like know what to do here and what people like about the content. I appreciate hearing that. And yeah, I'm so glad that me chugging along can be inspiring. I'll be here, I'll be doing it. I will finish this game. I will finish this game and it will all be live. I swear it. Unless I die. But I'll probably be fine. I'll probably be fine. Emojis and stickers, yeah. Sometimes we get just like all of them. It's so weird. It's silly, but here we are. Here we are. Anyway, that's the long lease emote. Just for context. So that way we're all on the same page here. It's definitely inspiring. When I hang out here, I'm working on my stuff. Yay, co-working! We co-working! Ooh, that might have been a little short. Oh, so I didn't grow it this time. I see. So maybe I need to grow it less, at least. Because once I start getting in there with a brush, it kind of messes up how it comes together. Oh god, that's not a... See, it's gotta have some perimeter. But you can even see here, it looks... Just... Anyway, it's fine. So we're gonna undo that. Grow it. I could, like, grow it less, potentially. Yeah, maybe less gauze. You know, I was thinking that. Oh, the selections are hidden. Please don't do that. But, like, I do want that much Gaussian on the bottom. But you know where I just want less is like on one side. Which actually, oh wait, we can do that. I just realized that's totally doable. Wait a minute. That's a setting. Wait, let me try that first. Grow. Let's do the big version. I was gonna shave it down, but I totally forgot. I don't have to lock in the blur. I can do one axis different than the other. Of course. Let's just try bringing that in a little bit. That's basically the issue that I'm having, is that I want it to be more blended here than in the front. Thank you for inspiring me to realize that. Photoshop doesn't do that? Take that, Photoshop. Yeah, that's been a GIMP feature for as long as I can remember. Yes, perfect, perfect. That's perfect. That's exactly what I want. We're done. I mean, with this part. That's all I needed. But then what I wanted to do was a couple other things. I want to, like, add a little noise to it so it's not so uniform. And then I would also like it to extend a bit into the cornfield. We're done. Ship the game. Ship the game, guys. We're going to Steam Next Fest. So maybe like an actual path. I don't know where, I guess the path kind of should come from like a building. I almost want, for some reason the terrain starts moving again when we take damage. I feel like there's a reason and I don't really care to remember. I almost want a path to come off of somewhere else. Maybe it can like come back here. It's gonna be a little tricky, but maybe it can come back here and wrap around. Or it could just come off of this. That would also work. Not exactly sure how I want to do that. But I don't really have a lot of space back here to do that. So that's probably a bad idea. But I'll put it on a new layer. Yeah, GIMP is great. I'm not trying to sell anyone on GIMP, but I like it. It gets the job done. Soften that a little bit. I'm just gonna see what that gets us here. It's a bit aggressive, isn't it? And then we could add like a tapering dynamic on here. It's not the strongest taper. So for those who have no idea what's going on, what are you doing there with the painting? So this is a mask that I'm making here. And the black represents what is replaced by the brown, and the white represents what's replaced by the green. So in Godot, we have a shader that we've coded, that takes the black areas and applies the brown stuff to it. So I could change it to any color I want. And then it changes the white stuff again to whatever color I want, and it blends between them. So it's basically the mask is representing white, black, and everything in between, so grayscales. And then it blends those two colors along those values. And so I'm just painting the black, which then the brown can replace. Yeah. I tried it a handful of times a few years ago and wasn't happy with how unintuitive everything was. Yeah, there was a point that you could redeem PS14 licenses for free, so I just got that. Yeah, totally. It's a miracle I even understand it. Like I said earlier, I learned GIMP when I was like a preteen. I was like 11 years old when I first tried GIMP. So, you know, it's just something I've been using for so long that it is intuitive to me. But, you know, I could imagine it's confusing to someone else. But then, you know, I pick up Krita and it's confusing to me because it's just different. And I think these programs just are kind of complicated. But then hearing you say that you tried Photoshop and maybe it was less unintuitive, you know, it doesn't surprise me. You know, GIMP hasn't changed much since I mean, saying that I learned it when I was 11 and I can still use it. Like, it really hasn't changed much in all of its decades. So I'm not surprised that it was unintuitive. My partner has Adobe 19 subscription, so we use that for a lot of stuff. Nice, nice. I've literally never used, you know, like the Adobe software. I've never used Photoshop. I've been super solid with GIMP. Just because, again, it's what I'm used to. I agree, though. Well, I don't know that I agree that it's unintuitive, but I can imagine that it would be. I can imagine that would be. I actually do use the old icon set. I do some things to make it old. So this is the like the original icons. It doesn't ship with these icons, but it's just because I recognize them better. Oh, maybe pressure size will be better for me. I just kind of want it to taper. There is a way to set it up. I don't know that I have the patience to do it tonight, though. There's probably better, cheaper alternatives. I've been eyeing Clip Studio Paint. I don't know that one. I've heard good things about Affinity, but they did just get bought by Canva, which is concerning. Oh, speed size. Yeah, it could be a little more. Could be a little more aggressive. Yeah, I'd probably just have to set my own. I don't feel like setting up my own right now. That's okay. We'll just do fade tapering and adjust it. I assume there's stuff about Canva I'm unaware of. I mean, it's just Canva. Yeah, GIMP is free. Yeah, that's right. GIMP is free. As is Krita. I mean, Canva's just kind of a bit slimy. I do use it extensively for my thumbnails. I rely on it. I mean, it's part of what... I mean, basically, like, the Patreon subscription goes directly... Or the, you know, the Patreon money, stuff like that, all goes directly to Canva. But, yeah, I don't know. They're just, like, corporate. And then one of the big critiques that folks understandably have of them is that they just have, like, kind of scummy... it's free to a point. Like, there's a lot of features that aren't free. The features that I really like are not free. But Canva has a lot of cloud things that help me. Web-based editor. Yep, alright. Do I gotta show you guys it? Here. Again, you know, I'm using it with a paid subscription. But, you know, I've got a bunch of stuff. I do all my thumbnails. I basically do everything in here. Like, every Game Jam thumbnail is in here. These are the most recent ones, but I use it for just building out all this stuff. But this is sort of what Canva gets the most crap for, is their templates. A, they're kind of crappy, and B, Canva's whole thing is to try to draw people away from hiring graphic designers, and they want you to, like, you know, use Canva. You don't need to hire a graphic designer, just use Canva. And so it's like putting graphic designers out of work, and people are getting crappier designs because of it. So I don't use the templates. The tools are useful to me, and it's cloud-based. And I can use it on any computer very quickly. So I use it for cutting out things. It cuts out things really, really effectively. There's tons of leases for using in thumbnails. This is just some of them, but I've got so much on their servers. There's part of how I make the Game Jam thumbnail with all the stuff. I mean, this is where I took a bunch of this is where I made these, right? Like, you know, there's tons, and all the emojis that I take from YouTube and I put in the Discord. I can just have so many things. If you ever get Longley's in the thumbnail, I don't know about that. Maybe. This is the old Game Jam thumbnail page, because I had to make a new one because it was just getting ridiculous. But I mean, there's 200 in here. And so it's just this massive server that I can just put a ton of things in. Oh, and then there's like the grids for the Game Jam thing. And I just make tons and tons and tons of... I just abuse their servers. It loads. See how slowly it's loading? That's part of why I have to create a new one once in a while. But yeah, it's like my ritual to come into Canva and set things up. And so what makes it so useful is it has a lot of like good lining up and a lot of tools that just make it easy to set things up and adjust colors and get gradients and backgrounds and things like that. Look at that, it's crashing. That's how intense it got. It's easier than GIMP. It's just different. It's just different. It's just not the same. So like GIMP is for me good for like little details that I need to adjust to manipulate things. Whereas with GIMP or with Canva, you know, it's more about like aligning things. It's just fundamentally to me, it's for different stuff. So to me, Canva is good for graphic design, and GIMP is good for little things. So like for example, what would be a good example? Probably the composition. Yes, exactly. Well put. Let me close some of these things. Yes, 100%. So with the Game Jam thumbnails, for example, I've changed thumbnail types a lot. But so here, in this thumbnail, you can see I've got like an effect where you can see like stuff behind here and it's like bright. This effect I had to do in GIMP. I couldn't do that in Canva. So like layers that let you, like, this is like an additive layer, you know, and it's like colorful and you can see through it. That effect, and then it's even like behind, like you can see my hair kind of through it. That effect I had to use GIMP for. Canva can't do that. I can't have this partially transparent, but like, you know, these like nice cutouts. A lot of that I couldn't do in Canva. But what I can do in Canva easily is set up, you know, this text really well. This toolbar up here, right? I can add gradient to it really easily, and change how that gradient works and the colors of it, and it's good for like, yeah, subtle composition stuff. And then I can copy and paste this all over the place. Yeah, as an alternative, but it wouldn't have the server, right? What part of what makes the package complete is that I can upload as much stuff as I want. Like, I have so many uploads, like tons and tons, thousands, I would imagine. Like, whenever I do like a live stream, right? And after, when I'm working on the thumbnail, like I take tons of screenshots and I have them all uploaded on here. And it's just pages and pages, never ending, of images. I upload, if I want to use AI art as like a reference, I can just drop it in here and it's just there forever and I never look at it again. Like, it's just tons and tons of files. So they have like just this giant server that I can use bundled in with all of this. And then, you know, I can browse all this stuff, I can tag it, I can label it, make folders. You know, it's just this super comprehensive tool set, and I can switch between this computer, my other computer, a different computer, a cafe. You know, I can go anywhere on a phone. They have a phone app. You know, I can, and the phone app is different in a lot of ways. It's too powerful for free and open source to handle. I don't believe, if it can be done, I know it can't. It can't. It just can't. Me, maybe, but probably not. I just don't think it would be able to be that convenient for me. I feel like someone should make a mod of GIMP that's similar to that. Yeah, that'd be cool. It would be cool. I just think it wouldn't be enough. But I could be wrong, you know? You know, so it's $15 a month. It does a lot of really powerful things, and I swear by it. Like, I'll tell you this. I would not be able to do the channel like I do it if it wasn't for Canva. Like, Canva makes it possible for me to run the YouTube channel. It's so versatile. And they have so many great, and they just have tons, and they have, you know, different things. So this is a nice little thing they have. They got these grids, right? So I could just drag things into these grids, and it just automatically populates it and fills it. You know, I'm so used to having all these features, you know, built in. And now I can resize them and change each one, and it's all just intuitive, and it's all just there. I'm kind of stuck on it at this point. And you know, in theory, if I had collaborators for channel management with, like, someday, if this channel becomes any type of, like, financially profitable, I would certainly want to hire, probably one of the first people I would hire, even before an editor, would be someone to help with channel management. And, you know, Canva would already be poised to help with all that. But, like, overall, I don't really love Canva, like, as a company or anything like that. It feels a bit, it's giving necessary evil for me. So, like, I would love a free open source alternative. I just like don't see it happening. But keep me posted if you find something. And I will be incredibly suspicious of whether it's possible. Because there will be something I have to sacrifice in that workflow. And I really don't want to do that. But yeah, so Affinity is cool, but they did just get bought by Canva. And, you know, it probably means, and Affinity has been great for always having a one-time fee. You pay once, you get the Infinity suite of software. It's like an alternative to Adobe. But, like, Canva's probably going to find a way to put a subscription on it. And Affinity put out a statement, no, we're not going to let Canva do that. But, like, yeah, the way they worded it, it kind of sounds like, yeah, maybe not for this version of Affinity, but maybe, like, the next versions. But Affinity's still cool. And no matter what happens, you know, the old versions of Affinity, I think, will stay fine. I kind of feel like it makes more sense if these are going into the dirt section, you know? Instead of the corn section. Obviously, I wish the color matched a little better. That's kind of a whole different thing. Not gonna worry about that right now. I'm gonna do another path here. They're looking a little samey. I don't think it's that noticeable, especially from 3D. I think it'll be okay. Alright. Great, good. Am I done here? Is this enough then? Have I achieved a new tile? I mean, it's looking a little like it's a little solid. It's not like the softest blend. So many cornfields. Which is good, which is good. No, it's okay. I think it could be like a little softer. So I think I might merge that down. Into one layer and maybe do a little blur on it. So it's just faded out a bit. Can't say that I faded it out very much. I don't know, I just feel like it should be more fadey. Like it's more of a worn, like a slightly worn down path. It's a little weird that it's like the both on same, like it's the same on both sides. Like maybe one side is worn down more than the other. It's a little overthinking. And then I guess I wanted to add like a little noise on there, so it has some more like variety. So let me do that as well. I want a good confetti brush now. The music is on the epic side of things, like we're on an adventure. Hell yeah, I am on an adventure, a game dev adventure. Good. Yeah, this one often, I feel like, gets referred to as epic. It makes sense. I'm gonna add this random size and angle dynamics that I made earlier. Increase that spacing a bit. And so this will add some more green onto the dirt, so it's not quite so uniform. I don't know how visible that'll be. Quite visible, but yeah, just to natural it a bit. But then I'm gonna soften that so it isn't so, you know, spotty. But when I soften it, it's gonna be many more shades of gray, which is going to make it disappear a lot. So now you can barely see it. But what I'll do, it is you can kind of see it. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna increase the size overall. And then I'm gonna blur this as well. But this one, I'm gonna try to use to bring out the brighter parts a little bit. Let me get a multiply, no, dodge. Addition seems good. Can you like change, I don't know, the term lightness of the dirt? Like make it darker and lighter in certain places? That's what I'm doing. Darker shades of brown. Yeah, not really with this method. I can only go between green and brown with this method. I would have to add another layer on top, which I could do, but for now, yeah, I'm just keeping it simple. But yeah, I might do that at some point, maybe. But yeah, it can only be this one brown and this one green, and whatever goes in between those is pretty much what we're limited to with this. Sounds like a later stage. Yeah, exactly. See, now we got a few more, a little bit more natural variation on there. I think we could use a little more of that. Up here on this part. Brown and green and whatever goes between those, like some cursed Oreo. Cursed Oreo. Gosh, what happened to you, man? I haven't seen you in like 25 years. Where'd you go? I ate a cursed Oreo. Wow. You know, I heard about those. I don't know if they're real. Oh yeah, they're real. Yeah, you gotta watch out. Be careful. Be careful with those Oreos. You never know if you're eating a cursed one or a normal one. It's really tragic. The green mint Oreos are actually some of my favorites. Okay. Alright. I don't like stuff like that. I used to, but I'm a recovering sugar addict. So I'm not one to really talk about treats. It's bad for me. But mint is, I'll say mint is an underrated flavor in treats. This looks a little too streaky for my tastes, actually. And I hear what you're saying, Insane Alpha Beta. I wish, you know, maybe at some point, but for sure. I have to resist the urge to want to do something about it. But I definitely see what you're saying. Oops. No, stop. Do not do this. That looks a little better. I think I'm pretty satisfied with this for now. You know, at some point we can improve it, but really I just want to get like a general sense. There's dirt, there's grass, and it kind of implies something. I feel like some of these streaks are doing a little too much. I think I need to chill it out. You never drink soda or eat sweets. Makes my teeth feel bad. Same. I used to have a very severe sugar problem. Highly severe. And at some point I dealt with it. And the degree to which cutting out added sugar improved my life cannot be overstated. Just completely transformed the way I experience life. I will never go back. I mean, I'm only human, so like, you know, I always leave room for the possibility where, oops. But yeah, those days are pretty well behind me at this point. Thank goodness. If I just do that, how much less streaky is it? It makes my teeth hurt, makes my body hurt. It causes inflammation in my body. It makes all my neurodivergent symptoms so much worse. I work as long. Just everything is worse. You ketchup and stuff, which I guess is sugary, but in general I can't stand sweet stuff. They make ketchup without added sugar. You can get added sugar-free ketchup. I have chosen to not stand sweet stuff. Not being able to stand it by default, I would consider a great blessing. Yeah, hard candy, bad for teeth. I'm sorry about your teeth. The streakiness does not please me. Get them fixed one day? Yeah. They do be fixing teeth. For a price. I need to go to a dentist. I've been meaning to go to a dentist. I haven't been a dentist in a while. But I've been taking better care of my teeth in general. Doesn't mean I shouldn't go. Yeah, I definitely agree that some darker colors would help a lot. So like a way that I would do that, you know, I might use like a decal for that. Which, if we're making dreams comparisons, is sort of like sticker mode. You can see it's canceling out another one, which is a little annoying. I don't exactly understand why that happens, but it does. But it does. Yeah, that's one thing with decals, is they kind of like conflict with other decals, which really irritates me. I definitely don't understand what that's about. It's like they Z-fight with each other. That's irritating. So I don't know. You know, that's something I can deal with another day. I could honestly, what I would do is I would just build on that shader. I would add like another mask that we could put like on top of this and blend more dots on it. I think I feel pretty good about this. I think I'm gonna have to go ahead and call it. I think this is good. It's my goal was to work on level 1, keep building it out a little more. Oh, maybe the Z, yeah, maybe that. Maybe the Z order. You know, it's that end of stream music, which also doesn't mean that I'm ending right away. I usually don't end right away. Often. Yeah, maybe. I really would like to figure that out. It's so weird that they conflict so aggressively. But like, I don't even know where to change the order, because it's like yeah, that's the thing. I don't really know where that even changes. Oh, we're not on the decal. That would explain why. But yeah, it just like where even is that, you know? Beats me. So, I don't know. Oh, there's position. Did I just see position? Oh, that's not the same kind of position. That's a very different kind of position. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. But, you know, I feel like I'd rather, anyway, just code this shader a little more. Wait, there was a sorting? Oh, offset. Oh, yeah, you know, I did try that a little, and I didn't see it do anything. So I gave up on that. So I'll say sorting. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like not when what I would expect to see is the other one comes back. So like if I hide this, you can see in the background there, this one reappears. But I'm just not able to make it come back. I don't really know why. And even if I like, you know, add a texture onto here or something. Oh, maybe that's the reason why, because there wasn't something on there. Oh, maybe that's why. I just need to set it. Let's say that that's the problem. I kind of don't believe that that's true. But maybe it is. Maybe it's just as simple as I needed to, Okay, so it can't be empty. I guess because it, for some reason, applies it everywhere if it's empty. Well, that would be one way that I might try to add dirt on top. But honestly, I feel like I'd rather, especially since we're learning shaders and stuff, I feel like I would rather add a shader on there. So I could do like a noise texture, add a fast noise on there, give it a gradient, make part of it invisible. You know, something like this. Get that brown color. So there is a way to do this with decals. Thanks for just sticking with it with me, because now look at that, we got it. I mean, you know, it's not a perfect solution. I expected that to look different. Oh, you know what? I think I need to make this that same color, so it fades in between itself. Whoa. And then make that invisible. There we go. There we go. It's looking a little better. You know, you still get like the edges on here, which isn't great. So I still don't really prefer it. Because it's got like such harsh edges. I would rather draw something on there. But in theory, you know, this could be like a quick and dirty solution for adding dirt on top. You know, as long as I didn't mind those hard edges. But it'd be nice to just code an extra layer onto that shader. It's some dirty dirt. It's some dirty dirt. It's a dirty solution for dirt, which is what we want because it's dirt. So yeah, something like that. You know, it has that kind of hard edge at the end. Yeah, it looks pretty good. No, it does look pretty good. It does look pretty good. Everything is dirt, whatever dirt means. Dude, dirt is a weird word, isn't it? You're making a good point. Look at me, I'm talking dirt. I know. How did we get here? But yeah, ultimately, I'd rather code it in as a shader. Yeah, I just kind of lose some control. It's getting that streakiness. We can adjust that too. I say that like it can't be fixed. It can be. It can be. Change that frequency around a little bit. Change the size a little bit. Even the way that it renders it. Cellular is nice. You know, I don't know. Something, do this, do that, sort it out. And this is kind of what I don't like about it, is I don't really get to have this control. I'm just like doing this. And just gets a little boring to me after a while. As opposed to if I can just draw it on, you know, I get like some control. So like overall, I would prefer something like that. But yeah, so you know, it's possible to do it in some type of way. So that's +1 point for contributions, right? What? Oh, I'll give you a moral support point. I guess so. No, you're right. No, you're right. You did suggest that we put, no, that definitely, 100%. No, you're right. No, you're right. No, it is. Totally. Let's say, I was gonna say art direction, but that's kind of like a very specific thing. But whatever, let's give you art direction. I think that kind of counts for that. Bam, point. You're way lower than you should be. There we go. Environment. Oh yeah, it could be lighting and environment, it could be. It's okay. That's alright. Yeah, this sorting, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Anyway. Alright, y'all. Anyway, so, yeah, so my goal that I set out today was to just work on level 1, and try to just make some more terrain, get that terrain texture to work. We got this nice terrain texture that gives us brown and green. We can always add dirt on top. That would be a great thing to do when we get back, is to add an extra layer onto the shader. That would be kind of cool. But yeah, built out some more of level 1 with some functional things, and we added some cornfields, experimented with this and that. Overall, it really is bringing level 1 together, and I really am glad to see that. And it was a pleasure to hang out with you all. I gotta give much love and props to the patrons who support this stream. Insane Alpha Beta is not supposed to be on there as a star. Insane Alpha Beta is supposed to be lower on there, but you know, I haven't updated yet, because I update it manually, and it takes a lot of work. But that's okay. These are amazing people, whether they've contributed in the past or now. And someone who isn't on here, actually all of these people right here, need to go on this list at the bottom without the logo next to it. So these are wonderful YouTube members and people who have donated. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. It means so very much. Goodbye, Joe. Yes, take care. Imagine those names are on there at the bottom. Hey, VOD people, yes, that's true. If you are watching this after the live stream, oh my gosh, you skipped to this part. Surely you skipped to this part. You didn't watch all the way to this part. And if you did, thank you. Thank you. You really might as well subscribe. Insane Alpha Beta's got a good point. You might as well subscribe if you made it this far. And if you want to keep going even further, you can tap or click in the bottom left to see the last live devlog that I did. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next one. I'll be streaming this devlog not next week, but the week after. And tap or click bottom left or right if you're watching it after the live stream. And I'll see you all for the game jam tomorrow. Goodbye, y'all. Thank you.